Question 60 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 60. Of Judgment, in 6 articles. In due sequence, we must consider judgment, under which head there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether judgment is an act of justice. Second, whether it is lawful to judge. Third, whether judgment should be based on suspicions. Fourth, whether doubts should be interpreted favorably. Fifth, whether judgment should always be given according to the written law. Sixth, whether judgment is perverted by being usurped. First article. Whether judgment is an act of justice. Objection 1. It would seem that judgment is not an act of justice. The Philosopher says in Ethics 1:3 that everyone judges well of what he knows, so that judgment would seem to belong to the cognitive faculty. Now the cognitive faculty is perfected by prudence. Therefore, judgment belongs to prudence rather than to justice, which is in the will, as stated above in question 58, Article 4. Objection 2. Further, the Apostle says in 1 Corinthians 2:15, "The spiritual man judgeth all things." Now man is made spiritual chiefly by the virtue of charity, which is poured forth in our hearts by the Holy Ghost, who is given to us, in Romans 5:5. Therefore, judgment belongs to charity rather than to justice. Objection 3. Further, it belongs to every virtue to judge aright of its proper matter, because "the virtuous man is the rule and measure in everything," according to the Philosopher in Ethics 3:4. Therefore, judgment does not belong to justice any more than to the other moral virtues. Objection 4. Further, judgment would seem to belong only to judges. But the act of justice is to be found in every just man. Since then judges are not the only just men, it seems that judgment is not the proper act of justice. On the contrary, it is written in Psalm 93:15, "Until justice be turned into judgment." I answer that, judgment properly denotes the act of a judge as such. Now a judge, iudex, is so called because he asserts the right, ius dicens. And right is the object of justice, as stated above in question 57, Article 1. Consequently, the original meaning of the word judgment is a statement or decision of the just or right. Now to decide rightly about virtuous deeds proceeds, properly speaking, from the virtuous habit. Thus a chaste person decides rightly about matters relating to chastity. Therefore judgment, which denotes a right decision about what is just, belongs properly to justice. For this reason the Philosopher says in Ethics 5:4 that "men have recourse to a judge as to one who is the personification of justice." Reply to Objection 1. The word judgment, from its original meaning of a right decision, is about what is just, as has been extended to signify a right decision in any matter whether speculative or practical. Now a right judgment in any matter requires two things. The first is the virtue itself that pronounces judgment, and in this way judgment is an act of reason, because it belongs to the reason to pronounce or define. The other is the disposition of the one who judges, on which depends his aptness for judging aright. In this way, in matters of justice, judgment proceeds from justice, even as in matters of fortitude it proceeds from fortitude. Accordingly, judgment is an act of justice in so far as justice inclines one to judge aright, and of prudence in so far as prudence pronounces judgment. Wherefore synesis, which belongs to prudence, is said to judge rightly, as stated above in question 51, Article 3. Reply to Obj. 2. The spiritual man, by reason of the habit of charity, has an inclination to judge aright of all things according to the divine rules. And it is in conformity with these that he pronounces judgment through the gift of wisdom, even as the just man pronounces judgment through the virtue of prudence conformably with the ruling of the law. Reply to Obj. 3. The other virtues regulate man in himself, whereas justice regulates man in his dealings with others, as shown above in question 58, Article 2. Now man is master in things concerning himself, but not in matters relating to others. Consequently, where the other virtues are in question, there is no need for judgment other than that of a virtuous man, taking judgment in its broader sense, as explained above in the first reply. But in matters of justice, there is further need for the judgment of a superior, who is able to reprove both, and to put his hand between both. Cf. Job 9:33. Hence judgment belongs more specifically to justice than to any other virtue. Reply to Obj. 4. Justice is in the sovereign as a master virtue. Cf. question 58, Article 6. Commanding and prescribing what is just, while it is in the subjects as an executive and administrative virtue. Hence judgment, which denotes a decision of what is just, belongs to justice, considered as existing chiefly in one who has authority. Second article. Whether it is lawful to judge. Objection 1. It would seem unlawful to judge. For nothing is punished except what is unlawful. Now those who judge are threatened with punishment, which those who judge not will escape, according to Matthew 7:1. Judge not, and ye shall not be judged. Therefore it is unlawful to judge. Objection 2. Further, it is written in Romans 14:4, "Who art thou that judgest another man's servant? To his own lord he standeth or falleth." Now God is the Lord of all. Therefore to no man is it lawful to judge. Objection 3. Further, no man is sinless, according to 1 John 1:8. If we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves. Now it is unlawful for a sinner to judge, according to Romans 2:1. Thou art inexcusable, O man, whosoever thou art that judgest, for wherein thou judgest another, thou condemnest thyself, for thou dost the same things which thou judgest. Therefore to no man is it lawful to judge. On the contrary, it is written in Deuteronomy 16:18, "Thou shalt appoint judges and magistrates in all thy gates, that they may judge the people with just judgment." I answer that, Judgment is lawful in so far as it is an act of justice. Now it follows from what has been stated above in Article 1, first and third replies, that three conditions are requisite for a judgment to be an act of justice. First, that it proceed from the inclination of justice. Secondly, that it come from one who is in authority. Thirdly, that it be pronounced according to the right ruling of prudence. If any one of these be lacking, the judgment will be faulty and unlawful. First, when it is contrary to the rectitude of justice, then it is called perverted or unjust. Secondly, when a man judges about matters wherein he has no authority, and this is called judgment by usurpation. Thirdly, when the reason lacks certainty, as when a man, without any solid motive, forms a judgment on some doubtful or hidden matter, and then it is called judgment by suspicion or rash judgment. Reply to Obj. 1: In these words our Lord forbids rash judgment, which is about the inward intention, or other uncertain things, as Augustine states in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount 2:18. Or else he forbids judgment about divine things, which we ought not to judge but simply believe, since they are above us, as Hilary declares in his commentary on Matthew 5. Or again, according to Chrysostom, he forbids the judgment which proceeds not from benevolence but from bitterness of heart. Reply to Obj. 2: A judge is appointed as God's servant, wherefore it is written in Deuteronomy 1:16, "Judge that which is just," and further on in Deuteronomy 1:17, "because it is the judgment of God." Reply to Obj. 3: Those who stand guilty of grievous sins should not judge those who are guilty of the same or lesser sins, as Chrysostom says in his Homily 24 on the words of Matthew 7:1, "Judge not." Above all does this hold when such sins are public, because there would be an occasion of scandal arising in the hearts of others. If, however, they are not public but hidden, and there be an urgent necessity for the judge to pronounce judgment, because it is his duty, he can reprove or judge with humility and fear. Hence Augustine says in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount 2:19, "If we find that we are guilty of the same sin as another man, we should groan together with him, and invite him to strive against it together with us." And yet it is not through acting thus that a man condemns himself so as to deserve to be condemned once again, but when, in condemning another, he shows himself to be equally deserving of condemnation on account of another or a like sin. Third article: Whether it is unlawful to form a judgment from suspicions. Objection 1: It would seem that it is not unlawful to form a judgment from suspicions. For suspicion is seemingly an uncertain opinion about an evil. Wherefore the Philosopher states in Ethic. vi, 3 that suspicion is about both the true and the false. Now it is impossible to have any but an uncertain opinion about contingent singulars. Since, then, human judgment is about human acts, which are about singular and contingent matters, it seems that no judgment would be lawful, if it were not lawful to judge from suspicions. Obj. 2: Further, a man does his neighbor an injury by judging him unlawfully. But an evil suspicion consists in nothing more than a man's opinion, and consequently does not seem to pertain to the injury of another man. Therefore judgment based on suspicion is not unlawful. Obj. 3: Further, if it is unlawful, it must needs be reducible to an injustice, since judgment is an act of justice, as stated above in A. 1. Now an injustice is always a mortal sin according to its genus, as stated above in Q. 59, A. 4. Therefore a judgment based on suspicion would always be a mortal sin, if it were unlawful. But this is false, because we cannot avoid suspicions, according to a gloss of Augustine on 1 Corinthians 4:5, "Judge not before the time." Therefore a judgment based on suspicion would seem not to be unlawful. On the contrary, Chrysostom, in commenting on the words of Matthew 7:1, "Judge not," etc., says: "By this commandment our Lord does not forbid Christians to reprove others from kindly motives, but that Christian should despise Christian by boasting his own righteousness, by hating and condemning others for the most part on mere suspicion." I answer that, as Tully says (Rhet. ii), suspicion denotes evil thinking based on slight indications, and this is due to three causes. First, from a man being evil in himself, and from this very fact, as though conscious of his own wickedness, he is prone to think evil of others, according to Ecclesiastes 10:3: "The fool when he walketh in the way, whereas he himself is a fool, esteemeth all men fools." Secondly, this is due to a man being ill-disposed towards another, for when a man hates or despises another, or is angry with or envious of him, he is led by slight indications to think evil of him, because everyone easily believes what he desires. Thirdly, this is due to long experience, wherefore the Philosopher says (Rhet. 2:13) that "old people are very suspicious, for they have often experienced the faults of others." The first two causes of suspicion evidently connote perversity of the affections, while the third diminishes the nature of suspicion, inasmuch as experience leads to certainty which is contrary to the nature of suspicion. Consequently, suspicion denotes a certain amount of vice, and the further it goes, the more vicious it is. Now there are 3 degrees of suspicion. The first degree is when a man begins to doubt of another's goodness from slight indications. This is a venial and a light sin, for "it belongs to human temptation, without which no man can go through this life," according to a gloss on 1 Corinthians 4:5, "Judge not before the time." The second degree is when a man, from slight indications, esteems another man's wickedness as certain. This is a mortal sin, if it be about a grave matter, since it cannot be without contempt of one's neighbor. Hence the same gloss goes on to say: "If then we cannot avoid suspicions, because we are human, we must nevertheless restrain our judgment, and refrain from forming a definite and fixed opinion." The third degree is when a judge goes so far as to condemn a man on suspicion. This pertains directly to injustice, and consequently is a mortal sin. Reply to Obj. 1: Some kind of certainty is found in human acts, not indeed the certainty of a demonstration, but such as is befitting the matter in point, for instance, when a thing is proved by suitable witnesses. Reply to Obj. 2: From the very fact that a man thinks evil of another without sufficient cause, he despises him unduly, and therefore does him an injury. Reply Obj. 3: Since justice and injustice are about external operations, as stated above (Q. 58, Articles 8, 10, 11, and Q. 59, Art. 1, 3rd Reply), the judgment of suspicion pertains directly to injustice when it is betrayed by external action, and then it is a mortal sin, as stated above. The internal judgment pertains to justice in so far as it is related to the external judgment, even as the internal to the external act, for instance, as desire is related to fornication, or anger to murder. Fourth article: Whether doubts should be interpreted for the best. Objection 1: It would seem that doubts should not be interpreted for the best. Because we should judge from what happens for the most part. But it happens for the most part that evil is done, since "the number of fools is infinite," according to Ecclesiastes 1:15. "For the imagination and thought of man's heart are prone to evil from his youth," according to Genesis 8:21. Therefore doubts should be interpreted for the worst rather than for the best. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says (On Christian Doctrine i, 27) that "he leads a godly and just life who is sound in his estimate of things, and turns neither to this side nor to that." Now he who interprets a doubtful point for the best turns to one side. Therefore this should not be done. Obj. 3: Further, man should love his neighbor as himself. Now with regard to himself, a man should interpret doubtful matters for the worst, according to Job 9:28, "I feared all my works." Therefore it seems that doubtful matters affecting one's neighbor should be interpreted for the worst. On the contrary, a gloss on Romans 14:3, "He that eateth not, let him not judge him that eateth," says: doubts should be interpreted in the best sense. I answer that, as stated above (A. 3, 2nd Reply), from the very fact that a man thinks ill of another without sufficient cause, he injures and despises him. Now no man ought to despise or in any way injure another man without urgent cause. And consequently, unless we have evident indications of a person's wickedness, we ought to deem him good, by interpreting for the best whatever is doubtful about him. Reply Obj. 1: He who interprets doubtful matters for the best may happen to be deceived more often than not. Yet it is better to err frequently through thinking well of a wicked man, than to err less frequently through having an evil opinion of a good man, because in the latter case an injury is inflicted, but not in the former. Reply Obj. 2: It is one thing to judge of things and another to judge of men. For when we judge of things, there is no question of the good or evil of the thing about which we are judging, since it will take no harm no matter what kind of judgment we form about it. But there is question of the good of the person who judges, if he judge truly, and of his evil if he judge falsely, because "the true is the good of the intellect, and the false is its evil," as stated in Ethic. 6:2. Wherefore everyone should strive to make his judgment accord with things as they are. On the other hand, when we judge of men, the good and evil in our judgment is considered chiefly on the part of the person about whom judgment is being formed. For he is deemed worthy of honor from the very fact that he is judged to be good, and deserving of contempt if he is judged to be evil. For this reason we ought, in this kind of judgment, to aim at judging a man good, unless there is evident proof of the contrary. And though we may judge falsely, our judgment in thinking well of another pertains to our good feeling and not to the evil of the intellect, even as neither does it pertain to the intellect's perfection to know the truth of contingent singulars in themselves. Reply to Obj. 3. One may interpret something for the worst or for the best in two ways. First, by a kind of supposition, and thus when we have to apply a remedy to some evil, whether our own or another's, in order for the remedy to be applied with greater certainty of a cure, it is expedient to take the worst for granted, since if a remedy be efficacious against a worse evil, much more is it efficacious against a lesser evil. Secondly, we may interpret something for the best or for the worst by deciding or determining, and in this case when judging of things we should try to interpret each thing according as it is, and when judging of persons, to interpret things for the best, as stated above. Fifth article. Whether we should always judge according to the written law. Objection 1. It would seem that we ought not always to judge according to the written law. For we ought always to avoid judging unjustly. But written laws sometimes contain injustice, according to Isaiah 10:1. Woe to them that make wicked laws, and when they write injustice. Therefore we ought not always to judge according to the written law. Objection 2. Further, judgment has to be formed about individual happenings. But no written law can cover each and every individual happening, as the Philosopher declares in Ethics 5:10. Therefore it seems that we are not always bound to judge according to the written law. Objection 3. Further, a law is written in order that the lawgiver's intention may be made clear. But it happens sometimes that even if the lawgiver himself were present, he would judge otherwise. Therefore we ought not always to judge according to the written law. On the contrary, Augustine says On True Religion 31, "In these earthly laws, though men judge about them when they are making them, when once they are established and passed, the judges may judge no longer of them, but according to them." I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, judgment is nothing else but a decision or determination of what is just. Now a thing becomes just in two ways. First, by the very nature of the case, and this is called natural right. Secondly, by some agreement between men, and this is called positive right, as stated above (Q. 57, A. 2). Now laws are written for the purpose of manifesting both these rights, but in different ways. For the written law does indeed contain natural right, but it does not establish it, for the latter derives its force not from the law but from nature, whereas the written law both contains positive right and establishes it by giving it force of authority. Hence it is necessary to judge according to the written law, else judgment would fall short either of the natural or of the positive right. Reply to Obj. 1. Just as the written law does not give force to the natural right, so neither can it diminish or annul its force, because neither can man's will change nature. Hence if the written law contains anything contrary to the natural right, it is unjust and has no binding force. For positive right has no place except where it matters not, according to the natural right, whether a thing be done in one way or in another, as stated above in Question 57, Article 2, Second Reply. Wherefore, such documents are to be called not laws, but rather corruptions of law, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, Question 95, Article 2. And consequently, judgment should not be delivered according to them. Reply to Obj. 2. Even as unjust laws by their very nature are, either always or for the most part, contrary to the natural right, so too laws that are rightly established fail in some cases, when if they were observed they would be contrary to the natural right. Wherefore in such cases judgment should be delivered not according to the letter of the law, but according to equity which the lawgiver has in view. Hence the jurist says in the Digest 1:3, "By no reason of law or favor of equity is it allowable for us to interpret harshly and render burdensome those useful measures which have been enacted for the welfare of man." In such cases even the lawgiver himself would decide otherwise, and if he had foreseen the case, he might have provided for it by law. This suffices for the reply to the third objection. Sixth article. Whether judgment is rendered perverse by being usurped. Objection 1. It would seem that judgment is not rendered perverse by being usurped. For justice is rectitude in matters of action. Now truth is not impaired, no matter who tells it, but it may suffer from the person who ought to accept it. Therefore again, justice loses nothing, no matter who declares what is just, and this is what is meant by judgment. Objection 2. Further, it belongs to judgment to punish sins. Now it is related to the praise of some that they punish sins without having authority over those whom they punish, such as Moses in slaying the Egyptian in Exodus 2:12, and Phinehas the son of Eleazar in slaying Zambri the son of Salu, Numbers 25:7-14, and "it was reputed to him unto justice," according to Psalm 105:31. Therefore usurpation of judgment pertains not to injustice. Objection 3. Further, spiritual power is distinct from temporal. Now prelates, having spiritual power, sometimes interfere in matters concerning the secular power. Therefore usurped judgment is not unlawful. Objection 4. Further, even as the judge requires authority in order to judge aright, so also does he need justice and knowledge, as shown above in Article 1, first and third replies, and in Article 2. But a judgment is not described as unjust, if he who judges lacks the habit of justice or the knowledge of the law. Neither, therefore, is it always unjust to judge by usurpation, that is, without authority. On the contrary, it is written in Romans 14:4, "Who art thou that judgest another man's servant?" I answer that, since judgment should be pronounced according to the written law, as stated above in Article 5, he that pronounces judgment interprets in a way the letter of the law, by applying it to some particular case. Now since it belongs to the same authority to interpret and to make a law, just as a law cannot be made save by public authority, so neither can a judgment be pronounced except by public authority, which extends over those who are subject to the community. Wherefore, even as it would be unjust for one man to force another to observe a law that was not approved by public authority, so too is it unjust if a man compels another to submit to a judgment that is pronounced by other than the public authority. Reply to Obj. 1: When the truth is declared, there is no obligation to accept it, and each one is free to receive it or not, as he wishes. On the other hand, judgment implies an obligation, wherefore it is unjust for anyone to be judged by one who has no public authority. Reply to Obj. 2: Moses seems to have slain the Egyptian by authority received, as it were, by divine inspiration. This seems to follow from Acts 7:24 and 25, where it is said that, "striking the Egyptian, he thought that his brethren understood that God by his hand would save Israel." Or it may be replied that Moses slew the Egyptian in order to defend the man who was unjustly attacked, without himself exceeding the limits of a blameless defense. Wherefore Ambrose says On the Duties of the Clergy 136 that "whoever does not ward off a blow from a fellow man when he can, is as much in fault as the striker"; and he quotes the example of Moses. Again, we may reply with Augustine (Question 2 on Exodus) that just as "the soil gives proof of its fertility by producing useless herbs before the useful seeds have grown, so this deed of Moses was sinful although it gave a sign of great fertility," in so far, to wit, as it was a sign of the power whereby he was to deliver his people. With regard to Phinehas, the reply is that he did this out of zeal for God by divine inspiration, or because, though not as yet high priest, he was nevertheless the high priest's son, and this judgment was his concern as of the other judges, to whom this was commanded. Cf. Exodus 22:20, Leviticus 20, Deuteronomy 13:17. Reply to Obj. 3: The secular power is subject to the spiritual, even as the body is subject to the soul. Consequently, the judgment is not usurped if the spiritual authority interferes in those temporal matters that are subject to the spiritual authority, or which have been committed to the spiritual by the temporal authority. Reply to Obj. 4: The habits of knowledge and justice are perfections of the individual, and consequently their absence does not make a judgment to be usurped, as in the absence of public authority which gives a judgment its coercive force. End of question 60. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 61 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 61 of the Parts of Justice, in 4 articles. We must now consider the parts of justice. 1. The subjective parts, which are the species of justice, that is, distributive and communicative justice. 2. The quasi-integral parts. 3. The quasi-potential parts, that is, the virtues connected with justice. The first consideration will be twofold. 1. The parts of justice. 2. Their opposite vices. And since restitution would seem to be an act of commutative justice, we must consider 1. The distinction between commutative and distributive justice. 2. Restitution. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether there are 2 species of justice, notably distributive and commutative. Second, whether in either case the mean is taken in the same way. Third, whether their matter is uniform or manifold. Fourth, whether in any of these species the just is the same as counterpassion. First article. Whether 2 species of justice are suitably assigned, notably commutative and distributive. Objection 1. It would seem that the 2 species of justice are unsuitably assigned, notably distributive and commutative. That which is hurtful to the many cannot be a species of justice, since justice is directed to the common good. Now it is hurtful to the common good of the many if the goods of the community are distributed among many, because the goods of the community would be exhausted, and because the morals of men would be corrupted. For Tully says On Duties, "He who receives becomes worse, and the more ready to expect that he will receive again." Therefore, distribution does not belong to any species of justice. Objection 2. Further, the act of justice is to render to each one what is his own, as is stated above in Q. 58, A. 2. But when things are distributed, a man does not receive what is his, but becomes possessed of something which belonged to the community. Therefore, this does not pertain to justice. Objection 3. Further, justice is not only in the sovereign, but also in the subject, as stated above in Q. 58, A. 6. But it belongs exclusively to the sovereign to distribute. Therefore, distribution does not always belong to justice. Objection 4. Further, distributive justice regards common goods, according to Ethic. v, 4. Now matters regarding the community pertain to legal justice. Therefore, distributive justice is a part, not of particular, but of legal justice. Objection 5. Further, unity or multitude does not change the species of a virtue. Now commutative justice consists in rendering something to one person, while distributive justice consists in giving something to many. Therefore, they are not different species of justice. On the contrary, the Philosopher assigns 2 parts of justice and says in Ethic. v, 2 that one directs distributions, the other commutations. I answer that, as stated above in Q. 58, A. 7 and 8, particular justice is directed to the private individual, who is compared to the community as a part to the whole. Now a twofold order may be considered in relation to a part. In the first place, there is the order of one part to another, to which corresponds the order of one private individual to another. This order is directed by commutative justice, which is concerned about the mutual dealings between 2 persons. In the second place, there is the order of the whole towards the parts, to which corresponds the order of that which belongs to the community in relation to each singular person. This order is directed by distributive justice, which distributes common goods proportionately. Hence there are 2 species of justice, distributive and commutative. Reply to Objection 1. Just as a private individual is praised for moderation in his bounty, and blamed for excess therein, so too ought moderation to be observed in the distribution of common goods, wherein distributive justice directs. Reply Obj. 2: Even as part and whole are somewhat the same, so too that which pertains to the whole pertains somewhat to the part also, so that when the goods of the community are distributed among a number of individuals, each one receives that which, in a way, is his own. Reply Obj. 3: The act of distributing the goods of the community belongs to none but those who exercise authority over those goods. And yet distributive justice is also in the subjects to whom those goods are distributed, in so far as they are contented by a just distribution. Moreover, distribution of common goods is sometimes made not to the state but to the members of a family, and such distribution can be made by authority of a private individual. Reply Obj. 4: Movement takes its species from the term whereunto. Hence it belongs to legal justice to direct the common good those matters which concern private individuals; whereas, on the contrary, it belongs to particular justice to direct the common good to particular individuals by way of distribution. Reply Obj. 5: Distributive and commutative justice differ not only in respect of unity and multitude, but also in respect of different kinds of due. Because common property is due to an individual in one way, and his personal property in another way. Second article: Whether the mean is to be observed in the same way in distributive as in commutative justice. Objection 1: It would seem that the mean in distributive justice is to be observed in the same way as in commutative justice. For each of these is a kind of particular justice, as stated above in A. 1. Now the mean is taken in the same way in all the parts of temperance or fortitude. Therefore the mean should also be observed in the same way in both distributive and commutative justice. Obj. 2: Further, the form of a moral virtue consists in observing the mean which is determined in accordance with reason. Since, then, one virtue has one form, it seems that the mean for both should be the same. Obj. 3: Further, in order to observe the mean in distributive justice, we have to consider the various deserts of persons. Now a person's deserts are considered also in commutative justice, for instance, in punishments. Thus a man who strikes a prince is punished more than one who strikes a private individual. Therefore the mean is observed in the same way in both kinds of justice. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. v, 3, 4 that the mean in distributive justice is observed according to geometrical proportion, whereas in commutative justice it follows arithmetical proportion. I answer that, as stated above in A. 1, in distributive justice something is given to a private individual in so far as what belongs to the whole is due to the part, and in a quantity that is proportionate to the importance of the position of that part in respect of the whole. Consequently, in distributive justice, a person receives all the more of the common goods, according as he holds a more prominent position in the community. This prominence in an aristocratic community is gauged according to virtue, in an oligarchy according to wealth, in a democracy according to liberty, and in various ways according to various forms of community. Hence, in distributive justice, the mean is observed not according to equality between thing and thing, but according to the proportion between things and persons, in such a way that even as one person surpasses another, so that which is given to one person surpasses that which is allotted to another. Hence the Philosopher says in Ethic. V, 3, 4, that the mean in the latter case follows geometrical proportion, wherein equality depends not on quantity, but on proportion. For example, we say that 6 is to 4 as 3 is to 2, because in either case the proportion equals 1.5, since the greater number is the sum of the lesser plus its half. Whereas the equality of excess is not one of quantity, because 6 exceeds 4 by 2, while 3 exceeds 2 by 1. On the other hand, in commutations, something is paid to an individual on account of something of his that has been received, as may be seen chiefly in selling and buying, where the notion of commutation is found primarily. Hence it is necessary to equalize thing with thing, so that one person should pay back to the other just so much as he has become richer out of that which belonged to the other. The result of this will be equality according to the arithmetical mean, which is gauged according to equal excess in quantity. Thus 5 is the mean between 6 and 4, since it exceeds the latter and is exceeded by the former by 1. Accordingly, if, at the start, both persons have 5, and one of them receives 1 out of the other's belongings, the one that is the receiver will have 6, the other will be left with 4, and so there will be justice if both be brought back to the mean, one being taken from him that has 6, and given to him that has 4, for then both will have 5, which is the mean. Reply to Obj. 1. In the other moral virtues, the rational, not the real mean, is to be followed. But justice follows the real mean. Wherefore the mean, in justice, depends on the diversity of things. Reply to Obj. 2. Equality is the general form of justice, wherein distributive and commutative justice agree. But in one we find equality of geometrical proportion, whereas in the other we find equality of arithmetical proportion. Reply to Obj. 3. In actions and passions, a person's station affects the quantity of a thing. For it is a greater injury to strike a prince than a private person. Hence, in distributive justice, a person's station is considered in itself, whereas in commutative justice it is considered in so far as it causes a diversity of things. Third article. Whether there is a different matter for both kinds of justice. Objection 1. It would seem that there is not a different matter for both kinds of justice. Diversity of matter causes diversity of virtue, as in the case of fortitude and temperance. Therefore, if distributive and commutative justice have different matters, it would seem that they are not comprised under the same virtue, notably justice. Objection 2. Further, the distribution that has to do with distributive justice is one of wealth or of honors, or of whatever can be distributed among the members of the community, in Ethic. V, 2, which very things are the subject matter of commutations between one person and another, and this belongs to commutative justice. Therefore, the matters of distributive and commutative justice are not distinct. Objection 3. Further, if the matter of distributive justice differs from that of commutative justice, for the reason that they differ specifically, where there is no specific difference, there ought to be no diversity of matter. Now the Philosopher, in Ethics 5:2, reckons commutative justice as one species, and yet this has many kinds of matter. Therefore the matter of these species of justice is, seemingly, not of many kinds. On the contrary, it is stated in Ethics 5:2 that one kind of justice directs distributions, and another commutations. I answer that, as stated above in question 55, articles 8 and 10, justice is about certain external operations, namely distribution and commutation. These consist in the use of certain externals, whether things, persons, or even works. Of things, as when one man takes from or restores to another that which is his. Of persons, as when a man does an injury to the very person of another, for instance by striking or insulting him, or even by showing respect for him. And of works, as when a man justly exacts a work of another, or does a work for him. Accordingly, if we take for the matter of each kind of justice the things themselves of which the operations are the use, the matter of distributive and commutative justice is the same, since things can be distributed out of the common property to individuals, and be the subject of commutation between one person and another. And again, there is a certain distribution and payment of laborious works. If, however, we take for the matter of both kinds of justice the principal actions themselves, whereby we make use of persons, things, and works, there is then a difference of matter between them. For distributive justice directs distributions, while commutative justice directs commutations that can take place between two persons. Of these, some are involuntary, some voluntary. They are involuntary when anyone uses another man's chattel, person, or work against his will, and this may be done secretly by fraud, or openly by violence. In either case, the offense may be committed against the other man's chattel or person, or against a person connected with him. If the offense is against his chattel, and this be taken secretly, it is called theft. If openly, it is called robbery. If it be against another man's person, it may affect either the very substance of his person or his dignity. If it be against the substance of his person, a man is injured secretly if he is treacherously slain, struck, or poisoned, and openly if he is publicly slain, imprisoned, struck, or maimed. If it be against his personal dignity, a man is injured secretly by false witness, detractions, and so forth, whereby he is deprived of his good name, and openly by being accused in a court of law or by public insult. If it be against a personal connection, a man is injured in the person of his wife, secretly, for the most part, by adultery, in the person of his slave, if the latter be induced to leave his master, which things can also be done openly. The same applies to other personal connections, and whatever injury may be committed against the principal may be committed against them also. Adultery, however, and inducing a slave to leave his master are properly injuries against the person. Yet the latter, since a slave is his master's chattel, is referred to theft. Voluntary commutations are when a man voluntarily transfers his chattel to another person. And if he transfer it simply so that the recipient incurs no debt, as in the case of gifts, it is an act not of justice but of liberality. A voluntary transfer belongs to justice in so far as it includes the notion of debt, and this may occur in many ways. First, when one man simply transfers his thing to another in exchange for another thing, as happens in selling and buying. Secondly, when a man transfers his thing to another, that the latter may have the use of it with the obligation of returning it to its owner. If he grant the use of a thing gratuitously, it is called usufruct in things that bear fruit, and simply borrowing on loan in things that bear no fruit, such as money, pottery, etc. But if not even the use is granted gratis, it is called letting or hiring. Thirdly, a man transfers his thing with the intention of recovering it, not for the purpose of its use, but that it may be kept safe, as in a deposit, or under some obligation, as when a man pledges his property, or when one man stands security for another. In all these actions, whether voluntary or involuntary, the mean is taken in the same way according to the equality of repayment. Hence all these actions belong to the one same species of justice, namely commutative justice, and this suffices for the replies to the objections. Fourth article. Whether the just is absolutely the same as retaliation. Objection 1. It would seem that the just is absolutely the same as retaliation. For the judgment of God is absolutely just. Now the judgment of God is such that a man has to suffer in proportion with his deeds, according to Matthew 7:2. With what measure you judge, you shall be judged, and with what measure you mete, it shall be measured to you again. Therefore, the just is absolutely the same as retaliation. Objection 2: Further, in either kind of justice, something is given to someone according to a kind of equality. In distributive justice, this equality regards personal dignity, which would seem to depend chiefly on what a person has done for the good of the community; while in commutative justice, it regards the thing in which a person has suffered loss. Now in respect of either equality, there is retaliation in respect of the deed committed. Therefore it would seem that the just is absolutely the same as retaliation. Obj. 3: Further, the chief argument against retaliation is based on the difference between the voluntary and the involuntary. For he who does an injury involuntarily is less severely punished. Now voluntary and involuntary, taken in relation to ourselves, do not diversify the mean of justice, since this is the real mean, and does not depend on us. Therefore it would seem that the just is absolutely the same as retaliation. On the contrary, the Philosopher proves in Ethic. v, 5 that the just is not always the same as retaliation. I answer that, retaliation, contra passum, denotes equal passion repaid for previous action, and the expression applies most properly to injurious passions and actions, whereby a man harms the person of his neighbor, for instance, if a man strike, that he be struck back. This kind of just is laid down in the law. Cf. Exodus 21:23, 24. He shall render life for life, eye for eye, etc. And since also to take away what belongs to another is to do an unjust thing, it follows that, secondly, retaliation consists in this also, that whosoever causes loss to another should suffer loss in his belongings. This just loss is also found in the law. Cf. Exodus 22:1. If any man steal an ox or a sheep, and kill or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for 1 ox, and 4 sheep for 1 sheep. Thirdly, retaliation is transferred to voluntary commutations, where action and passion are on both sides, although voluntariness detracts from the nature of passion, as stated above, in question 59, Article 3. In all these cases, however, repayment must be made on a basis of equality, according to the requirements of commutative justice, namely that the meed of passion be equal to the action. Now there would not always be equality if passion were in the same species as the action. Because, in the first place, when a person injures the person of one who is greater, the action surpasses any passion of the same species that he might undergo, wherefore he that strikes a prince is not only struck back, but is much more severely punished. In like manner, when a man despoils another of his property against the latter's will, the action surpasses the passion if he be merely deprived of that thing, because the man who caused another's loss himself would lose nothing, so he is punished by making restitution several times over, because not only did he injure a private individual, but also the common weal, the security of whose protection he has infringed. Nor again would there be equality of passion in voluntary commutations, were one always to exchange one's chattel for another man's, because it might happen that the other man's chattel is much greater than our own, so that it becomes necessary to equalize passion and action in commutations according to a certain proportionate commiseration, for which purpose money was invented. Hence retaliation is in accordance with commutative justice, but there is no place for it in distributive justice, because in distributive justice we do not consider the equality between thing and thing, or between passion and action, whence the expression contra passum, but according to proportion between things and persons, as stated above in Article 2. Reply to Obj. 1. This form of the divine judgment is in accordance with the conditions of commutative justice, insofar as rewards are apportioned to merits, and punishments to sins. Reply to Obj. 2. When a man who has served the community is paid for his services, this is to be referred to commutative, not distributive justice. Because distributive justice considers the equality not between the thing received and the thing done, but between the thing received by one person and the thing received by another, according to the respective conditions of those persons. Reply to Obj. 3. When the injurious action is voluntary, the injury is aggravated, and consequently is considered as a greater thing. Hence it requires a greater punishment in repayment by reason of a difference, not on our part, but on the part of the thing. End of question 61. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 62 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 62 of Restitution, in 8 articles. We must now consider restitution, under which head there are 8 points of inquiry. First, of what is it an act? Second, whether it is always of necessity for salvation to restore what one has taken away. Third, whether it is necessary to restore more than has been taken away. Fourth, whether it is necessary to restore what one has not taken away. Fifth, whether it is necessary to make restitution to the person from whom something has been taken away. Sixth, Whether the person who has taken something away is bound to restore it. 7th, whether any other person is bound to restitution. 8th, whether one is bound to restore at once. First article: whether restitution is an act of commutative justice. Objection 1. It would seem that restitution is not an act of commutative justice. For justice regards the notion of what is due. Now one may restore, even as one may give, that which is not due. Therefore, restitution is not the act of any part of justice. Objection 2. Further, that which is passed away and is no more cannot be restored. Now justice and injustice are about certain actions and passions, which are unenduring and transitory. Therefore, restitution would not seem to be the act of a part of justice. Objection 3. Further, restitution is repayment of something taken away. Now something may be taken away from a man not only in commutation, but also in distribution, as when, in distributing, one gives a man less than his due. Therefore, restitution is not more an act of commutative than of distributive justice. On the contrary, restitution is opposed to taking away. Now it is an act of commutative injustice to take away what belongs to another. Therefore, to restore it is an act of that justice which directs commutations. I answer that to restore is seemingly the same as to reinstate a person in the possession or dominion of his thing, so that in restitution we consider the equality of justice attending the payment of one thing for another, and this belongs to commutative justice. Hence restitution is an act of commutative justice occasioned by one person having what belongs to another, either with his consent, for instance on loan or deposit, or against his will, as in robbery or theft. Reply to Obj. 1. That which is not due to another is not his properly speaking, although it may have been his at some time. Wherefore it is a mere gift rather than a restitution, when anyone renders to another what is not due to him. It is, however, somewhat like a restitution, since the thing itself is materially the same. Yet it is not the same in respect of the formal aspect of justice, which considers that thing as belonging to this particular man, and so it is not restitution properly so called. Reply to Obj. 2. In so far as the word restitution denotes something done over again, it implies identity of object. Hence it would seem originally to have applied chiefly to external things, which can pass from one person to another, since they remain the same both substantially and in respect of the right of dominion. But even as the term commutation has passed from such like things to those actions and passions which confer reverence or injury, harm or profit on another person, so too the term restitution is applied to things which, though they be transitory in reality, yet remain in their effect. Whether this touch his body, as when the body is hurt by being struck, or his reputation, as when a man remains defamed or dishonored by injurious words. Reply to Obj. 3. Compensation is made by the distributor to the man to whom less was given than his due, by comparison of thing with thing, when the latter receives so much the more according as he received less than his due, and consequently it pertains to commutative justice. Second article: whether restitution of what has been taken away is necessary for salvation. Objection 1. it would seem that it is not necessary to restore what has been taken away. For that which is impossible is not necessary for salvation. But sometimes it is impossible to restore what has been taken away, as when a man has taken limb or life. Therefore, it does not seem necessary for salvation to restore what one has taken from another. Obj. 2: Further, the commission of a sin is not necessary for salvation, for then a man would be in a dilemma. But sometimes it is impossible without sin to restore what has been taken away, as when one has taken away another's good name by telling the truth. Therefore, it is not necessary for salvation to restore what one has taken from another. Obj. 3: Further, what is done cannot be undone. Now sometimes a man loses his personal honor by being unjustly insulted. Therefore, that which has been taken from him cannot be restored to him, so that it is not necessary for salvation to restore what one has taken. Obj. 4: Further, to prevent a person from obtaining a good thing is seemingly the same as to take it away from him, since "to lack little is almost the same as to lack nothing at all," as the Philosopher says (Phys. ii, 5). Now when anyone prevents a man from obtaining a benefice or the like, seemingly he is not bound to restore the benefice, since this would be sometimes impossible. Therefore it is not necessary for salvation to restore what one has taken. On the contrary, Augustine says in his letter 143, "Unless a man restore what he has purloined, his sin is not forgiven." I answer that, restitution, as stated above (A. 1), is an act of commutative justice, and this demands a certain equality. Wherefore restitution denotes the return of the thing unjustly taken, since it is by giving it back that equality is re-established. If, however, it be taken away justly, there will be equality, and so there will be no need for restitution, for justice consists in equality. Since therefore the safeguarding of justice is necessary for salvation, it follows that it is necessary for salvation to restore what has been taken unjustly. Reply to Obj. 1: When it is impossible to repay the equivalent, it suffices to repay what one can, as in the case of honor due to God and our parents, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. viii, 14. Wherefore, when that which has been taken cannot be restored in equivalent, compensation should be made as far as possible. For instance, if one man has deprived another of a limb, he must make compensation either in money or in honor, the condition of either party being duly considered according to the judgment of a good man. Reply to Obj. 2: There are three ways in which one may take away another's good name. First, by saying what is true, and this justly, as when a man reveals another's sin while observing the right order of so doing, and then he is not bound to restitution. Secondly, by saying what is untrue and unjustly, and then he is bound to restore that man's good name by confessing that he told an untruth. Thirdly, by saying what is true but unjustly, as when a man reveals another's sin contrarily to the right order of so doing, and then he is bound to restore his good name as far as he can, and yet without telling an untruth. For instance, by saying that he spoke ill, or that he defamed him unjustly. Or if he be unable to restore his good name, he must compensate him otherwise, the same as in other cases as stated above in the first reply. Reply to Obj. 3: The action of the man who has defamed another cannot be undone, but it is possible by showing him deference to undo its effect, notably the lowering of the other man's personal dignity in the opinion of other men. Reply Obj. 4. There are several ways of preventing a man from obtaining a benefice. First, justly. For instance, if having in view the honor of God or the good of the Church, one procures its being conferred on a more worthy subject, and then there is no obligation whatever to make restitution or compensation. Secondly, unjustly, if the intention is to injure the person whom one hinders through hatred, revenge, or the like. In this case, if before the benefice has been definitively assigned to anyone, one prevents its being conferred on a worthy subject by counseling that it not be conferred on him, one is bound to make some compensation after taking account of the circumstances of persons and things according to the judgment of a prudent person. But one is not bound in equivalent, because that man had not obtained the benefice and might have been prevented in many ways from obtaining it. If, on the other hand, the benefice had already been assigned to a certain person, and someone for some undue cause procures its revocation, it is the same as though he had deprived a man of what he already possessed, and consequently he would be bound to compensation in equivalent, in proportion, however, to his means. Third article. Whether it suffices to restore the exact amount taken. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not sufficient to restore the exact amount taken. For it is written in Exodus 22:1, "If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for 1 ox, and 4 sheep for 1 sheep." Now everyone is bound to keep the commandments of the divine law. Therefore, a thief is bound to restore 4 or 5-fold. Objection 2. Further, "What things soever were written for our learning." Romans 15:4. Now Zacchaeus said to our Lord in Luke 19:8, "If I have wronged any man of anything, I restore him 4-fold." Therefore a man is bound to restore several times over the amount he has taken unjustly. Objection 3. Further, no one can be unjustly deprived of what he is not bound to give. Now a judge justly deprives a thief of more than the amount of his theft, under the head of damages. Therefore a man is bound to pay it, and consequently it is not sufficient to restore the exact amount. On the contrary, restitution re-establishes equality where an unjust taking has caused inequality. Now equality is restored by repaying the exact amount taken. Therefore there is no obligation to restore more than the exact amount taken. I answer that, when a man takes another's thing unjustly, 2 things must be considered. One is the inequality on the part of the thing, which inequality is sometimes void of injustice, as is the case in loans. The other is the sin of injustice, which is consistent with equality on the part of the thing, as when a person intends to use violence but fails. As regards the first, the remedy is applied by making restitution, since thereby equality is re-established, and for this it is enough that a man restore just so much as he has belonging to another. But as regards the sin, the remedy is applied by punishment, the infliction of which belongs to the judge, and so, until a man is condemned by the judge, he is not bound to restore more than he took, but when once he is condemned, he is bound to pay the penalty. Hence it is clear how to answer the first objection, because this law fixes the punishment to be inflicted by the judge. Nor is this commandment to be kept now, because since the coming of Christ no man is bound to keep the judicial precepts, as stated above in the Secunda Secundae, question 104, Article 3. Nevertheless, the same might be determined by human law, and then the same answer would apply. Reply to Obj. 2. Zacchaeus said this being willing to do more than he was bound to do. Hence he had said already, "Behold, the half of my goods I give to the poor." Reply to Obj. 3. By condemning the man justly, the judge can exact more by way of damages, and yet this was not due before the sentence. Fourth article. Whether a man is bound to restore what he has not taken. Objection 1. It would seem that a man is bound to restore what he has not taken. For he that has inflicted a loss on a man is bound to remove that loss. Now it happens sometimes that the loss sustained is greater than the thing taken. For instance, if you dig up a man's seeds, you inflict on the sower a loss equal to the coming harvest, and thus you would seem to be bound to make restitution accordingly. Therefore, a man is bound to restore what he has not taken. Obj. 2. Further, he who retains his creditor's money beyond the stated time would seem to occasion his loss of all his possible profits from that money, and yet he does not really take them. Therefore, it seems that a man is bound to restore what he did not take. Obj. 3. Further, human justice is derived from divine justice. Now a man is bound to restore to God more than he has received from him, according to Matthew 25:26. "Thou knewest that I reap where I sow not, and gather where I have not strewed." Therefore it is just that one should restore to a man also something that one has not taken. On the contrary, restitution belongs to justice, because it re-establishes equality. But if one were to restore what one did not take, there would not be equality. Therefore, it is not just to make such a restitution. I answer that, whoever brings a loss upon another person, seemingly takes from him the amount of the loss, since, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. v, 4), loss is so called from a man having less than his due. Therefore a man is bound to make restitution according to the loss he has brought upon another. Now a man suffers a loss in two ways. First, by being deprived of what he actually has, and a loss of this kind is always to be made good by repayment in equivalent. For instance, if a man damnifies another by destroying his house, he is bound to pay him the value of the house. Secondly, a man may damnify another by preventing him from obtaining what he was on the way to obtain. A loss of this kind need not be made good in equivalent, because to have a thing virtually is less than to have it actually, and to be on the way to obtain a thing is to have it merely virtually or potentially. And so were he to be indemnified by receiving the thing actually, he would be paid not the exact value taken from him, but more, and this is not necessary for salvation, as stated above. However, he is bound to make some compensation, according to the condition of persons and things. From this we see how to answer the first and second objections, because the sower of the seed in the field has the harvest, not actually but only virtually. In like manner, he that has money has the profit, not yet actually but only virtually, and both may be hindered in many ways. Reply to Obj. 3. God requires nothing from us but what He Himself has sown in us. Hence this saying is to be understood as expressing either the shameful thought of the lazy servant, who deemed that he had received nothing from the other, or the fact that God expects from us the fruit of His gifts, which fruit is from Him and from us, although the gifts themselves are from God without us. Fifth article. Whether restitution must always be made to the person from whom a thing has been taken. Objection 1. It would seem that restitution need not always be made to the person from whom a thing has been taken. For it is not lawful to injure anyone. Now it would sometimes be injurious to the man himself, or to others, were one to restore to him what has been taken from him. If, for instance, one were to return a madman his sword. Therefore, restitution need not always be made to the person from whom a thing has been taken. Objection 2. Further, if a man has given a thing unlawfully, he does not deserve to recover it. Now sometimes a man gives unlawfully that which another accepts unlawfully, as in the case of the giver and receiver who are guilty of simony. Therefore, it is not always necessary to make restitution to the person from whom one has taken something. Objection 3. Further, no man is bound to do what is impossible. Now it is sometimes impossible to make restitution to the person from whom a thing has been taken, either because he is dead, or because he is too far away, or because he is unknown to us. Therefore, restitution need not always be made to the person from whom a thing has been taken. Objection 4. Further, we owe more compensation to one from whom we have received a greater favor. Now we have received greater favors from others, our parents for instance, than from a lender or depositor. Therefore, sometimes we ought to succor some other person rather than make restitution to one from whom we have taken something. Objection 5. Further, it is useless to restore a thing which reverts to the restorer by being restored. Now if a prelate has unjustly taken something from the church and makes restitution to the church, it reverts into his hands, since he is the guardian of the church's property. Therefore, he ought not to restore to the church from whom he has taken, and so restitution should not always be made to the person from whom something has been taken away. On the contrary, it is written in Romans 13:7, "Render to all men their dues, tribute to whom tribute is due, custom to whom custom." I answer that restitution re-establishes the equality of commutative justice, which equality consists in the equalizing of thing to thing, as stated above in Article 2, as well as in Question 58, Article 10. Now this equalizing of things is impossible, unless he that has less than his due receive what is lacking to him, and for this to be done, restitution must be made to the person from whom a thing has been taken. Reply to Objection 1. When the thing to be restored appears to be grievously injurious to the person to whom it is to be restored, or to some other, it should not be restored to him there and then, because restitution is directed to the good of the person to whom it is made, since all possessions come under the head of the useful. Yet he who retains another's property must not appropriate it, but must either reserve it, that he may restore it at a fitting time, or hand it over to another to keep it more securely. Reply to Objection 2. A person may give a thing unlawfully in two ways. First, through the giving itself being illicit and against the law, as is the case when a man gives a thing through simony. Such a man deserves to lose what he gave, wherefore restitution should not be made to him. And since the receiver acted against the law in receiving, he must not retain the price, but must use it for some pious object. Secondly, a man gives unlawfully through giving for an unlawful purpose, albeit the giving itself is not unlawful, as when a woman receives payment for fornication, wherefore she may keep what she has received. If, however, she has extorted overmuch by fraud or deceit, she would be bound to restitution. Reply to Obj. 3. If the person to whom restitution is due is unknown altogether, restitution must be made as far as possible, for instance by giving an alms for his spiritual welfare, whether he be dead or living, but not without previously making a careful inquiry about his person. If the person to whom restitution is due be dead, restitution should be made to his heir, who is looked upon as one with him. If he be very far away, what is due to him should be sent to him, especially if it be of great value and can be easily sent. Else it should be deposited in a safe place to be kept for him, and the owner should be advised of the fact. Reply to Obj. 4. A man is bound, out of his property, to succor his parents, or those from whom he has received greater benefits, but he ought not to compensate a benefactor out of what belongs to others, and he would be doing this if he were to compensate one with what is due to another. Exception must be made in cases of extreme need, for then he could and should even take what belongs to another in order to succor a parent. Reply to Obj. 5. There are three ways in which a prelate can rob the church of her property. First, by laying hands on church property which is committed not to him but to another. For instance, if a bishop appropriates the property of the chapter. In such a case it is clear that he is bound to restitution by handing it over to those who are its lawful owners. Secondly, by transferring to another person, for instance a relative or a friend, church property committed to himself, in which case he must make restitution to the church, and have it under his own care so as to hand it over to his successor. Thirdly, a prelate may lay hands on church property merely in intention, when, to wit, he begins to have a mind to hold it as his own and not in the name of the church, in which case he must make restitution by renouncing his intention. Sixth Article. Whether he that has taken a thing is always bound to restitution? Objection 1. It would seem that he who has taken a thing is not always bound to restore it. Restitution reestablishes the equality of justice, by taking away from him that has more, and giving to him that has less. Now it happens sometimes that he who has taken that which belongs to another no longer has it, through its having passed into another's hands. Therefore it should be restored not by the person that took it, but by the one that has it. Obj. 2. Further, no man is bound to reveal his own crime. But by making restitution, a man would sometimes reveal his crime, as in the case of theft. Therefore, he that has taken a thing is not always bound to restitution. Obj. 3. Further, the same thing should not be restored several times. Now sometimes several persons take a thing at the same time, and one of them restores it in its entirety. Therefore, he that takes a thing is not always bound to restitution. On the contrary, he that has sinned is bound to satisfaction. Now restitution belongs to satisfaction. Therefore, he that has taken a thing is bound to restore it. I answer that, with regard to a man who has taken another's property, two points must be considered: the thing taken and the taking. by reason of the thing taken, he is bound to restore it as long as he has it in his possession, since the thing that he has in addition to what is his should be taken away from him and given to him who lacks it according to the form of commutative justice. On the other hand, the taking of the thing that is another man's property may be threefold. For sometimes it is injurious, that is, against the will of the owner, as in theft and robbery, in which case the thief is bound to restitution not only by reason of the thing, but also by reason of the injurious action, even though the thing is no longer in his possession. For just as a man who strikes another, though he gain nothing thereby, is bound to compensate the injured person, so too he that is guilty of theft or robbery is bound to make compensation for the loss incurred, although he be no better off. And in addition, he must be punished for the injustice committed. Secondly, a man takes another's property for his own profit, but without committing an injury, that is, with the consent of the owner, as in the case of a loan. And then the taker is bound to restitution, not only by reason of the thing, but also by reason of the taking, even if he has lost the thing. For he is bound to compensate the person who has done him a favor, and he would not be doing so if the latter were to lose thereby. Thirdly, a man takes another's property without injury to the latter or profit to himself, as in the case of a deposit. Wherefore he that takes a thing thus incurs no obligation on account of the taking. In fact, by taking he grants a favor. But he is bound to restitution on account of the thing taken. Consequently, if this thing be taken from him without any fault on his part, he is not bound to restitution, although he would be if he were to lose the thing through a grievous fault on his part. Reply Obj. 1. The chief end of restitution is, not that he who has more than his due may cease to have it, but that he who has less than his due may be compensated. Wherefore there is no place for restitution in those things which one man may receive from another without loss to the latter, as when a person takes a light from another's candle. Consequently, although he that has taken something from another may have ceased to have what he took, through having transferred it to another, yet since that other is deprived of what is his, both are bound to restitution, he that took the thing on account of the injurious taking, and he that has it on account of the thing. Reply Obj. 2. Although a man is not bound to reveal his crime to other men, yet he is bound to reveal it to God in confession, and so he may make restitution of another's property through the priest to whom he confesses. Reply Obj. 3. Since restitution is chiefly directed to the compensation for the loss incurred by the person from whom a thing has been taken unjustly, it stands to reason that when he has received sufficient compensation from one, the others are not bound to any further restitution in his regard. Rather ought they to refund the person who has made restitution, who, nevertheless, may excuse them from so doing. Seventh Article. Whether restitution is binding on those who have not taken. Objection 1. It would seem that restitution is not binding on those who have not taken. For restitution is a punishment of the taker. Now, none should be punished except the one who sinned. Therefore, none are bound to restitution save the one who has taken. Objection 2. Further, justice does not bind one to increase another's property. Now, if restitution were binding not only on the man who takes a thing, but also on all those who cooperate with him in any way whatever, the person from whom the thing was taken would be the gainer, both because he would receive restitution many times over, and because sometimes a person cooperates towards a thing being taken away from someone without its being taken away in effect. Therefore the others are not bound to restitution. Obj. 3: Further, no man is bound to expose himself to danger in order to safeguard another's property. Now sometimes a man would expose himself to the danger of death were he to betray a thief or withstand him. Therefore one is not bound to restitution through not betraying or withstanding a thief. On the contrary, it is written in Romans 1:32, "They who do such things are worthy of death, and not only they that do them, but also they that consent to them that do them." Therefore, in like manner, they that consent are bound to restitution. I answer that, as stated above in Article 6, a person is bound to restitution not only on account of someone else's property which he has taken, but also on account of the injurious taking. Hence whoever is cause of an unjust taking is bound to restitution. This happens in two ways: directly and indirectly. Directly, when a man induces another to take, and this in three ways. First, on the part of the taking, by moving a man to take, either by express command, counsel, or consent, or by praising a man for his courage in thieving. Secondly, on the part of the taker, by giving him shelter or any other kind of assistance. Thirdly, on the part of the thing taken, by taking part in the theft or robbery as a fellow evildoer. Indirectly, when a man does not prevent another from evildoing, provided he be able and bound to prevent him, either by omitting the command or counsel which would hinder him from thieving or robbing, or by omitting to do what would have hindered him, or by sheltering him after the deed. All these are expressed as follows: by command, by counsel, by consent, by flattery, by receiving, by participation, by silence, by not preventing, by not denouncing. It must be observed, however, that in 5 of these cases the cooperator is always bound to restitution. First, in the case of command, because he that commands is the chief mover, wherefore he is bound to restitution principally. Secondly, in the case of consent, namely of one without whose consent the robbery cannot take place. Thirdly, in the case of receiving, when, to wit, a man is a receiver of thieves and gives them assistance. Fourthly, in the case of participation, when a man takes part in the theft and in the booty. Fifthly, he who does not prevent the theft, whereas he is bound to do so, for instance, persons in authority who are bound to safeguard justice on earth, are bound to restitution if by their neglect thieves prosper, because their salary is given to them in payment of their preserving justice here below. In the other cases mentioned above, a man is not always bound to restitution, because counsel and flattery are not always the efficacious cause of robbery. Hence the counselor or flatterer is bound to restitution only when it may be judged with probability that the unjust taking resulted from such causes. Reply to Obj. 1: Not only is he bound to restitution who commits the sin, but also he who is in any way cause of the sin, whether by counseling or by commanding or in any other way whatever. Reply to Obj. 2: He is bound chiefly to restitution who is the principal in the deed, first of all the commander, secondly the executor, and in due sequence the others. Yet so that, if one of them make restitution, another is not bound to make restitution to the same person. Yet those who are principals in the deed, and who took possession of the thing are bound to compensate those who have already made restitution. When a man commands an unjust taking that does not follow, no restitution has to be made, since its end is chiefly to restore the property of the person who has been unjustly injured. Reply Obj. 3: He that fails to denounce a thief, or does not withstand or reprehend him, is not always bound to restitution, but only when he is obliged, in virtue of his office, to do so, as in the case of earthly princes, who do not incur any great danger thereby, for they are invested with public authority, in order that they may maintain justice. Eighth Article. Whether a man is bound to immediate restitution, or may he put it off? Objection 1. It would seem that a man is not bound to immediate restitution, and can lawfully delay to restore. For affirmative precepts do not bind for always. Now the necessity of making restitution is binding through an affirmative precept. Therefore man is not bound to immediate restitution. Objection 2. Further, no man is bound to do what is impossible. But it is sometimes impossible to make restitution at once. Therefore no man is bound to immediate restitution. Objection 3. Further, restitution is an act of virtue, notably of justice. Now time is one of the circumstances requisite for virtuous acts. Since then the other circumstances are not determinate for acts of virtue, but are determinable according to the dictate of prudence, it seems that neither in restitution is there any fixed time, so that a man be bound to restore at once. On the contrary, all matters of restitution seem to come under one head. Now a man who hires the services of a wage earner must not delay compensation, as appears from Leviticus 19:13. The wages of him that hath been hired by thee shall not abide with thee until the morning. Therefore neither is it lawful, in other cases of restitution, to delay, and restitution should be made at once. I answer that, even as it is a sin against justice to take another's property, so also is it to withhold it, since to withhold the property of another against the owner's will is to deprive him of the use of what belongs to him, and to do him an injury. Now it is clear that it is wrong to remain in sin even for a short time, and one is bound to renounce one's sin at once, according to Ecclesiasticus 21:2. Flee from sin as from the face of a serpent. Consequently, one is bound to immediate restitution, if possible, or to ask for a respite from the person who is empowered to grant the use of the thing. Reply Obj. 1. Although the precept about the making of restitution is affirmative in form, it implies a negative precept forbidding us to withhold another's property. Reply Obj. 2. When one is unable to restore at once, this very inability excuses one from immediate restitution, even as a person is altogether excused from making restitution if he is altogether unable to make it. He is, however, bound either himself or through another to ask the person to whom he owes compensation to grant him a remission or a respite. Reply Obj. 3. Whenever the omission of a circumstance is contrary to virtue, that circumstance must be looked upon as determinate, and we are bound to observe it. And since delay of restitution involves a sin of unjust detention, which is opposed to just detention, it stands to reason that the time is determinate in the point of restitution being immediate. End of question 62. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 63 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 63 of Respect of Persons, in 4 articles. We must now consider the vices opposed to the aforesaid parts of justice. First, we shall consider respect of persons, which is opposed to distributive justice. Secondly, we shall consider the vices opposed to commutative justice. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether respect of persons is a sin. Second, whether it takes place in the dispensation of spiritualities. Third, whether it takes place in showing honor. Fourth, whether it takes place in judicial sentences. First article: whether respect of persons is a sin. Objection 1. It would seem that respect of persons is not a sin. For the word person includes a reference to personal dignity. Confer pars prima, question 29, article 3, second reply. Now it belongs to distributive justice to consider personal dignity. Therefore, respect of persons is not a sin. Objection 2. Further, in human affairs, persons are of more importance than things, since things are for the benefit of persons and not conversely. But respect of things is not a sin, much less therefore is respect of persons. Objection 3. Further, no injustice or sin can be in God. Yet God seems to respect persons, since of 2 men circumstanced alike, he sometimes uppraises one by grace, and leaves the other in sin, according to Matthew 24:40. 2 shall be in a bed, one shall be taken, and one shall be left. Therefore, respect of persons is not a sin. On the contrary, nothing but sin is forbidden in the divine law. Now respect of persons is forbidden in Deuteronomy 1:17. Neither shall you respect any man's person. Therefore, respect of persons is a sin. I answer that respect of persons is opposed to distributive justice, for the equality of distributive justice consists in allotting various things to various persons in proportion to their personal dignity. Accordingly, if one considers that personal property, by reason of which the thing allotted to a particular person is due to him, this is respect not of the person but of the cause. Hence a gloss on Ephesians 6:9, "There is no respect of persons with God," says that a just judge regards causes, not persons. For instance, if you promote a man to a professorship on account of his having sufficient knowledge, you consider the due cause, not the person. But if, in conferring something on someone, you consider in him not the fact that what you give him is proportionate or due to him, but the fact that he is this particular man, for example, Peter or Martin, then there is respect of the person, since you give him something not for some cause that renders him worthy of it, but simply because he is this person. and any circumstance that does not amount to a reason why this man be worthy of this gift is to be referred to his person. For instance, if a man promote someone to prelacy or professorship because he is rich, or because he is a relative of his, it is respect of persons. It may happen, however, that a circumstance of person makes a man worthy as regards one thing, but not as regards another. Thus consanguinity makes a man worthy to be appointed heir to an estate, but not to be chosen for a position of ecclesiastical authority. Wherefore consideration of the same circumstance of person will amount to respect of persons in one matter and not in another. It follows accordingly that respect of persons is opposed to distributive justice, in that it fails to observe due proportion. Now nothing but sin is opposed to virtue, and therefore respect of persons is a sin. Reply to Obj. 1. In distributive justice, we consider those circumstances of a person which result in dignity or right, whereas in respect of persons we consider circumstances that do not so result. Reply to Obj. 2. Persons are rendered proportionate to and worthy of things which are distributed among them by reason of certain things pertaining to circumstances of person, wherefore such conditions ought to be considered as the proper cause. But when we consider the persons themselves, that which is not a cause is considered as though it were, and so it is clear that although persons are more worthy, absolutely speaking, yet they are not more worthy in this regard. Reply to Obj. 3. There is a twofold giving. One belongs to justice, and occurs when we give a man his due. In such like givings, respect of persons takes place. The other giving belongs to liberality, when one gives gratis that which is not a man's due. Such is the bestowal of the gifts of grace, whereby sinners are chosen by God. In such a giving there is no place for respect of persons, because anyone may, without injustice, give of his own as much as he will, and to whom he will, according to Matthew 20:14, 15. Is it not lawful for me to do what I will? Take what is thine, and go thy way. Second article. Whether respect of persons takes place in the dispensation of spiritual goods? Objection 1. It would seem that respect of persons does not take place in the dispensation of spiritual goods. For it would seem to savor of respect of persons if a man confers ecclesiastical dignity or benefice on account of consanguinity, since consanguinity is not a cause whereby a man is rendered worthy of an ecclesiastical benefice. Yet this is apparently not a sin, for ecclesiastical prelates are wont to do so. Therefore the sin of respect of persons does not take place in the conferring of spiritual goods. Obj. 2. Further, to give preference to a rich man rather than to a poor man seems to pertain to respect of persons, according to James 2:2, 3. Nevertheless, dispensations to marry within forbidden degrees are more readily granted to the rich and powerful than to others. Therefore the sin of respect of persons seems not to take place in the dispensation of spiritual goods. Obj. 3. Further, according to jurists, it suffices to choose a good man, and it is not requisite that one choose the better man. But it would seem to savor of respect of persons to choose one who is less good for a higher position. Therefore respect of persons is not a sin in spiritual matters. Obj. 4. Further, according to the law of the Church, in the chapter Cum Delectus, the person to be chosen should be a member of the flock. Now this would seem to imply respect of persons, since sometimes more competent persons would be found elsewhere. Therefore, respect of persons is not a sin in spiritual matters. On the contrary, it is written in James 2:1, "Have not the faith of our Lord Jesus Christ with respect of persons." On these words a gloss of Augustine says: "Who is there that would tolerate the promotion of a rich man to a position of honor in the Church, to the exclusion of a poor man more learned and holier?" Augustine, Letter 167 to Jerome. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, respect of persons is a sin, in so far as it is contrary to justice. Now the graver the matter in which justice is transgressed, the more grievous the sin, so that, spiritual things being of greater import than temporal, respect of persons is a more grievous sin in dispensing spiritualities than in dispensing temporalities. And since it is respect of persons when something is allotted to a person out of proportion to his deserts, it must be observed that a person's worthiness may be considered in two ways. First, simply and absolutely, and in this way the man who abounds the more in the spiritual gifts of grace is the more worthy. Secondly, in relation to the common good, for it happens at times that the less holy and less learned man may conduce more to the common good, on account of worldly authority or activity or something of the kind. And since the dispensation of spiritualities is directed chiefly to the common good, according to 1 Corinthians 12:7, "The manifestation of the Spirit is given to every man unto profit," it follows that, in the dispensation of spiritualities, the simply less good are sometimes preferred to the better, without respect of persons, just as God sometimes bestows gratuitous graces on the less worthy. Reply to Obj. 1: We must make a distinction with regard to a prelate's kinsfolk. For sometimes they are less worthy, both absolutely speaking, and in relation to the common good. And then if they are preferred to the more worthy, there is a sin of respect of persons in the dispensation of spiritual goods, whereof the ecclesiastical superior is not the owner, with power to give them away as he will, but the dispenser, according to 1 Corinthians 4:1, "Let a man so account of us as of the ministers of Christ, and the dispensers of the mysteries of God." Sometimes, however, the prelate's kinsfolk are as worthy as others, and then, without respect of persons, he can lawfully give preference to his kindred, since there is at least this advantage, that he can trust the more in their being of one mind with him in conducting the business of the Church. Yet he would have to forego so doing for fear of scandal, if anyone might take an example from him, and give the goods of the Church to their kindred without regard to their deserts. Reply Obj. 2: Dispensations for contracting marriage came into use for the purpose of strengthening treaties of peace, and this is more necessary for the common good in relation to persons of standing, so that there is no respect of persons in granting dispensations more readily to such persons. Reply Obj. 3: In order that an election be not rebutted in a court of law, it suffices to elect a good man, nor is it necessary to elect the better man, because otherwise every election might have a flaw. But as regards the conscience of an elector, it is necessary to elect one who is better, either absolutely speaking, or in relation to the common good. For if it is possible to have one who is more competent for a post, and yet another be preferred, it is necessary to have some cause for this. If this cause have something to do with the matter in point, he who is elected will, in this respect, be more competent. And if that which is taken for cause have nothing to do with the matter, it will clearly be respect of persons. Reply Obj. 4. The man who is taken from among the members of a particular church is generally speaking more useful as regards the common good, since he loves more the church wherein he was brought up. For this reason it was commanded (Deuteronomy 17:15): "Thou mayest not make a man of another nation king, who is not thy brother." Third article. Whether respect of persons takes place in showing honor and respect? Objection 1. It would seem that respect of persons does not take place in showing honor and respect. For honor is apparently nothing else than reverence shown to a person in recognition of his virtue, as the Philosopher states in Ethics i, 5. Now prelates and princes should be honored, although they be wicked, even as our parents, of whom it is written in Exodus 20:12, "Honor thy father and thy mother." Again masters, though they be wicked, should be honored by their servants, according to 1 Timothy 6:1, "Whoever are servants under the yoke, let them count their masters worthy of all honor." Therefore it seems that it is not a sin to respect persons in showing honor. Obj. 2: Further, it is commanded in Leviticus 19:32: "Rise up before the hoary head, and honor the person of the aged man." But this seems to savor of respect of persons, since sometimes old men are not virtuous, according to Daniel 13:5: "Iniquity came out from the ancients of the people." Therefore it is not a sin to respect persons in showing honor. Obj. 3: Further, on the words of James 2:1, "Have not the faith with respect of persons," a gloss of Augustine in his letter 167 to Jerome says: "If the saying of James, 'If there shall come into your assembly a man having a golden ring,' etc., refer to our daily meetings, who sins not here, if however he sin at all?" Yet it is respect of persons to honor the rich for their riches, for Gregory says in a homily (Hom. 28 on the Gospel): "Our pride is blunted, since in men we honor not the nature wherein they are made to God's image, but wealth; so that, wealth not being a due cause of honor, this will savor of respect of persons." Therefore it is not a sin to respect persons in showing honor. On the contrary, a gloss on James 2:1 says: "Whoever honors the rich for their riches sins, and in like manner if a man be honored for other causes that do not render him worthy of honor." Now this savors of respect of persons. Therefore it is a sin to respect persons in showing honor. I answer that, to honor a person is to recognize him as having virtue, wherefore virtue alone is the due cause of a person being honored. Now it is to be observed that a person may be honored not only for his own virtue, but also for another's. Thus princes and prelates, although they be wicked, are honored as standing in God's place, and as representing the community over which they are placed, according to Proverbs 26:8: "As he that casteth a stone into the heap of mercury, so is he that giveth honor to a fool." For, since the Gentiles ascribed the keeping of accounts to Mercury, the heap of mercury signifies the casting up of an account, when a merchant sometimes substitutes a pebble (lapulus or calculus, whence the English word calculate) for 100 marks. So too is a fool honored if he stand in God's place, or represent the whole community. And in the same way, parents and masters should be honored on account of their having a share of the dignity of God, who is the Father and Lord of all. The aged should be honored, because old age is a sign of virtue, though this sign fail at times. Wherefore, according to Wisdom 4:8, 9, venerable old age is not that of long time, nor counted by the number of years, but the understanding of a man is gray hairs, and a spotless life is old age. The rich ought to be honored by reason of their occupying a higher position in the community, but if they be honored merely for their wealth, it will be the sin of respect of persons. Hence the replies to the objections are clear. Fourth article: whether the sin of respect of persons takes place in judicial sentences. Objection 1. It would seem that the sin of respect of persons does not take place in judicial sentences. For respect of persons is opposed to distributive justice, as stated above in Article 1, whereas judicial sentences seem to pertain chiefly to commutative justice. Therefore, respect of persons does not take place in judicial sentences. Objection 2. Further, penalties are inflicted according to a sentence. Now, it is not a sin to respect persons in pronouncing penalties, since a heavier punishment is inflicted on one who injures the person of a prince than on one who injures the person of others. Therefore, respect of persons does not take place in judicial sentences. Objection 3. Further, it is written in Ecclesiasticus 4:10, "In judging be merciful to the fatherless." But this seems to imply respect of the person of the needy. Therefore, in judicial sentences, respect of persons is not a sin. On the contrary, it is written in Proverbs 18:5, "It is not good to accept the person in judgment." I answer that, as stated above in Question 60, Article 1, judgment is an act of justice, inasmuch as the judge restores to the equality of justice those things which may cause an opposite inequality. Now respect of persons involves a certain inequality, in so far as something is allotted to a person out of that proportion to him in which the equality of justice consists. Wherefore it is evident that judgment is rendered corrupt by respect of persons. Reply to Obj. 1: a judgment may be looked at in two ways. First, in view of the thing judged, and in this way judgment is common to commutative and distributive justice, because it may be decided by judgment how some common good is to be distributed among many, and how one person is to restore to another what he has taken from him. Secondly, it may be considered in view of the form of judgment, inasmuch as, even in the commutative justice, the judge takes from the one and gives to another, and this belongs to distributive justice. In this way, respect of persons may take place in any judgment. Reply to Obj. 2: when a person is more severely punished on account of a crime committed against a greater person, there is no respect of persons, because the very difference of persons causes, in that case, a diversity of things, as stated above in Question 58, Article 10, third reply, and in Question 61, Article 2, third reply. Reply to Obj. 3: in pronouncing judgment, one ought to succor the needy as far as possible, yet without prejudice to justice, else the saying of Exodus 23:3 would apply, "Neither shalt thou favor a poor man in judgment." End of question 63. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 64 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the Virtue of Justice, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 64, of murder, in 8 articles. In due sequence, we must consider the vices opposed to commutative justice. We must consider 1. Those sins that are committed in relation to involuntary commutations. 2. Those that are committed with regard to voluntary commutations. Sins are committed in relation to involuntary commutations by doing an injury to one's neighbor against his will, and this can be done in 2 ways, namely, by deed or by word. By deed, when one's neighbor is injured either in his own person or in a person connected with him or in his possessions. We must therefore consider these points in due order, and in the first place we shall consider murder whereby a man inflicts the greatest injury on his neighbor. Under this head there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether it is a sin to kill dumb animals or even plants. Second, whether it is lawful to kill a sinner. Third, whether this is lawful to a private individual or to a public person only. Fourth, whether this is lawful to a cleric. Fifth, whether it is lawful to kill oneself. Sixth, whether it is lawful to kill a just man. Seventh, whether it is lawful to kill a man in self-defense. Eighth, whether accidental homicide is a mortal sin. First article, whether it is unlawful to kill any living thing. Objection 1. It would seem unlawful to kill any living thing. For the Apostle says in Romans 13:2, "They that resist the ordinance of God purchase to themselves damnation." Now divine providence has ordained that all living things should be preserved, according to Psalm 146, verses 8 and 9. "Who maketh grass to grow on the mountains, who giveth to beasts their food." Therefore it seems unlawful to take the life of any living thing. Objection 2: Further, murder is a sin because it deprives a man of life. Now life is common to all animals and plants. Hence, for the same reason, it is apparently a sin to slay dumb animals and plants. Objection 3: Further, in the divine law a special punishment is not appointed save for a sin. Now a special punishment had to be inflicted, according to the divine law, on one who killed another man's ox or sheep. Cf. Exodus 22, verse 1. Therefore, the slaying of dumb animals is a sin. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Civ. Dei i, 20), "When we hear it said, 'Thou shalt not kill,' we do not take it as referring to trees, for they have no sense, nor to irrational animals, because they have no fellowship with us. Hence it follows that the words, 'Thou shalt not kill,' refer to the killing of a man." I answer that, there is no sin in using a thing for the purpose for which it is. Now the order of things is such that the imperfect are for the perfect, even as in the process of generation nature proceeds from imperfection to perfection, Hence it is that just as in the generation of a man there is first a living thing, then an animal, and lastly a man, so two things, like the plants, which merely have life, are all alike for animals, and all animals are for man. Wherefore it is not unlawful if man use plants for the good of animals, and animals for the good of man, as the Philosopher states in Polit. I, 3. Now the most necessary use would seem to consist in the fact that animals use plants, and men use animals for food, and this cannot be done unless these be deprived of life. Wherefore it is lawful both to take life from plants for the use of animals, and from animals for the use of men. In fact, this is in keeping with the commandment of God Himself, for it is written in Genesis 1:29, 30, "Behold, I have given you every herb and all the trees, to be your meat, and to all beasts of the earth." And again in Genesis 9:3, "Everything that moveth and liveth shall be meat to you." Reply Obj. 1: According to the divine ordinance, the life of animals and plants is preserved not for themselves but for man. Hence, as Augustine says (De Civ. Dei i, 20), "By a most just ordinance of the Creator, both their life and their death are subject to our use." Reply Obj. 2: Dumb animals and plants are devoid of the life of reason whereby to set themselves in motion. They are moved, as it were, by another, by a kind of natural impulse, a sign of which is that they are naturally enslaved and accommodated to the uses of others. Reply Obj. 3: He that kills another's ox sins, not through killing the ox, but through injuring another man in his property. Wherefore this is not a species of the sin of murder, but of the sin of theft or robbery. Second article: Whether it is lawful to kill sinners? Objection 1: It would seem unlawful to kill men who have sinned. For our Lord, in the parable found in Matthew 13, forbade the uprooting of the cockle which denotes wicked men, according to a gloss. Now whatever is forbidden by God is a sin. Therefore it is a sin to kill a sinner. Objection 2: Further, human justice is conformed to divine justice. Now according to divine justice, sinners are kept back for repentance, according to Ezekiel 33:11, "I desire not the death of the wicked, but that the wicked turn from his way and live." Therefore it seems altogether unjust to kill sinners. Obj. 3: Further, it is not lawful, for any good end whatever, to do that which is evil in itself, according to Augustine (Against Lying, 7) and the Philosopher (Ethic. ii, 6). Now to kill a man is evil in itself, since we are bound to have charity towards all men, and "we wish our friends to live and to exist," according to Ethic. ix, 4. Therefore it is nowise lawful to kill a man who has sinned. On the contrary, it is written (Exodus 22:18), "Wizards thou shalt not suffer to live," and in Psalm 100:8, "In the morning I put to death all the wicked of the land." I answer that, as stated above (A. 1), it is lawful to kill dumb animals, in so far as they are naturally directed to man's use, as the imperfect is directed to the perfect. Now every part is directed to the whole as imperfect to perfect, wherefore every part is natural for the sake of the whole. For this reason we observe that if the health of the whole body demands the excision of a member, through its being decayed or infectious to the other members, it will be both praiseworthy and advantageous to have it cut away. Now every individual person is compared to the whole community, as part to whole. Therefore, if a man be dangerous and infectious to the community on account of some sin, it is praiseworthy and advantageous that he be killed in order to safeguard the common good, since "a little leaven corrupteth the whole lump," according to 1 Corinthians 5:6. Reply Obj. 1: Our Lord commanded them to forbear from uprooting the cockle in order to spare the wheat, that is, the good. This occurs when the wicked cannot be slain without the good being killed with them, either because the wicked lie hidden among the good, or because they have many followers, so that they cannot be killed without danger to the good, as Augustine says (Contra Parmenias 3:2). Wherefore our Lord teaches that we should rather allow the wicked to live, and that vengeance is to be delayed until the last judgment, rather than that the good be put to death together with the wicked. When, however, the good incur no danger, but rather are protected and saved by the slaying of the wicked, then the latter may be lawfully put to death. Reply Obj. 2: According to the order of His wisdom, God sometimes slays sinners forthwith in order to deliver the good, whereas sometimes He allows them time to repent, according as He knows what is expedient for His elect. This also does human justice imitate according to its powers, for it puts to death those who are dangerous to others, while it allows time for repentance to those who sin without grievously harming others. Reply Obj. 3: By sinning, man departs from the order of reason, and consequently falls away from the dignity of his manhood, in so far as he is naturally free and exists for himself, and he falls into the slavish state of the beasts, by being disposed of according as he is useful to others. This is expressed in Psalm 48:21. "Man, when he was in honor, did not understand. He hath been compared to senseless beasts, and made like to them." And in Proverbs 11:29, "The fool shall serve the wise." Hence, although it be evil in itself to kill a man so long as he preserve his dignity, yet it may be good to kill a man who has sinned, even as it is to kill a beast. For a bad man is worse than a beast, and is more harmful, as the Philosopher states in Polit. i, 1, as well as in Ethic. 7:6. Third article: Whether it is lawful for a private individual to kill a man who has sinned? Objection 1: It would seem lawful for a private individual to kill a man who has sinned. For nothing unlawful is commanded in the divine law. Yet, on account of the sin of the molten calf, Moses commanded (Exodus 32:27): "Let every man kill his brother and friend and neighbor." Therefore it is lawful for private individuals to kill a sinner. Obj. 2: Further, as stated above (A. 2, ad 3), man, on account of sin, is compared to the beasts. Now it is lawful for any private individual to kill a wild beast, especially if it be harmful. Therefore, for the same reason, it is lawful for any private individual to kill a man who has sinned. Obj. 3: Further, a man, though a private individual, deserves praise for doing what is useful for the common good. Now the slaying of evildoers is useful for the common good, as stated above in A. 2. Therefore it is deserving of praise, even if private individuals kill evildoers. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Civ. Dei I), "A man who, without exercising public authority, kills an evildoer, shall be judged guilty of murder, and all the more, since he has dared to usurp a power which God has not given him." I answer that, as stated above in A. 2, it is lawful to kill an evildoer in so far as it is directed to the welfare of the whole community, so that it belongs to him alone who has charge of the community's welfare. Thus it belongs to a physician to cut off a decayed limb, when he has been entrusted with the care of the health of the whole body. Now the care of the common good is entrusted to persons of rank having public authority: wherefore they alone, and not private individuals, can lawfully put evildoers to death. Reply Obj. 1: The person by whose authority a thing is done really does the thing, as Dionysius declares (Div. Hier. iii). Hence, according to Augustine (De Civ. Dei i, 21), "he slays not who owes his service to one who commands him, even as a sword is merely the instrument to him that wields it." Wherefore those who, at the Lord's command, slew their neighbors and friends, would seem not to have done this themselves, but rather he by whose authority they acted thus: just as a soldier slays the foe by the authority of his sovereign, and the executioner slays the robber by the authority of the judge. Reply Obj. 2: A beast is by nature distinct from man, wherefore in the case of a wild beast there is no need for an authority to kill it; whereas in the case of domestic animals such authority is required, not for their sake, but on account of the owner's loss. On the other hand, a man who has sinned is not by nature distinct from good men: hence a public authority is requisite in order to condemn him to death for the common good. Reply Obj. 3: It is lawful for any private individual to do anything for the common good, provided it harm nobody. But if it be harmful to some other, it cannot be done, except by virtue of the judgment of the person to whom it pertains to decide what is to be taken from the parts for the welfare of the whole. Fourth Article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether it is lawful for clerics to kill evildoers? Objection 1: It would seem lawful for clerics to kill evildoers. For clerics, especially, should fulfil the precept of the Apostle (1 Cor. 4:16): "Be ye followers of me, as I also am of Christ," whereby we are called upon to imitate God and His saints. Now the very God whom we worship puts evildoers to death, according to Ps. 135:10: "Who smote Egypt with their firstborn." Again, Moses made the Levites slay 23,000 men on account of the worship of the calf, as is stated in Exodus 32. The priest Phinehas slew the Israelite who went into the woman of Madian, in Numbers 25. Samuel killed Agag, king of Amalek, in 1 Kings 15. Elias slew the priests of Baal in 3 Kings 18. Mattathias killed the man who went up to the altar to sacrifice in 1 Maccabees 2. And in the New Testament, Peter killed Ananias and Sapphira in Acts 5. Therefore, it seems that even clerics may kill evildoers. Obj. 2: Further, spiritual power is greater than the secular, and is more united to God. Now the secular power, as God's minister, lawfully puts evildoers to death, according to Rom. 13:4. Much more therefore may clerics, who are God's ministers, have spiritual power to put evildoers to death. Obj. 3: Further, whosoever lawfully accepts an office may lawfully exercise the functions of that office. Now it belongs to the princely office to slay evildoers, as stated above in A. 3. Therefore those clerics who are earthly princes may lawfully slay malefactors. On the contrary, it is written in 1 Timothy 3:2, 3: "It behoveth a bishop to be without crime, not given to wine, no striker." I answer that, it is unlawful for clerics to kill, for 2 reasons. First, because they are chosen for the ministry of the altar, whereon is represented the passion of Christ slain, who, when he was struck, did not strike, according to 1 Peter 2:23. Therefore it becomes not clerics to strike or kill. For ministers should imitate their master, according to Ecclesiasticus 10:2. "As the judge of the people is himself, so also are his ministers." The other reason is because clerics are entrusted with the ministry of the new law, wherein no punishment of death or of bodily maiming is appointed. Wherefore they should abstain from such things in order that they may be fitting ministers of the New Testament. Reply Obj. 1: God works in all things without exception whatever is right, yet in each one according to its mode. Wherefore everyone should imitate God in that which is specially becoming to him. Hence, though God slays evildoers even corporally, it does not follow that all should imitate him in this. As regards Peter, he did not put Ananias and Sapphira to death by his own authority or with his own hand, but published their death sentence pronounced by God. The priests or Levites of the Old Testament were the ministers of the Old Law, which appointed corporal penalties, so that it was fitting for them to slay with their own hands. Reply Obj. 2: The ministry of clerics is concerned with better things than corporal slayings, namely with things pertaining to spiritual welfare, and so it is not fitting for them to meddle with minor matters. Reply Obj. 3: Ecclesiastical prelates accept the office of earthly princes, not that they may inflict capital punishment themselves, but that this may be carried into effect by others in virtue of their authority. Fifth article: Whether it is lawful to kill oneself? Objection 1: It would seem lawful for a man to kill himself. For murder is a sin in so far as it is contrary to justice. But no man can do an injustice to himself, as proved in Ethic. v:11. Therefore no man sins by killing himself. Obj. 2: Further, it is lawful for one who exercises public authority to kill evildoers. Now he who exercises public authority is sometimes an evildoer. Therefore he may lawfully kill himself. Obj. 3: Further, it is lawful for a man to suffer spontaneously a lesser danger, that he may avoid a greater. Thus it is lawful for a man to cut off a decayed limb even from himself, that he may save his whole body. Now sometimes a man, by killing himself, avoids a greater evil, for example, an unhappy life or the shame of sin. Therefore a man may kill himself. Obj. 4: Further, Samson killed himself, as related in Judges 16, and yet he is numbered among the saints in Hebrews 11. Therefore it is lawful for a man to kill himself. Obj. 5: Further, it is related in 2 Maccabees 14:42 that a certain Rhezias killed himself, "choosing to die nobly, rather than to fall into the hands of the wicked, and to suffer abuses unbecoming his noble birth." Now nothing that is done nobly and bravely is unlawful. Therefore suicide is not unlawful. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Civ. Dei i, 20): "Hence it follows that the words 'Thou shalt not kill' refer to the killing of a man, not another man. Therefore not even thyself. For he who kills himself kills nothing else than a man." I answer that, it is altogether unlawful to kill oneself, for three reasons. First, because everything naturally loves itself, the result being that everything naturally keeps itself in being, and resists corruptions so far as it can. Wherefore suicide is contrary to the inclination of nature, and to charity, whereby every man should love himself. Hence suicide is always a mortal sin, as being contrary to the natural law and to charity. Secondly, because every part, as such, belongs to the whole. Now every man is part of the community, and so, as such, he belongs to the community. Hence by killing himself he injures the community, as the Philosopher declares (Ethic. v, 11). Thirdly, because life is God's gift to man, and is subject to His power, who kills and makes to live. Hence whoever takes his own life sins against God, even as he who kills another slave sins against that slave's master, and as he who usurps to himself judgment of a matter not entrusted to him. For it belongs to God alone to pronounce sentence of death and life, according to Deuteronomy 32:39: "I will kill, and I will make to live." Reply Obj. 1: Murder is a sin, not only because it is contrary to justice, but also because it is opposed to charity which a man should have towards himself. In this respect, suicide is a sin in relation to oneself. In relation to the community and to God, it is sinful, by reason also of its opposition to justice. Reply Obj. 2: One who exercises public authority may lawfully put to death an evildoer, since he can pass judgment on him. But no man is judge of himself. Wherefore it is not lawful for one who exercises public authority to put himself to death for any sin whatever, although he may lawfully commit himself to the judgment of others. Reply Obj. 3: Man is made master of himself through his free will. wherefore he can lawfully dispose of himself as to those matters which pertain to this life which is ruled by man's free will. But the passage from this life to another and happier one is subject not to man's free will, but to the power of God. Hence it is not lawful for man to take his own life that he may pass to a happier life, nor that he may escape any unhappiness whatsoever of the present life, because the ultimate and most fearsome evil of this life is death, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. iii, 6. Therefore, to bring death upon oneself in order to escape the other afflictions of this life, is to adopt a greater evil in order to avoid a lesser. In like manner, it is unlawful to take one's own life on account of one's having committed a sin, both because by so doing one does oneself a very great injury by depriving oneself of the time needful for repentance, and because it is not lawful to slay an evildoer except by the sentence of the public authority. Again, it is unlawful for a woman to kill herself lest she be violated, because she ought not to commit on herself the very great sin of suicide to avoid the lesser sin of another. For she commits no sin in being violated by force, provided she does not consent, since "without consent of the mind there is no stain on the body," as the Blessed Lucy declared. Now it is evident that fornication and adultery are less grievous sins than taking a man's life, especially one's own life, since the latter is most grievous, because one injures oneself to whom one owes the greatest love. Moreover, it is most dangerous, since no time is left wherein to expiate it by repentance. Again, it is not lawful for anyone to take his own life for fear he should consent to sin, because "evil must not be done that good may come," according to Rom. 3:8, or that evil may be avoided, especially if the evil be of small account and an uncertain event, for it is uncertain whether one will at some future time consent to sin, since God is able to deliver man from sin under any temptation whatever. Reply Obj. 4: As Augustine says (De Civ. Dei i, 21), "not even Samson is to be excused that he crushed himself together with his enemies under the ruins of the house, except the Holy Ghost, who had wrought many wonders through him, had secretly commanded him to do this." He assigns the same reason in the case of certain holy women, who at the time of persecution took their own lives, and who are commemorated by the Church. Reply Obj. 5: It belongs to fortitude that a man does not shrink from being slain by another for the sake of the good of virtue, that he may avoid sin. But that a man take his own life in order to avoid penal evils has indeed an appearance of fortitude, for which reason some, among whom was Rhasis, have killed themselves thinking to act from fortitude. Yet it is not true fortitude, but rather a weakness of soul unable to bear penal evils, as the Philosopher (Ethic. iii, 7) and Augustine (De Civ. Dei 22 and 23) declare. Sixth Article. Whether it is lawful to kill the innocent? Objection 1: It would seem that in some cases it is lawful to kill the innocent. The fear of God is never manifested by sin, since on the contrary, "the fear of the Lord driveth out sin," according to Ecclesiasticus 1:27. Now Abraham was commanded in that he feared the Lord, since he was willing to slay his innocent son. Therefore one may, without sin, kill an innocent person. Obj. 2: Further, among those sins that are committed against one's neighbor, the more grievous seems to be those whereby a more grievous injury is inflicted on the person sinned against. Now to be killed is a greater injury to a sinful man than to an innocent person, because the latter by death passes forthwith from the unhappiness of this life to the glory of heaven. Since then it is lawful in certain cases to kill a sinful man, much more is it lawful to slay an innocent or a righteous person. Obj. 3: Further, what is done in keeping with the order of justice is not a sin. But sometimes a man is forced, according to the order of justice, to slay an innocent person, for instance, when a judge, who is bound to judge according to the evidence, condemns to death a man whom he knows to be innocent, but who is convicted by false witnesses; and again the executioner, who, in obedience to the judge, puts to death the man who has been unjustly sentenced. On the contrary, it is written (Exodus 23:7): "The innocent and just person thou shalt not put to death." I answer that, an individual man may be considered in two ways: first, in himself; secondly, in relation to something else. If we consider a man in himself, it is unlawful to kill any man, since in every man, though he be sinful, we ought to love the nature which God has made, and which is destroyed by slaying him. Nevertheless, as stated above (A. 2), the slaying of a sinner becomes lawful in relation to the common good, which is corrupted by sin. On the other hand, the life of righteous men preserves and forwards the common good, since they are the chief part of the community. Therefore it is in no way lawful to slay the innocent. Reply Obj. 1: God is Lord of death and life, for by His decree both the sinful and the righteous die. Hence he who at God's command kills an innocent man does not sin, as neither does God whose behest he executes. Indeed, his obedience to God's commands is a proof that he fears Him. Reply Obj. 2: In weighing the gravity of a sin, we must consider the essential rather than the accidental. Wherefore he who kills a just man sins more grievously than he who slays a sinful man. First, because he injures one whom he should love more, and so acts more in opposition to charity. Secondly, because he inflicts an injury on a man who is less deserving of one, and so acts more in opposition to justice. Thirdly, because he deprives the community of a greater good. Fourthly, because he despises God more, according to Luke 10:16: "He that despiseth you despiseth me." On the other hand, it is accidental to the slaying that the just man whose life is taken be received by God into glory. Reply Obj. 3: If the judge knows that a man who has been convicted by false witnesses is innocent, he must, like Daniel, examine the witnesses with great care, so as to find a motive for acquitting the innocent. But if he cannot do this, he should remit him for judgment by a higher tribunal. If even this is impossible, he does not sin if he pronounce sentence in accordance with the evidence, for it is not he that puts the innocent man to death, but they who stated him to be guilty. he that carries out the sentence of the judge who has condemned an innocent man, if the sentence contains an inexcusable error, he should not obey, else there would be an excuse for the executions of the martyrs. If, however, it contain no manifest injustice, he does not sin by carrying out the sentence, because he has no right to discuss the judgment of his superior. Nor is it he who slays the innocent man, but the judge whose minister he is. Seventh Article. Whether it is lawful to kill a man in self-defense? Objection 1. It would seem that nobody may lawfully kill a man in self-defense. For Augustine says to Publicola in his letter 47, "I do not agree with the opinion that one may kill a man, lest one be killed by him, unless one be a soldier, exercise a public office, so that one does it not for oneself but for others, having the power to do so, provided it be in keeping with one's person. Now he who kills a man in self-defense, kills him lest he be killed by him. Therefore this would seem to be unlawful." Objection 2: Further, he says (On Free Will 5), "How are they free from sin in sight of divine providence, who are guilty of taking a man's life for the sake of these contemptible things?" Now among contemptible things he reckons "those which men may forfeit unwillingly," as appears from the context (On Free Will 5), and the chief of these is the life of the body. Therefore it is unlawful for any man to take another's life for the sake of the life of his own body. Obj. 3: Further, Pope Nicholas says in the Decretals, "Concerning the clerics about whom you have consulted us, those, namely, who have killed a pagan in self-defense, as to whether, after making amends by repenting, they may return to their former state, or rise to a higher degree, know that in no case is it lawful for them to kill any man under any circumstances whatever." Now clerics and laymen are alike bound to observe the moral precepts. Therefore neither is it lawful for laymen to kill anyone in self-defense. Obj. 4: Further, murder is a more grievous sin than fornication or adultery. Now nobody may lawfully commit simple fornication or adultery, or any other mortal sin, in order to save his own life, since the spiritual life is to be preferred to the life of the body. Therefore no man may lawfully take another's life in self-defense, in order to save his own life. Obj. 5: Further, if the tree be evil, so is the fruit, according to Matt. 7:17. Now self-defense itself seems to be unlawful, according to Rom. 12:19, "Not defending yourselves, my dearly beloved." Therefore its result, which is the slaying of a man, is also unlawful. On the contrary, it is written in Exodus 22:2, "If a thief be found breaking into a house, or undermining it, and be wounded so as to die, he that slew him shall not be guilty of blood." Now it is much more lawful to defend one's life than one's house. Therefore neither is a man guilty of murder if he kill another in defense of his own life. I answer that, nothing hinders one act from having two effects, only one of which is intended, while the other is beside the intention. Now moral acts take their species according to what is intended, and not according to what is beside the intention, since this is accidental, as explained above in question 43, Article 3, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 12, Article 1. Accordingly, the act of self-defense may have two effects. One is the saving of one's life, the other is the slaying of the aggressor. Therefore this act, since one's intention is to save one's own life, is not unlawful, seeing that it is natural to everything to keep itself in being, as far as possible. And yet, though proceeding from a good intention, an act may be rendered unlawful if it be out of proportion to the end. Wherefore if a man, in self-defense, uses more than necessary violence, it will be unlawful. Whereas if he repel force with moderation, his defense will be lawful, because, according to the jurists, "it is lawful to repel force by force, provided one does not exceed the limits of a blameless defense." Nor is it necessary for salvation that a man omit the act of moderate self-defense in order to avoid killing the other man, since one is bound to take more care of one's own life than of another's. But as it is unlawful to take a man's life, except for the public authority acting for the common good, as stated above in Article 3, it is not lawful for a man to intend killing a man in self-defense, except for such as have public authority, who while intending to kill a man in self-defense refer this to the public good, as in the case of a soldier fighting against the foe, and in the minister of the judge struggling with robbers, although even these sin if they be moved by private animosity. Reply to Obj. 1. The words quoted from Augustine refer to the case when one man intends to kill another to save himself from death. The passage quoted in the second objection is to be understood in the same sense. Hence he says pointedly, "for the sake of these things," whereby he indicates the intention. This suffices for the reply to the second objection. Reply to Obj. 3. Irregularity results from the act, though sinless, of taking a man's life, as appears in the case of a judge who justly condemns a man to death. For this reason a cleric, though he kill a man in self-defense, is irregular, albeit he intends not to kill him, but to defend himself. Reply to Obj. 4. The act of fornication or adultery is not necessarily directed to the preservation of one's own life, as is the act whence sometimes results the taking of a man's life. Reply to Obj. 5. The defense forbidden in this passage is that which comes from revengeful spite. Hence a gloss says, "not defending yourselves," that is, not striking your enemy back. Eighth Article. Whether one is guilty of murder through killing someone by chance? Objection 1. It would seem that one is guilty of murder through killing someone by chance. For we read in Genesis 4, verses 23 and 24, that Lamech slew a man in mistake for a wild beast, and that he was accounted guilty of murder. Therefore one incurs the guilt of murder through killing a man by chance. Objection 2. Further, it is written in Exodus 21, verse 22, "If one strike a woman with child, and she miscarry, indeed if her death ensue thereupon, he shall render life for life." Yet this may happen without any intention of causing her death. Therefore one is guilty of murder through killing someone by chance. Objection 3. Further, The Decretals contain several canons prescribing penalties for unintentional homicide. Now penalty is not due save for guilt. Therefore he who kills a man by chance incurs the guilt of murder. On the contrary, Augustine says to Publicola in his letter 47, "When we do a thing for a good and lawful purpose, if thereby we unintentionally cause harm to anyone, it should by no means be imputed to us." Now it sometimes happens by chance that a person is killed as a result of something done for a good purpose. Therefore the person who did it is not accounted guilty. I answer that, according to the Philosopher in Phys. ii, 6, chance is a cause that acts beside one's intention. Hence chance happenings, strictly speaking, are neither intended nor voluntary. And since every sin is voluntary, according to Augustine (De Vera Relig. 14), it follows that chance happenings, as such, are not sins. Nevertheless, it happens that what is not actually and directly voluntary and intended is voluntary and intended accidentally, according as that which removes an obstacle is called an accidental cause. Wherefore he who does not remove something whence homicide results, whereas he ought to remove it, is in a sense guilty of voluntary homicide. This happens in two ways. First, when a man causes another's death through occupying himself with unlawful things which he ought to avoid. Secondly, when he does not take sufficient care. Hence, according to jurists, if a man pursue a lawful occupation and take due care, the result being that a person loses his life, he is not guilty of that person's death. Whereas if he be occupied with something unlawful, or even with something lawful but with undue care, he does not escape being guilty of murder, if his action results in someone's death. Reply to Obj. 1: Lamech did not take sufficient care to avoid taking a man's life, and so he was not excused from being guilty of homicide. Reply to Obj. 2: He that strikes a woman with child does something unlawful. Wherefore, if there results the death either of the woman or of the animated fetus, he will not be excused from homicide, especially seeing that death is the natural result of such a blow. Reply to Obj. 3: According to the canons, a penalty is inflicted on those who cause death unintentionally through doing something unlawful, or failing to take sufficient care. End of question 64. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 65 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 65. Of other injuries committed on the person, in 4 articles. We must now consider other sinful injuries committed on the person. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, the mutilation of members. Second, blows. Third, imprisonment. Fourth, whether the sins that consist in inflicting such like injuries are aggravated through being perpetrated on persons connected with others. First article, whether in some cases it may be lawful to maim anyone. Objection 1. It would seem that in no case can it be lawful to maim anyone. For Damascene says (De Fide Orth. 4:20) that sin consists in departing from what is according to nature, towards that which is contrary to nature. Now according to nature, it is appointed by God that a man's body should be entire in its members, and it is contrary to nature that it should be deprived of a member. Therefore it seems that it is always a sin to maim a person. Obj. 2: Further, as the whole soul is to the whole body, so are the parts of the soul to the parts of the body, according to De Anima ii, 1. But it is unlawful to deprive a man of his soul by killing him, except by public authority. Therefore neither is it lawful to maim anyone, except perhaps by public authority. Obj. 3: Further, the welfare of the soul is to be preferred to the welfare of the body. Now it is not lawful for a man to maim himself for the sake of the soul's welfare, since the Council of Nicaea punished those who castrated themselves that they might preserve chastity. Therefore it is not lawful for any other reason to maim a person. On the contrary, it is written (Exodus 21:24): "Eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot." I answer that, since a member is part of the whole human body, it is for the sake of the whole, as the imperfect for the perfect. Hence a member of the human body is to be disposed of according as it is expedient for the body. Now a member of the human body is of itself useful to the good of the whole body, yet accidentally it may happen to be hurtful, as when a decayed member is a source of corruption to the whole body. Accordingly, so long as a member is healthy and retains its natural disposition, it cannot be cut off without injury to the whole body. But as the whole of man is directed as to his end to the whole of the community of which he is a part, as stated above in Q. 61, A. 1, as well as in Q. 64, AA. 2 and 5, it may happen that although the removal of a member may be detrimental to the whole body, it may nevertheless be directed to the good of the community, in so far as it is applied to a person as a punishment for the purpose of restraining sin. Hence, just as by public authority a person is lawfully deprived of life altogether on account of certain more heinous sins, so is he deprived of a member on account of certain lesser sins. But this is not lawful for a private individual, even with the consent of the owner of the member, because this would involve an injury to the community, to whom the man and all his parts belong. If, however, the member be decayed, and therefore a source of corruption to the whole body, then it is lawful, with the consent of the owner of the member, to cut away the member for the welfare of the whole body, since each one is entrusted with the care of his own welfare. The same applies if it be done with the consent of the person whose business it is to care for the welfare of the person who has a decayed member. Otherwise it is altogether unlawful to maim anyone. Reply to Obj. 1: Nothing prevents that which is contrary to a particular nature from being in harmony with universal nature. Thus death and corruption, in the physical order, are contrary to the particular nature of the thing corrupted, although they are in keeping with universal nature. In like manner, to maim anyone, though contrary to the particular nature of the body of the person maimed, is nevertheless in keeping with natural reason in relation to the common good. Reply to Obj. 2: The life of the entire man is not directed to something belonging to man. On the contrary, whatever belongs to man is directed to his life. Hence in no case does it pertain to a person to take anyone's life, except to the public authority to whom is entrusted the procuring of the common good. But the removal of a member can be directed to the good of one man, and consequently in certain cases can pertain to him. Reply to Obj. 3: A member should not be removed for the sake of the bodily health of the whole, unless otherwise nothing can be done to further the good of the whole. Now it is always possible to further one's spiritual welfare otherwise than by cutting off a member, because sin is always subject to the will, and consequently in no case is it allowable to maim oneself, even to avoid any sin whatever. Hence Chrysostom, in his exposition on Matthew 19:12, in his homily 42 on the Gospel of Matthew, "There are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven," says, "not by maiming themselves, but by destroying evil thoughts, for a man is accursed who maims himself, since they are murderers who do such things." And further on he says, "Nor is lust tamed thereby; on the contrary it becomes more importunate, for the seed springs in us from other sources, and chiefly from an incontinent purpose and a careless mind, and temptation is curbed not so much by cutting off a member as by curbing one's thoughts." Second article: Whether it is lawful for parents to strike their children, or masters their slaves? Objection 1: It would seem unlawful for parents to strike their children, or masters their slaves. For the Apostle says in Eph. 6:4, "You fathers, provoke not your children to anger," and further on in Eph. 9:6, "And you, masters, do the same thing to your slaves, forbearing threatenings." Now some are provoked to anger by blows, and become more troublesome when threatened. Therefore neither should parents strike their children, nor masters their slaves. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher says (Ethic. x, 9) that "a father's words are admonitory and not coercive." Now blows are a kind of coercion. Therefore it is unlawful for parents to strike their children. Obj. 3: Further, everyone is allowed to impart correction, for this belongs to the spiritual almsdeeds, as stated above (Q. 32, A. 2). If therefore it is lawful for parents to strike their children for the sake of correction, for the same reason it will be lawful for any person to strike anyone, which is clearly false. Therefore the same conclusion follows. On the contrary, it is written (Proverbs 13:24): "He that spareth the rod hateth his son," and further on (Proverbs 23:13): "Withhold not correction from a child, for if thou strike him with the rod, he shall not die. Thou shalt beat him with the rod, and deliver his soul from hell." Again it is written in Ecclesiasticus 33:28, "Torture and fetters are for a malicious slave." I answer that, Harm is done a body by striking it. Yet not so when it is maimed, since maiming destroys the body's integrity, while a blow merely affects the sense with pain, wherefore it causes much less harm than cutting off a member. Now it is unlawful to do a person a harm, except by way of punishment in the cause of justice. Again, no man justly punishes another, except one who is subject to his jurisdiction. Therefore it is not lawful for a man to strike another, unless he have some power over the one whom he strikes. And since the child is subject to the power of the parent, and the slave to the power of his master, a parent can lawfully strike his child, and a master his slave, that instruction may be enforced by correction. Reply Obj. 1: Since anger is a desire for vengeance, it is aroused chiefly when a man deems himself unjustly injured, as the Philosopher states in Rhet. ii. Hence when parents are forbidden to provoke their children to anger, they are not prohibited from striking their children for the purpose of correction, but from inflicting blows on them without moderation. The command that masters should forbear from threatening their slaves may be understood in two ways. First, that they should be slow to threaten, and this pertains to the moderation of correction. Secondly, that they should not always carry out their threats, that is, that they should sometimes, by a merciful forgiveness, temper the judgment whereby they threatened punishment. Reply Obj. 2: The greater power should exercise the greater coercion. Now just as a city is a perfect community, so the governor of a city has perfect coercive power, wherefore he can inflict irreparable punishments such as death and mutilation. On the other hand, the father and the master who preside over the family household, which is an imperfect community, have imperfect coercive power, which is exercised by inflicting lesser punishments, for instance by blows, which do not inflict irreparable harm. Reply Obj. 3: It is lawful for anyone to impart correction to a willing subject, but to impart it to an unwilling subject belongs to those only who have charge over him. To this pertains chastisement by blows. Third article: Whether it is lawful to imprison a man? Objection 1: It would seem unlawful to imprison a man. An act which deals with undue matter is evil in its genus, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 18, A. 2. Now man, having a free will, is undue matter for imprisonment, which is inconsistent with free will. Therefore it is unlawful to imprison a man. Obj. 2: Further, human justice should be ruled by divine justice. Now according to Ecclesiasticus 15:14, God left man in the hand of his own counsel. Therefore it seems that a man ought not to be coerced by chains or prisons. Obj. 3: Further, no man should be forcibly prevented except from doing an evil deed. And any man can lawfully prevent another from doing this. If, therefore, it were lawful to imprison a man, in order to restrain him from evil deeds, it would be lawful for anyone to put a man in prison. And this is clearly false. Therefore the same conclusion follows. On the contrary, we read in Leviticus 24 that a man was imprisoned for the sin of blasphemy. I answer that, in the goods of the body, three things may be considered in due order. First, the substantial integrity of the body, and this is injured by death or maiming. Secondly, pleasure or rest of the senses, and to this striking or anything causing a sense of pain is opposed. Thirdly, the movement or use of the members, and this is hindered by binding or imprisoning or any kind of detention. Therefore it is unlawful to imprison or in any way detain a man, unless it be done according to the order of justice, either in punishment or as a measure of precaution against some evil. Reply Obj. 1: A man who abuses the power entrusted to him deserves to lose it, and therefore when a man by sinning abuses the free use of his members, he becomes a fitting matter for imprisonment. Reply Obj. 2: According to the order of His wisdom, God sometimes restrains a sinner from accomplishing a sin, according to Job 5:12. Who bringeth to naught the designs of the malignant, so that their hand cannot accomplish what they had begun, while sometimes He allows them to do what they will. In like manner, according to human justice, men are imprisoned, not for every sin, but for certain ones. Reply Obj. 3: It is lawful for anyone to restrain a man for a time from doing some unlawful deed there and then, as when a man prevents another from throwing himself over a precipice, or from striking another. But to him alone who has the right of disposing in general of the actions and of the life of another does it belong primarily to imprison or fetter, because by so doing he hinders him from doing not only an evil, but also good deeds. Fourth article: Whether the sin is aggravated by the fact that the aforesaid injuries are perpetrated on those who are connected with others. Objection 1: It would seem that the sin is not aggravated by the fact that the aforesaid injuries are perpetrated on those who are connected with others. Such like injuries take their sinful character from inflicting an injury on another against his will. Now the evil inflicted on a man's own person is more against his will than that which is inflicted on a person connected with him. Therefore an injury inflicted on a person connected with another is less grievous. Obj. 2: Further, Holy Writ reproves those especially who do injuries to orphans and widows. Hence it is written (Ecclesiasticus 35:17): "He will not despise the prayers of the fatherless, nor the widow when she poureth out her complaint." Now the widow and the orphan are not connected with other persons. Therefore the sin is not aggravated through an injury being inflicted on one who is connected with others. Obj. 3: Further, the person who is connected has a will of his own, just as the principal person has, so that something may be voluntary for him and yet against the will of the principal person, as in the case of adultery, which pleases the woman, but not the husband. Now these injuries are sinful, in so far as they consist in an involuntary commutation. Therefore such like injuries are of a less sinful nature. On the contrary, it is written in Deuteronomy 28:32, as though indicating an aggravating circumstance: "Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given to another people, thy eyes looking on." I answer that, other things being equal, an injury is a more grievous sin according as it affects more persons: and hence it is that it is a more grievous sin to strike or injure a person in authority than a private individual, because it conduces to the injury of the whole community, as stated above in Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 73, A. 9. Now when an injury is inflicted on one who is connected in any way with another, that injury affects two persons, so that, other things being equal, the sin is aggravated by this very fact. It may happen, however, that in view of certain circumstances, a sin committed against one who is not connected with any other person is more grievous, on account of either the dignity of the person or the greatness of the injury. Reply Obj. 1: An injury inflicted on a person connected with others is less harmful to the persons with whom he is connected than if it were perpetrated immediately on them, and from this point of view it is a less grievous sin. But all that belongs to the injury of the person with whom he is connected is added to the sin of which a man is guilty through injuring the other one in himself. Reply Obj. 2: Injuries done to widows and orphans are more insisted upon, both through being more opposed to mercy, and because the same injury done to such persons is more grievous to them, since they have no one to turn to for relief. Reply Obj. 3: The fact that the wife voluntarily consents to the adultery lessens the sin and injury so far as the woman is concerned, for it would be more grievous if the adulterer oppressed her by violence. But this does not remove the injury as affecting her husband, since "the wife hath not power of her own body, but the husband," according to 1 Corinthians 7:4. The same applies to similar cases. Of adultery, however, as it is opposed not only to justice but also to chastity, we shall speak in the Treatise on Temperance, in Q. 154, A. 8. End of question 65. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 66 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 66 of Theft and Robbery, in 9 articles. We must now consider the sins opposed to justice, whereby a man injures his neighbor in his belongings, namely, theft and robbery. Under this head there are 9 points of inquiry. First, whether it is natural to man to possess external things. Second, whether it is lawful for a man to possess something as his own. Third, whether theft is the secret taking of another's property. Fourth, whether robbery is a species of sin distinct from theft. Fifth, whether every theft is a sin. Sixth, whether theft is a mortal sin. Seventh, whether it is lawful to thieve in a case of necessity. Eighth, whether every robbery is a mortal sin. Ninth, whether robbery is a more grievous sin than theft. First article: whether it is natural for man to possess external things. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not natural for man to possess external things. For no man should ascribe to himself that which is God's. Now the dominion over all creatures is proper to God, according to Psalm 23 verse 1. "The earth is the Lord's," etc. Therefore it is not natural for man to possess external things. Objection 2: Further, Basil, in expounding the words of the rich man (Luke 12:18, "I will gather all things that are grown to me, and my goods," says: "Tell me, which are thine? Where did you take them from, and bring them into being?" Now whatever man possesses naturally, he can fittingly call his own. Therefore man does not naturally possess external things. Obj. 3: Further, according to Ambrose (On the Trinity i), "dominion denotes power." But man has no power over external things, since he can work no change in their nature. Therefore the possession of external things is not natural to man. On the contrary, It is written (Psalm 8 verse 8), "Thou hast subjected all things under his feet." I answer that, External things can be considered in two ways. First, as regards their nature, and this is not subject to the power of man, but only to the power of God, whose mere will all things obey. Secondly, as regards their use, and in this way man has a natural dominion over external things, because, by his reason and will, he is able to use them for his own profit, as they were made on his account. For the imperfect is always for the sake of the perfect, as stated above in Q. 64, A. 1. It is by this argument that the Philosopher proves (Polit. i, 3) that the possession of external things is natural to man. Moreover, this natural dominion of man over other creatures, which is competent to man in respect of his reason, wherein God's image resides, is shown forth in man's creation (cf. Gen. 1:26) by the words, "Let us make man in our own image and likeness, and let him have dominion over the fishes of the sea," etc. Reply Obj. 1: God has sovereign dominion over all things, and He, according to His providence, directed certain things to the sustenance of man's body. For this reason man has a natural dominion over things, as regards the power to make use of them. Reply Obj. 2: The rich man is reproved for deeming external things to belong to him principally, as though he had not received them from another, namely from God. Reply Obj. 3: This argument considers the dominion over external things as regards their nature. Such a dominion belongs to God alone, as stated above. Second article: Whether it is lawful for a man to possess a thing as his own? Objection 1. It would seem unlawful for a man to possess a thing as his own. For whatever is contrary to the natural law is unlawful. Now, according to the natural law, all things are common property, and the possession of property is contrary to this community of goods. Therefore it is unlawful for any man to appropriate any external thing to himself. Obj. 2: Further, Basil, in expounding the words of the rich man quoted above (A. 1, ad 2), says: "The rich who deem as their own property the common goods they have seized upon, are like to those who by going beforehand to the play prevent others from coming, and appropriate to themselves what is intended for common use." Now it would be unlawful to prevent others from obtaining possession of common goods. Therefore it is unlawful to appropriate to oneself what belongs to the community. Obj. 3: Further, Ambrose says, and his words are quoted in the Decretals, "Let no man call his own that which is common property." And by common he means external things, as is clear from the context. Therefore it seems unlawful for a man to appropriate an external thing to himself. On the contrary, Augustine says on Heresies 40, "The Apostolici are those who with extreme arrogance have given themselves that name, because they do not admit into their communion persons who are married or possess anything of their own, such as both monks and clerics who in considerable number are to be found in the Catholic Church." Now the reason why these people are heretics was because, severing themselves from the Church, they think that those who enjoy the use of the above things, which they themselves lack, have no hope of salvation. Therefore it is erroneous to maintain that it is unlawful for man to possess property. I answer that, two things are competent to man in respect of exterior things. One is the power to procure and dispense them, and in this regard it is lawful for man to possess property. Moreover, this is necessary to human life for three reasons. First, because every man is more careful to procure what is for himself alone than that which is common to many or to all, since each one would shirk the labor and leave to another that which concerns the community, as happens where there is a great number of servants. Secondly, because human affairs are conducted in more orderly fashion if each man is charged with taking care of some particular thing himself, whereas there would be confusion if everyone had to look after any one thing indeterminately. Thirdly, because a more peaceful state is ensured to man if each one is contented with his own. Hence it is to be observed that quarrels arise more frequently where there is no division of the things possessed. The second thing that is competent to man with regard to external things is their use. In this respect, man ought to possess external things not as his own, but as common, so that, to wit, he is ready to communicate them to others in their need. Hence the Apostle says in 1 Timothy 6:17, 18, "Charge the rich of this world to give easily, to communicate it to others," etc. Reply to Obj. 1: Community of goods is ascribed to the natural law, not that the natural law dictates that all things should be possessed in common, and that nothing should be possessed as one's own. but because the division of possessions is not according to the natural law, but rather arose from human agreement, which belongs to positive law, as stated above in Q. 57, Articles 2 and 3. Hence the ownership of possessions is not contrary to the natural law, but an addition thereto devised by human reason. Reply Obj. 2: A man would not act unlawfully if by going beforehand to the play he prepared the way for others. But he acts unlawfully if by so doing he hinders others from going. In like manner, a rich man does not act unlawfully if he anticipates someone in taking possession of something which at first was common property, and gives others a share. But he sins if he excludes others indiscriminately from using it. Hence Basil says in his homily on Luke 12:18, "Why are you rich, while another is poor, unless it be that you may have the merit of a good stewardship, and he the reward of patience?" Reply Obj. 3: When Ambrose says, "Let no man call his own that which is common," he is speaking of ownership as regards use, wherefore he adds, "He who spends too much is a robber." Third article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 3] Whether the essence of theft consists in taking another's thing secretly? Objection 1: It would seem that it is not essential to theft to take another thing secretly. For that which diminishes a sin does not, apparently, belong to the essence of a sin. Now to sin secretly tends to diminish a sin, just as, on the contrary, it is written as indicating and aggravating circumstances of the sin of some, according to Isaiah 3:9: "They have proclaimed abroad their sin, as Sodom, and they have not hid it." Therefore it is not essential to theft that it should consist in taking another's thing secretly. Obj. 2: Further, Ambrose says, and his words are embodied in the Decretals, "It is no less a crime to take from him that has, than to refuse to succor the needy when you can and are well off." Therefore, just as theft consists in taking another's thing, so does it consist in keeping it back. Obj. 3: Further, a man may take by stealth from another even that which is his own, for instance, a thing that he has deposited with another, or that has been taken away from him unjustly. Therefore it is not essential to theft that it should consist in taking another's thing secretly. On the contrary, Isidore says in his Etymologies x, "Fur, thief, is derived from furvus, and from fuscus, dark, because he takes advantage of the night." I answer that, three things combine together to constitute theft. The first belongs to theft as being contrary to justice, which gives to each one that which is his, so that it belongs to theft to take possession of what is another's. The second thing belongs to theft as distinct from those sins which are committed against the person, such as murder and adultery, and in this respect it belongs to theft to be about a thing possessed. For if a man takes what is another's not as a possession but as a part, for instance, if he amputates a limb, or as a person connected with him, for instance, if he carry off his daughter or his wife, it is not strictly speaking a case of theft. The third difference is that which completes the nature of theft, and consists in a thing being taken secretly, and in this respect it belongs properly to theft that it consists in taking another's thing secretly. Reply to Obj. 1: Secrecy is sometimes a cause of sin, as when a man employs secrecy in order to commit a sin, for instance in fraud and guile. In this way it does not diminish sin, but constitutes a species of sin, and thus it is in theft. In another way, secrecy is merely a circumstance of sin, and thus it diminishes sin, both because it is a sign of shame and because it removes scandal. Reply to Obj. 2: To keep back what is due to another inflicts the same kind of injury as taking a thing unjustly. Wherefore an unjust detention is included in an unjust taking. Reply to Obj. 3: Nothing prevents that which belongs to one person simply, from belonging to another in some respect. Thus a deposit belongs simply to the depositor, but with regard to its custody it is the depositary's, and the thing stolen is the thief's, not simply, but as regards its custody. Fourth article: Whether theft and robbery are sins of different species. Objection 1: It would seem that theft and robbery are not sins of different species. For theft and robbery differ as secret and manifest, because theft is taking something secretly, while robbery is to take something violently and openly. Now in the other kinds of sins, the secret and the manifest do not differ specifically. Therefore theft and robbery are not different species of sin. Obj. 2: Further, moral actions take their species from the end, as stated above in the Prima Secundae, Q. 1, A. 3, as well as in Q. 18, A. 6. Now theft and robbery are directed to the same end, viz. the possession of another's property. Therefore they do not differ specifically. Obj. 3: Further, just as a thing is taken by force for the sake of possession, so is a woman taken by force for pleasure. Wherefore Isidore says (Etym. x) that "he who commits a rape is called a corrupter, and the victim of the rape is said to be corrupted." Now it is a case of rape whether the woman be carried off publicly or secretly. Therefore the thing appropriated is said to be taken by force, whether it be done secretly or publicly. Therefore theft and robbery do not differ. On the contrary, the Philosopher (Ethic. v, 2) distinguishes theft from robbery, and states that theft is done in secret, but that robbery is done openly. I answer that, theft and robbery are vices contrary to justice, inasmuch as one man does another an injustice. Now no man suffers an injustice willingly, as stated in Ethic. v, 9. Wherefore theft and robbery derive their sinful nature through the taking being involuntary on the part of the person from whom something is taken. Now the involuntary is twofold, namely, through violence and through ignorance, as stated in Ethic. iii, 1. Therefore the sinful aspect of robbery differs from that of theft, and consequently they differ specifically. Reply to Obj. 1: In the other kinds of sin, the sinful nature is not derived from something involuntary, as in the sins opposed to justice, and so where there is a different kind of involuntary, there is a different species of sin. Reply Obj. 2: The remote end of robbery and theft is the same. But this is not enough for identity of species, because there is a difference of proximate ends, since the robber wishes to take a thing by his own power, but the thief by cunning. Reply Obj. 3: The robbery of a woman cannot be secret on the part of the woman who is taken, wherefore even if it be secret as regards the others from whom she is taken, the nature of robbery remains on the part of the woman to whom violence is done. Fifth article: Whether theft is always a sin? Objection 1: It would seem that theft is not always a sin. For no sin is commanded by God, since it is written (Ecclesiasticus 15:21): "He hath commanded no man to do wickedly." Yet we find that God commanded theft, for it is written (Exodus 12:35, 36): "And the children of Israel did as the Lord had commanded Moses, and they stripped the Egyptians." Therefore theft is not always a sin. Obj. 2: Further, if a man finds a thing that is not his and takes it, he seems to commit a theft, for he takes another's property. Yet this seems lawful according to natural equity, as the jurists hold. Therefore it seems that theft is not always a sin. Obj. 3: Further, he that takes what is his own does not seem to sin, because he does not act against justice, since he does not destroy its equality. Yet a man commits a theft, even if he secretly take his own property that is detained by or in the safekeeping of another. Therefore it seems that theft is not always a sin. On the contrary, it is written (Exodus 20:15): "Thou shalt not steal." I answer that, if anyone consider what is meant by theft, he will find that it is sinful on two counts. First, because of its opposition to justice, which gives to each one what is his, so that for this reason theft is contrary to justice, through being a taking of what belongs to another. Secondly, because of the guile or fraud committed by the thief, by laying hands on another's property secretly and cunningly, wherefore it is evident that every theft is a sin. Reply Obj. 1: It is no theft for a man to take another's property either secretly or openly by order of a judge who has commanded him to do so, because it becomes his due by the very fact that it is adjudicated to him by the sentence of the court. Hence still less was it a theft for the Israelites to take away the spoils of the Egyptians at the command of the Lord, who ordered this to be done on account of the ill treatment accorded to them by the Egyptians without any cause. Wherefore it is written significantly (Wisdom 10:19): "The just took the spoils of the wicked." Reply Obj. 2: With regard to treasure trove, a distinction must be made. For some there are that were never in anyone's possession, for instance precious stones and jewels found on the seashore, and such the finder is allowed to keep. The same applies to treasure hidden underground long since and belonging to no man, except that, according to civil law, the finder is bound to give half to the owner of the land, if the treasure trove be in the land of another person. Hence in the parable of the Gospel (Matt. 13:44), It is said of the finder of the treasure hidden in a field that he bought the field, as though he purposed thus to acquire the right of possessing the whole treasure. On the other hand, the treasure trove may be nearly in someone's possession, and then if anyone take it with the intention, not of keeping it, but of returning it to the owner who does not look upon such things as unappropriated, he is not guilty of theft. In like manner, if the thing found appears to be unappropriated, and if the finder believes it to be so, although he keep it, he does not commit a theft. In any other case, the sin of theft is committed, wherefore Augustine says in a homily, "If thou hast found a thing, and not returned it, thou hast stolen it." Reply Obj. 3: He who by stealth takes his own property, which is deposited with another man, burdens the depositary, who is bound either to restitution or to prove himself innocent. Hence he is clearly guilty of sin, and is bound to ease the depositary of his burden. On the other hand, he who by stealth takes his own property, if this be unjustly detained by another, he sins indeed, yet not because he burdens the retainer, and so he is not bound to restitution or compensation. But he sins against general justice by disregarding the order of justice and usurping judgment concerning his own property. Hence he must make satisfaction to God, and endeavor to allay whatever scandal he may have given his neighbor by acting this way. Sixth article. Whether theft is a mortal sin? Objection 1. It would seem that theft is not a mortal sin. For it is written in Proverbs 6:30, "The fault is not so great when a man hath stolen." But every mortal sin is a great fault. Therefore theft is not a mortal sin. Objection 2: Further, mortal sin deserves to be punished with death. But in the law theft is punished, not by death, but by indemnity, according to Exodus 22:1. "If any man steal an ox or a sheep, he shall restore 2 oxen for 1 ox, and 4 sheep for 1 sheep." Therefore theft is not a mortal sin. Obj. 3: Further, theft can be committed in small even as in great things. But it seems unreasonable for a man to be punished with eternal death for the theft of a small thing, such as a needle or a quill. Therefore theft is not a mortal sin. On the contrary, no man is condemned by the divine judgment, save for a mortal sin. Yet a man is condemned for theft, according to Zechariah 5:3. "This is the curse that goeth forth over the face of the earth: for every thief shall be judged as is there written." Therefore theft is a mortal sin. I answer that, as stated above in Q. 59, A. 4, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 72, A. 5, a mortal sin is one that is contrary to charity as the spiritual life of the soul. Now charity consists principally in the love of God, and secondarily in the love of our neighbor, which is shown in our wishing and doing him well. But theft is a means of doing harm to our neighbor in his belongings, and if men were to rob one another habitually, human society would be undone. Therefore theft, as being opposed to charity, is a mortal sin. Reply Obj. 1. The statement that theft is not a great fault is in view of 2 cases. First, when a person is led to thieve through necessity, this necessity diminishes or entirely removes sin, as we shall show further on in Article 7. Hence the text continues, "For he stealeth to fill his hungry soul." Secondly, theft is stated not to be a great fault in comparison with the guilt of adultery, which is punished with death. Hence the text goes on to say of the thief that "if he be taken, he shall restore sevenfold, but he that is an adulterer shall destroy his own soul." Reply Obj. 2: The punishments of this life are medicinal rather than retributive. For retribution is reserved to the Divine judgment which is pronounced against sinners, according to truth (Rom. 2:2). Wherefore, according to the judgment of the present life, the death punishment is inflicted, not for every mortal sin, but only for such as inflict an irreparable harm, or again for such as contain some horrible deformity. Hence, according to the present judgment, the pain of death is not inflicted for theft which does not inflict an irreparable harm, except when it is aggravated by some grave circumstance, as in the case of sacrilege, which is the theft of a sacred thing, or of peculation, which is theft of common property, as Augustine states, and of kidnapping, which is a stealing of man, for which the pain of death is inflicted, according to Exodus 21:16. Reply Obj. 3: Reason accounts as nothing that which is little, so a man does not consider himself injured in very little matters, and the person who takes such things can presume that this is not against the will of the owner. And if a person take such like very little things, he may be proportionately excused from mortal sin. Yet, if his intention is to rob and injure his neighbor, there may be a mortal sin even in these very little things, even as there may be through consent in a mere thought. Seventh Article. Whether it is lawful to steal through stress of need? Objection 1: It would seem unlawful to steal through stress of need. For penance is not imposed except on one who has sinned. Now it is stated, "If anyone, through stress of hunger or nakedness, steal food, clothing, or beast, he shall do penance for 3 weeks." Therefore it is not lawful to steal through stress of need. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 6 that "there are some actions whose very name implies wickedness," and among these he reckons theft. Now that which is wicked in itself may not be done for a good end. Therefore a man cannot lawfully steal in order to remedy a need. Obj. 3: Further, a man should love his neighbor as himself. Now according to Augustine (Against Lying, 7), it is unlawful to steal in order to succor one's neighbor by giving him an alms. Therefore neither is it lawful to steal in order to remedy one's needs. On the contrary, in cases of need, all things are common property, so that there would seem to be no sin in taking another's property, for need has made it common. I answer that, things which are of human right cannot derogate from natural right or divine right. Now according to the natural order established by divine providence, inferior things are ordained for the purpose of succoring man's needs by their means. Wherefore the division and appropriation of things which are based on human law do not preclude the fact that man's needs have to be remedied by means of these very things. Hence, whatever certain people have in superabundance is due, by natural law, to the purpose of succoring the poor. For this reason, Ambrose says, and his words are embodied in the Decretals, "It is the hungry man's bread that you withhold, the naked man's cloak that you store away. The money that you bury in the earth is the price of the poor man's ransom and freedom." Since, however, there are many who are in need, while it is impossible for all to be succored by means of the same thing, each one is entrusted with the stewardship of his own things, so that out of them he may come to the aid of those who are in need. Nevertheless, if the need be so manifest and urgent that it is evident that the present need must be remedied by whatever means be at hand, for instance when a person is in some imminent danger, and there is no other possible remedy, then it is lawful for a man to succor his own need by means of another's property, by taking it either openly or secretly. Nor is this, properly speaking, theft or robbery. Reply to Obj. 1: This decretal considers cases where there is no urgent need. Reply to Obj. 2: It is not theft, properly speaking, to take secretly and use another's property in a case of extreme need, because that which he takes for the support of his life becomes his own property by reason of that need. Reply to Obj. 3: In a case of a like need, a man may also take secretly another's property in order to succor his neighbor in need. Eighth Article. Whether robbery may be committed without sin? Objection 1: It would seem that robbery may be committed without sin. For spoils are taken by violence, and this seems to belong to the essence of robbery, according to what has been said in Article 4. Now, it is lawful to take spoils from the enemy, for Ambrose says, "When the conqueror has taken possession of the spoils, military discipline demands that all should be reserved for the sovereign, in order, to wit, that he may distribute them. Therefore, in certain cases, robbery is lawful." Obj. 2: Further, it is lawful to take from a man what is not his. Now the things which unbelievers have are not theirs, for Augustine says, "You falsely call things your own, for you do not possess them justly, and according to the laws of earthly kings you are commanded to forfeit them." Therefore it seems that one may lawfully rob unbelievers. Obj. 3: Further, earthly princes violently extort many things from their subjects, and this seems to savor of robbery. Now, it would seem a grievous matter to say that they sin in acting thus, for in that case nearly every prince would be damned. Therefore, in some cases, robbery is lawful. On the contrary, whatever is taken lawfully may be offered to God in sacrifice and oblation. Now this cannot be done with the proceeds of robbery, according to Isaiah 61:8. "I am the Lord that love judgment, and hate robbery in a holocaust." Therefore it is not lawful to take anything by robbery. I answer that, Robbery implies a certain violence and coercion employed in taking unjustly from a man that which is his. Now in human society no man can exercise coercion except through public authority, and consequently if a private individual, not having public authority, takes another's property by violence, he acts unlawfully and commits a robbery, as burglars do. As regards princes, the public power is entrusted to them that they may be the guardians of justice. Hence it is unlawful for them to use violence or coercion save within the bounds of justice, either by fighting against the enemy or against the citizens, by punishing evildoers. And whatever is taken by violence of this kind is not the spoils of robbery, since it is not contrary to justice. On the other hand, to take other people's property violently and against justice, in the exercise of public authority, is to act unlawfully and to be guilty of robbery, and whoever does so is bound to restitution. Reply to Obj. 1: A distinction must be made in the matter of spoils. For if they who take spoils from the enemy are waging a just war, such things as they seize in the war become their own property. This is no robbery, so that they are not bound to restitution. Nevertheless, even they who are engaged in a just war may sin in taking spoils through cupidity arising from an evil intention, if, to wit, they fight chiefly not for justice but for spoil. For Augustine says in a homily that "it is sin to fight for booty." If, however, those who take the spoil are waging an unjust war, they are guilty of robbery and are bound to restitution. Reply to Obj. 2: Unbelievers possess their goods unjustly in so far as they are ordered by the laws of earthly princes to forfeit those goods. Hence these may be taken violently from them, not by private but by public authority. Reply to Obj. 3: It is no robbery if princes exact from their subjects that which is due to them for the safeguarding of the common good, even if they use violence in so doing. But if they extort something unduly by means of violence, it is robbery even as burglary is. Hence Augustine says (De Civ. Dei iv, 4): "If justice be disregarded, what is a king but a mighty robber? Since what is a robber but a little king?" And it is written (Ezekiel 22:27): "Her princes in the midst of her are like wolves ravening the prey." Wherefore they are bound to restitution, just as robbers are, and by so much do they sin more grievously than robbers, as their actions are fraught with greater and more universal danger to public justice, whose wardens they are. Ninth Article. Whether theft is a more grievous sin than robbery? Objection 1: It would seem that theft is a more grievous sin than robbery. For theft adds fraud and guile to the taking of another's property, and these things are not found in robbery. Now fraud and guile are sinful in themselves, as stated above (Q. 55, AA. 4 and 5). Therefore theft is a more grievous sin than robbery. Obj. 2: Further, shame is fear about a wicked deed, as stated in Ethic. iv, 9. Now men are more ashamed of theft than of robbery. Therefore theft is more wicked than robbery. Obj. 3: Further, the more persons a sin injures, the more grievous it would seem to be. Now the great and the lowly may be injured by theft, whereas only the weak can be injured by robbery, since it is possible to use violence towards them. Therefore the sin of theft seems to be more grievous than the sin of robbery. On the contrary, according to the laws, robbery is more severely punished than theft. I answer that, robbery and theft are sinful, as stated above in Articles 4 and 6, on account of the involuntariness on the part of the person from whom something is taken. Yet so that in theft the involuntariness is due to ignorance, whereas in robbery it is due to violence. Now a thing is more involuntary through violence than through ignorance, because violence is more directly opposed to the will than ignorance. Therefore robbery is a more grievous sin than theft. There is also another reason, since robbery not only inflicts a loss on a person in his things, but also conduces to the ignominy and injury of his person, and this is of graver import than fraud or guile which belong to theft. Hence the reply to the first objection is evident. Reply to Obj. 2. Men who adhere to sensible things think more of external strength, which is evidenced in robbery, than of internal virtue, which is forfeit through sin. Wherefore they are less ashamed of robbery than of theft. Reply to Obj. 3. Although more persons may be injured by theft than by robbery, yet more grievous injuries may be inflicted by robbery than by theft, for which reason also robbery is more odious. End of question 66. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 67 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 67 of the injustice of a judge in judging, in 4 articles. We must now consider those vices opposed to commutative justice, that consist in words injurious to our neighbors. We shall consider 1. Those which are connected with judicial proceedings, and 2. Injurious words uttered extrajudicially. Under the first head 5 points occur for our consideration. 1. The injustice of a judge in judging. 2. The injustice of the prosecutor in accusing. 3. The injustice of the defendant in defending himself. 4. The injustice of the witnesses in giving evidence. 5. The injustice of the advocate in defending. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether a man can justly judge one who is not his subject. 2. Whether it is lawful for a judge, on account of the evidence, to deliver judgment in opposition to the truth which is known to him. Third, whether a judge can justly sentence a man who is not accused. Fourth, whether he can justly remit the punishment. First article. Whether a man can justly judge one who is not subject to his jurisdiction. Objection 1. It would seem that a man can justly judge one who is not subject to his jurisdiction. For it is stated in Daniel 13 that Daniel sentenced the ancients who were convicted of bearing false witness. But these ancients were not subject to Daniel. Indeed, they were judges of the people. Therefore a man may lawfully judge one that is not subject to his jurisdiction. Obj. 2: Further, Christ was no man's subject. Indeed, he was "King of kings and Lord of lords," according to Apocalypse 19:16. Yet he submitted to the judgment of a man. Therefore it seems that a man may lawfully judge one that is not subject to his jurisdiction. Obj. 3: Further, according to the law, a man is tried in this or that court according to his kind of offense. Now sometimes the defendant is not the subject of the man whose business it is to judge in that particular place, for instance, when the defendant belongs to another diocese, or is exempt. Therefore it seems that a man may judge one that is not his subject. On the contrary, Gregory, in commenting on Deuteronomy 23:25, "If thou go into thy friend's corn," etc., says: "Thou mayest not put the sickle of judgment to the corn that is entrusted to another." I answer that, a judge's sentence is like a particular law regarding some particular fact. Wherefore, just as a general law should have coercive power, as the Philosopher states in Ethics x, 9, so too the sentence of a judge should have coercive power, whereby either party is compelled to comply with the judge's sentence, else the judgment would be of no effect. Now coercive power is not exercised in human affairs save by those who hold public authority, and those who have this authority are accounted the superiors of those over whom they preside, whether by ordinary or by delegated authority. Hence it is evident that no man can judge others than his subjects, and this in virtue either of delegated or of ordinary authority. Reply Obj. 1: In judging those ancients, Daniel exercised an authority delegated to him by divine instinct. This is indicated where it is said in Daniel 13:45 that "the Lord raised up the spirit of a young boy." Reply Obj. 2: In human affairs a man may submit of his own accord to the judgment of others, although these be not his superiors, an example of which is when parties agree to a settlement by arbitrators. Wherefore it is necessary that the arbitrator should be upheld by a penalty, since the arbitrators, through not exercising authority in the case, have not of themselves full power of coercion. Accordingly in this way did Christ of his own accord submit to human judgment, and thus too did Pope Leo submit to the judgment of the emperor. Reply Obj. 3: The bishop of the defendant's diocese becomes the latter's superior as regards the fault committed, even though he be exempt, unless perchance the defendant offend in a matter exempt from the bishop's authority, for instance, in administering the property of an exempt monastery. But if an exempt person commits a theft or a murder or the like, he may be justly condemned by the ordinary. Second article: Whether it is lawful for a judge to pronounce judgment against the truth that he knows, on account of evidence to the contrary. Objection 1: It would seem unlawful for a judge to pronounce judgment against the truth that he knows, on account of evidence to the contrary. For it is written (Deuteronomy 17:9): "Thou shalt come to the priests of the Levitical race, and to the judge that shall be at that time, and thou shalt ask of them, and they shall show thee the truth of the judgment." Now sometimes certain things are alleged against the truth, as when something is proved by means of false witnesses. Therefore it is unlawful for a judge to pronounce judgment according to what is alleged and proved in opposition to the truth which he knows. Obj. 2: Further, in pronouncing judgment, a man should conform to the divine judgment, since "it is the judgment of God," according to Deuteronomy 1:17. Now "the judgment of God is according to the truth," according to Romans 2:2. And it was foretold of Christ in Isaiah 11:3, 4: "He shall not judge according to the sight of the eyes, nor reprove according to the hearing of the ears, but he shall judge the poor with justice, and shall reprove with equity for the meek of the earth." Therefore the judge ought not to pronounce judgment according to the evidence before him, if it be contrary to what he knows himself. Obj. 3: Further, the reason why evidence is required in a court of law is that the judge may have a faithful record of the truth of the matter, wherefore in matters of common knowledge there is no need of judicial procedure, according to 1 Timothy 5:24: "Some men's sins are manifest, going before to judgment." Consequently, if the judge by his personal knowledge is aware of the truth, he should pay no heed to the evidence, but should pronounce sentence according to the truth which he knows. Obj. 4: Further, the word conscience denotes application of knowledge to a matter of action, as stated in the First Part (Q. 79, A. 13). Now it is a sin to act contrary to one's knowledge. Therefore a judge sins if he pronounces sentence according to the evidence but against his conscience of the truth. On the contrary, Augustine says in his commentary on the Psalter: "A good judge does nothing according to his private opinion, but pronounces sentence according to the law and the right." Now this is to pronounce judgment according to what is alleged and proved in court. Therefore a judge ought to pronounce judgment in accordance with these things, and not according to his private opinion. I answer that, as stated above in A. 1, as well as in Q. 60, AA. 2, 6, it is the duty of a judge to pronounce judgment, inasmuch as he exercises public authority, wherefore his judgment should be based on information acquired by him, not from his knowledge as a private individual, but from what he knows as a public person. Now the latter knowledge comes to him both in general and in particular. In general, through the public laws, whether divine or human, and he should admit no evidence that conflicts therewith. In some particular matter, through documents and witnesses, and other legal means of information, which, in pronouncing his sentence, he ought to follow rather than the information he has acquired as a private individual. And yet this same information may be of use to him, so that he can more rigorously sift the evidence brought forward, and discover its weak points. If, however, he is unable to reject that evidence juridically, he must, as stated above, follow it in pronouncing sentence. Reply to Obj. 1: The reason why, in the passage quoted, it is stated that the judges should first of all be asked their reasons, is to make it clear that the judges ought to judge the truth in accordance with the evidence. Reply to Obj. 2: To judge belongs to God in virtue of His own power, wherefore His judgment is based on the truth which He Himself knows, and not on the knowledge imparted by others. the same is to be said of Christ, who is true God and true man, whereas other judges do not judge in virtue of their own power, so that there is no comparison. Reply Obj. 3: The Apostle refers to the case where something is well known not to the judge alone, but both to him and to others, so that the guilty party can by no means deny his guilt, as in the case of notorious criminals, and is convicted at once from the evidence of the fact. If, on the other hand, it be well known to the judge but not to others, or to others but not to the judge, then it is necessary for the judge to sift the evidence. Reply Obj. 4: In matters touching his own person, a man must form his conscience from his own knowledge; but in matters concerning the public authority, he must form his conscience in accordance with the knowledge attainable in the public judicial procedure. Third article: Whether a judge may condemn a man who is not accused. Objection 1: It would seem that a judge may pass sentence on a man who is not accused. For human justice is derived from divine justice. Now God judges the sinner even though there be no accuser. Therefore it seems that a man may pass sentence of condemnation on a man even though there be no accuser. Obj. 2: Further, an accuser is required in judicial procedure in order that he may relate the crime to the judge. Now sometimes the crime may come to the judge's knowledge otherwise than by accusation, for instance, by denunciation, or by evil report, or through the judge himself being an eyewitness. Therefore a judge may condemn a man without there being an accuser. Obj. 3: Further, the deeds of holy persons are related in Holy Writ, as models of human conduct. Now Daniel was at the same time the accuser and the judge of the wicked ancients, according to Daniel 13. Therefore it is not contrary to justice for a man to condemn anyone as judge while being at the same time his accuser. On the contrary, Ambrose, in his commentary on 1 Corinthians 5:2, expounding the Apostle's sentence on the fornicator, says that a judge should not condemn without an accuser, since our Lord did not banish Judas, who was a thief, yet was not accused. I answer that a judge is an interpreter of justice. Wherefore, as the Philosopher says in Ethic. v, 4, "men have recourse to a judge as to one who is the personification of justice." Now, as stated above (Q. 58, A. 2), justice is not between a man and himself, but between one man and another. Hence a judge must needs judge between two parties, which is the case when one is the prosecutor and the other the defendant. Therefore in criminal cases the judge cannot sentence a man unless the latter has an accuser, according to Acts 25:16. "It is not the custom of the Romans to condemn any man, before that he who is accused have his accusers present, and have liberty to make his answer, to clear himself of the crimes of which he is accused." Reply Obj. 1: God, in judging man, takes the sinner's conscience as his accuser, according to Rom. 2:15, "Their thoughts between themselves accusing, or also defending one another." Or again, he takes the evidence of the fact as regards the deed itself, according to Gen. 4:10, "The voice of thy brother's blood crieth to me from the earth." Reply Obj. 2: Public disgrace takes the place of an accuser. Hence a gloss on Genesis 4:10, "The voice of thy brother's blood," etc., says: "There is no need of an accuser when the crime committed is notorious." In a case of denunciation, as stated above (Q. 33, A. 7), the amendment, not the punishment, of the sinner is intended: wherefore when a man is denounced for a sin, nothing is done against him but for him, so that no accuser is required. The punishment that is inflicted is on account of his rebellion against the Church, and since this rebellion is manifest, it stands instead of an accuser. The fact that the judge himself was an eyewitness does not authorize him to proceed to pass sentence except according to the order of judicial procedure. Reply Obj. 3: God, in judging man, proceeds from his own knowledge of the truth, whereas man does not, as stated above (A. 2). Hence a man cannot be accuser, witness, and judge at the same time, as God is. Daniel was at once accuser and judge, because he was the executor of the sentence of God, by whose instinct he was moved, as stated above (A. 1, ad 1). Fourth article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether the Judge Can Lawfully Remit the Punishment? Objection 1: It would seem that the judge can lawfully remit the punishment. For it is written (James 2:13): "Judgment without mercy shall be done to him that hath not done mercy." Now no man is punished for not doing what he cannot do lawfully. Therefore any judge can lawfully do mercy by remitting the punishment. Obj. 2: Further, human judgment should imitate the Divine judgment. Now God remits the punishment to sinners, because He desires not the death of the sinner, according to Ezechiel 18:23. Therefore a human judge also may lawfully remit the punishment to one who repents. Obj. 3: Further, it is lawful for anyone to do what is profitable to some one and harmful to none. Now the remission of his punishment profits the guilty man, and harms nobody. Therefore the judge can lawfully loose a guilty man from his punishment. On the contrary, It is written (Deuteronomy 13:8, 9) concerning anyone who would persuade a man to serve strange gods: "Neither let thy eye spare him to pity and conceal him, but thou shalt presently put him to death." And of the murderer it is written (Deuteronomy 19:12, 13): "He shall die, thou shalt not pity him." I answer that, as may be gathered from what has been said (AA. 2 and 3), with regard to the question in point, two things may be observed in connection with a judge. One is that he has to judge between accuser and defendant, while the other is that he pronounces the judicial sentence, in virtue of his power, not as a private individual, but as a public person. Accordingly, on two counts a judge is hindered from loosing a guilty person from his punishment. First, on the part of the accuser, whose right it sometimes is that the guilty party should be punished, for instance, on account of some injury committed against the accuser, because it is not in the power of a judge to remit such punishment, since every judge is bound to give each man his right. Secondly, he finds a hindrance on the part of the commonwealth, whose power he exercises, and to whose good it belongs that evildoers should be punished. Nevertheless, in this respect, there is a difference between judges of lower degree and the supreme judge, that is, the sovereign, to whom the entire public authority is entrusted. For the inferior judge has no power to exempt a guilty man from punishment against the laws imposed on him by his superior. Wherefore Augustine, in commenting on John 19:11, "Thou shouldest not have any power against me," says: "The power which God gave Pilate was such, that he was under the power of Caesar, so that he was by no means free to acquit the person accused." On the other hand, the sovereign who has full authority in the commonwealth can lawfully remit the punishment to a guilty person, provided the injured party consent to the remission, and that this do not seem detrimental to the public good. Reply Obj. 1: There is a place for the judge's mercy in matters that are left to the judge's discretion, because in like matters a good man is slow to punish, as the Philosopher states (Ethic. v, 10). But in matters that are determined in accordance with Divine or human laws, it is not left to him to show mercy. Reply Obj. 2: God has supreme power of judging, and it concerns Him whatever is done sinfully against anyone. Therefore He is free to remit the punishment, especially since punishment is due to sin chiefly because it is done against Him. He does not, however, remit the punishment, except in so far as it becomes His goodness, which is the source of all laws. Reply Obj. 3: If the judge were to remit punishment inordinately, he would inflict an injury on the community, for whose good it behooves ill deeds to be punished, in order that men may avoid sin. Hence the text, after appointing the punishment of the seducer, adds (Deut. 13:11): "That all Israel, hearing, may fear, and may do no more anything like this." He would also inflict harm on the injured person, who is compensated by having his honor restored in the punishment of the man who has injured him. End of question 67. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 68 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 68. Of matters concerning unjust accusation, in 4 articles. We must now consider matters pertaining to unjust accusation. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether a man is bound to accuse. Second, whether the accusation should be made in writing. Third, how is an accusation vitiated? Fourth, how should those be punished who have accused a man wrongfully? First article, whether a man is bound to accuse. Objection 1. It would seem that a man is not bound to accuse. For no man is excused on account of sin from fulfilling a divine precept, since he would thus profit by sin. Yet on account of sin, some are disqualified from accusing, such as those who are excommunicate, or of evil fame, or who are accused of grievous crimes, and are not yet proven to be innocent. Therefore, a man is not bound by a divine precept to accuse. Objection 2: Further, every duty depends on charity, which is the end of the precept. Wherefore it is written (Rom. 13:8): "Owe no man anything, but to love one another. Now that which belongs to charity is a duty that man owes to all, both of high and of low degree, both superiors and inferiors. Since therefore subjects should not accuse their superiors, nor persons of lower degree those of a higher degree, as shown in several chapters, it seems that it is no man's duty to accuse. Obj. 3: Further, no man is bound to act against the fidelity which he owes his friend, because he ought not to do to another what he would not have others do to him. Now to accuse anyone is sometimes contrary to the fidelity that one owes a friend, for it is written (Proverbs 11:13): "He that walketh deceitfully revealeth secrets, but he that is faithful concealeth the thing committed to him by his friend." Therefore a man is not bound to accuse. On the contrary, it is written (Leviticus 5:1): "If any one sin, and hear the voice of one swearing, and is a witness either because he himself hath seen or is privy to it, if he do not utter it, he shall bear his iniquity." I answer that, as stated above (Q. 33, Art. 6 and 7, as well as Q. 67, Art. 3, Second Reply), the difference between denunciation and accusation is that in denunciation we aim at a brother's amendment, whereas in accusation we intend the punishment of his crime. Now the punishments of this life are sought not for their own sake, because this is not the final time of retribution, but in their character of medicine, conducing either to the amendment of the sinner or to the good of the commonwealth, whose calm is ensured by the punishment of evildoers. The former of these is intended in denunciation, as stated, whereas the second regards properly accusation. Hence, in the case of a crime that conduces to the injury of the commonwealth, a man is bound to accusation, provided he can offer sufficient proof, since it is the accuser's duty to prove, as for example when anyone's sin conduces to the bodily or spiritual corruption of the community. If, however, the sin be not such as to affect the community, or if he cannot offer sufficient proof, a man is not bound to attempt to accuse, since no man is bound to do what he cannot duly accomplish. Reply Obj. 1: Nothing prevents a man being debarred by sin from doing what men are under an obligation to do, for instance, from meriting eternal life, and from receiving the sacraments of the Church. Nor does a man profit by this. Indeed, it is a most grievous fault to fail to do what one is bound to do, since virtuous acts are perfections of man. Reply Obj. 2: Subjects are debarred from accusing their superiors, if it is not the affection of charity but their own wickedness that leads them to defame and disparage the conduct of their superiors. Or again, if the subject who wishes to accuse his superior is himself guilty of crime. Otherwise, provided they be in other respects qualified to accuse, it is lawful for subjects to accuse their superiors out of charity. Reply Obj. 3: It is contrary to fidelity to make known secrets to the injury of a person, but not if they be revealed for the good of the community, which should always be preferred to a private good. Hence it is unlawful to receive any secret in detriment to the common good, and yet a thing is scarcely a secret when there are sufficient witnesses to prove it. Second article: Whether it is necessary for the accusation to be made in writing? Objection 1: It would seem unnecessary for the accusation to be made in writing. For writing was devised as an aid to the human memory of the past, but an accusation is made in the present. Therefore the accusation needs not to be made in writing. Obj. 2: Further, it is laid down that no man may accuse or be accused in his absence. Now writing seems to be useful in the fact that it is a means of notifying something to one who is absent, as Augustine declares (De Trin. x, 1). Therefore the accusation need not be in writing, and all the more that the canon declares that no accusation in writing should be accepted. Obj. 3: Further, a man's crime is made known by denunciation, even by as accusation. Now writing is unnecessary in denunciation. Therefore it is seemingly unnecessary in accusation. On the contrary, it is laid down in the Decretals that the role of accuser must never be sanctioned without the accusation be in writing. I answer that, as stated above in Q. 67, A. 3, when the process in a criminal case goes by way of accusation, the accuser is in the position of a party, so that the judge stands between the accuser and the accused for the purpose of the trial of justice, wherein it behooves one to proceed on certainties as far as possible. Since, however, verbal utterances are apt to escape one's memory, the judge would be unable to know for certain what had been said and with what qualifications, when he comes to pronounce sentence, unless it were drawn up in writing. Hence it has with reason been established that the accusation, as well as other parts of the judicial procedure, should be put into writing. Reply Obj. 1: Words are so many and so various that it is difficult to remember each one. A proof of this is the fact that if a number of people who have heard the same words be asked what was said, they will not agree in repeating them even after a short time. And since a slight difference of words changes the sense, even though the judge's sentence may have to be pronounced soon afterwards, the certainty of judgment requires that the accusation be drawn up in writing. Reply Obj. 2: Writing is needed not only on account of the absence of the person who has something to notify, or of the person to whom something is notified, but also on account of the delay of time as stated above in the first reply. Hence when the canon says, "Let no accusation be accepted in writing," it refers to the sending of an accusation by one who is absent, but it does not exclude the necessity of writing when the accuser is present. Reply Obj. 3: The denouncer does not bind himself to give proofs, wherefore he is not punished if he is unable to prove. For this reason writing is unnecessary in a denunciation, and it suffices that the denunciation be made verbally to the Church, who will proceed in virtue of her office to the correction of the brother. Third article: Whether an accusation is rendered unjust by calumny, collusion, or evasion? Objection 1: It would seem that an accusation is not rendered unjust by calumny, collusion, or evasion. For according to the Decretals, calumny consists in falsely charging a person with a crime. Now sometimes one man falsely accuses another of a crime through ignorance of fact which excuses him. Therefore it seems that an accusation is not always rendered unjust through being slanderous. Obj. 2: Further, it is stated by the same authority that collusion consists in hiding the truth about a crime. But seemingly this is not unlawful, because one is not bound to disclose every crime, as stated above in A. 1, as well as in Q. 33, A. 7. Therefore it seems that an accusation is not rendered unjust by collusion. Obj. 3: Further, it is stated by the same authority that Evasion consists in withdrawing altogether from accusation. But this can be done without injustice, for it is stated there also: "If a man repent of having made a wicked accusation and inscription in a matter which he cannot prove, and come to an understanding with the innocent party whom he has accused, let them acquit one another." Translators note the accuser was bound by Roman law to endorse (se inscribere) the writ of accusation. The effect of this endorsement or inscription was that the accuser bound himself, if he failed to prove the accusation, to suffer the same punishment as the accused would have to suffer if proved guilty. Therefore evasion does not render an accusation unjust. On the contrary, it is stated by the same authority: "The rashness of accusers shows itself in three ways: for they are guilty either of calumny, or of collusion, or of evasion." I answer that, as stated above (A. 1), accusation is ordered for the common good, which it aims at procuring by means of knowledge of the crime. Now no man ought to injure a person unjustly in order to promote the common good. Wherefore a man may sin in two ways when making an accusation: first, through acting unjustly against the accused, by charging him falsely with the commission of a crime, that is, by calumniating him; secondly, on the part of the commonwealth, whose good is intended chiefly in an accusation, when anyone with wicked intent hinders a sin being punished. This again happens in two ways: first, by having recourse to fraud in making the accusation. This belongs to collusion (prevaricatio), for "he that is guilty of collusion is like one who rides a straddle (varicator), because he helps the other party, and betrays his own side." Secondly, by withdrawing altogether from the accusation. This is evasion (tergiversatio), for by desisting from what he had begun he seems to turn his back (tergum vertere). Reply Obj. 1: A man ought not to proceed to accuse except of what he is quite certain about, wherein ignorance of fact has no place. Yet he who falsely charges another with a crime is not a calumniator unless he gives utterance to false accusations out of malice. For it happens sometimes that a man through levity of mind proceeds to accuse someone, because he believes too readily what he hears, and this pertains to rashness; while, on the other hand, sometimes a man is led to make an accusation on account of an error for which he is not to blame. All these things must be weighed according to the judge's prudence, lest he should declare a man to have been guilty of calumny, who through levity of mind or an error for which he is not to be blamed, has uttered a false accusation. Reply Obj. 2: Not everyone who hides the truth about a crime is guilty of collusion, but only he who deceitfully hides the matter about which he makes the accusation, by collusion with the defendant, dissembling his proofs, and admitting false excuses. Reply Obj. 3: Evasion consists in withdrawing altogether from the accusation by renouncing the intention of accusing, not anyhow but inordinately. There are two ways, however, in which a man may rightly desist from accusing without committing a sin. In one way, in the very process of accusation, if it come to his knowledge that the matter of his accusation is false, and then by mutual consent the accuser and the defendant acquit one another. In another way, if the accusation be quashed by the sovereign to whom belongs the care of the common good, which it is intended to procure by the accusation. Fourth Article. Whether an accuser who fails to prove his indictment is bound to the punishment of retaliation? Objection 1. It would seem that the accuser who fails to prove his indictment is not bound to the punishment of retaliation. For sometimes a man is led by a just error to make an accusation, in which case the judge acquits the accuser, as stated in the Decretals. Therefore the accuser who fails to prove his indictment is not bound to punishment of retaliation. Objection 2. Further, if the punishment of retaliation ought to be inflicted on one who has accused unjustly, this will be on account of the injury he has done to someone, but not on account of any injury done to the person of the accused, for in that case the sovereign could not remit this punishment, nor on account of an injury to the commonwealth, because then the accused could not acquit him. Therefore the punishment of retaliation is not due to one who has failed to prove his accusation. Obj. 3. Further, the one same sin does not deserve a twofold punishment, according to Nahum 1:9. God shall not judge the same thing a second time. But he who fails to prove his accusation incurs the punishment due to defamation, which punishment even the Pope seemingly cannot remit, according to a statement of Pope Gelasius. Although we are able to save souls by penance, we are unable to remove the defamation. Therefore he is not bound to suffer the punishment of retaliation. On the contrary, Pope Hadrian I says, in his chapter 52, "He that fails to prove his accusation must himself suffer the punishment which his accusation inferred." I answer that, as stated above in Article 2, in a case where the procedure is by way of accusation, the accuser holds the position of a party aiming at the punishment of the accused. Now the duty of the judge is to establish the equality of justice between them, and the equality of justice requires that a man should himself suffer whatever harm he has intended to be inflicted on another, according to Exodus 21:24, "Eye for eye, tooth for tooth." Consequently, it is just that he who by accusing a man has put him in danger of being punished severely should himself suffer a like punishment. Reply Obj. 1: As the Philosopher says (Ethic. v, 5), justice does not always require counterpassion, because it matters considerably whether a man injures another voluntarily or not. Voluntary injury deserves punishment; involuntary deserves forgiveness. Hence when the judge becomes aware that a man has made a false accusation, not with a mind to do harm, but involuntarily through ignorance or a just error, he does not impose the punishment of retaliation. Reply Obj. 2: He who accuses wrongfully sins both against the person of the accused and against the commonwealth, wherefore he is punished on both counts. This is the meaning of what is written in Deuteronomy 19:18-20. "And when, after most diligent inquisition, they shall find that the false witness hath told a lie against his brother, they shall render to him as he meant to do to his brother," and this refers to the injury done to the person. And afterwards, referring to the injury done to the commonwealth, the text continues, "And thou shalt take away the evil out of the midst of thee, that others hearing may fear, and may not dare to do such things." Specially, however, does he injure the person of the accused, if he accuse him falsely. Wherefore the accused, if innocent, may condone the injury done to himself, particularly if the accusation were made not calumniously, but out of levity of mind. But if the accuser desist from accusing an innocent man, through collusion with the latter's adversary, he inflicts an injury on the commonwealth, and this cannot be condoned by the accused, although it can be remitted by the sovereign who has charge of the commonwealth. Reply Obj. 3. The accuser deserves the punishment of retaliation in compensation for the harm he attempts to inflict on his neighbor, but the punishment of disgrace is due to him for his wickedness in accusing another man calumniously. Sometimes the sovereign remits the punishment, and not the disgrace, and sometimes he removes the disgrace also, wherefore the Pope also can remove this disgrace. When Pope Gelasius says, "We cannot remove the disgrace," he may mean either the disgrace attaching to the deed, infamia facti, or that sometimes it is not expedient to remove it, or again he may be referring to the disgrace inflicted by the civil judge, as Gratian states. End of question 68. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 69 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 69. Of sins committed against justice on the part of the defendant, in 4 articles. We must now consider those sins which are committed against justice on the part of the defendant. Under this head, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether it is a mortal sin to deny the truth which would lead to one's condemnation. Second, whether it is lawful to defend oneself with calumnies. Third, whether it is lawful to escape condemnation by appealing. Fourth, whether it is lawful for one who has been condemned to defend himself by violence, if he be able to do so. First article. Whether one can, without a mortal sin, deny the truth which would lead to one's condemnation. Objection 1. It would seem that one can, without a mortal sin, deny the truth which would lead to one's condemnation. For Chrysostom says in his Homily 31 on the letter to the Hebrews, "I do not say that you should lay bare your guilt publicly, nor accuse yourself before others." Now if the accused were to confess the truth in court, he would lay bare his guilt and be his own accuser. Therefore, he is not bound to tell the truth, and so he does not sin mortally if he tell a lie in court. Objection 2. Further, just as it is an officious lie when one tells a lie in order to rescue another man from death, so it is an officious lie when one tells a lie in order to free oneself from death, since one is more bound towards oneself than towards another. Now, an officious lie is considered not a mortal but a venial sin. Therefore, if the accuser denies the truth in court, in order to escape death, he does not sin mortally. Objection 3. Further, every mortal sin is contrary to charity, as stated above in question 24, Article 12. But that the accused lie by denying himself to be guilty of the crime laid to his charge is not contrary to charity, neither as regards the love we owe God, nor as to the love due to our neighbor. Therefore, such a lie is not a mortal sin. On the contrary, whatever is opposed to the glory of God is a mortal sin, because we are bound by precept to do all to the glory of God, according to 1 Corinthians 10:31. Now it is to the glory of God that the accused confess that which is alleged against him, as appears from the word of Joshua to Achan. My son, give glory to the Lord God of Israel, and confess and tell me what thou hast done. Hide it not. Joshua 7:19. Therefore, it is a mortal sin to lie in order to cover one's guilt. I answer that whoever acts against the due order of justice sins mortally, as stated above in question 59, Article 4. Now it belongs to the order of justice that a man should obey his superior in those matters to which the rights of his authority extend. Again, the judge, as stated above in question 67, Article 1, is the superior in relation to the person whom he judges. Therefore, the accused is in duty bound to tell the judge the truth which the latter exacts from him according to the form of law. Hence, if he refuse to tell the truth which he is under obligation to tell, or if he mendaciously deny it, he sins mortally. If, on the other hand, the judge asks of him that which he cannot ask in accordance with the order of justice, the accused is not bound to satisfy him, and he may lawfully escape by appealing or otherwise. But it is not lawful for him to lie. Reply to Obj. 1. When a man is examined by the judge according to the order of justice, he does not lay bare his own guilt, but his guilt is unmasked by another, since the obligation of answering is imposed on him by one whom he is bound to obey. Reply to Obj. 2. To lie, with injury to another person, in order to rescue a man from death, is not a purely officious lie, for it has an admixture of the pernicious lie. And when a man lies in court in order to exculpate himself, he does an injury to one whom he is bound to obey, since he refuses him his due, namely, an avowal of the truth. Reply to Obj. 3. He who lies in court by denying his guilt acts both against the love of God to whom judgment belongs, and against the love of his neighbor, and this not only as regards the judge, to whom he refuses his due, but also as regards his accuser, who is punished if he fail to prove his accusation. Hence it is written in Psalm 140, verse 4, "Incline not my heart to evil words, to make excuses in sins," on which words a gloss says, "Shameless men are wont by lying to deny their guilt when they have been found out." And Gregory, in expounding upon Job chapter 31, verse 33, "If as a man I have hid my sin," says, "It is a common vice of mankind to sin in secret, by lying to hide the sin that has been committed, and when convicted to aggravate the sin by defending oneself." Second article. Whether it is lawful for the accused to defend himself with calumnies. Objection 1. It would seem lawful for the accused to defend himself with calumnies, because, according to civil law, when a man is on trial for his life, it is lawful for him to bribe his adversary. Now this is done chiefly by defending oneself with calumnies. Therefore, the accused who is on trial for his life does not sin if he defend himself with calumnies. Objection 2. Further, an accuser who is guilty of collusion with the accused is punishable by law. Yet no punishment is imposed on the accused for collusion with the accuser. Therefore, it would seem lawful for the accused to defend himself with calumnies. Objection 3. Further, it is written in Proverbs 14:16, "A wise man feareth and declineth from evil. The fool leapeth over and is confident." Now, what is done wisely is no sin. Therefore, no matter how a man declines from evil, he does not sin. On the contrary, in criminal cases, an oath has to be taken against calumnious allegations, and this would not be the case if it were lawful to defend oneself with calumnies. Therefore, it is not lawful for the accused to defend himself with calumnies. I answer that it is one thing to withhold the truth, and another to utter a falsehood. The former is lawful sometimes, for a man is not bound to divulge all truth, but only such as the judge can and must require of him according to the order of justice, as, for instance, when the accused is already disgraced through the commission of some crime, or certain indications of his guilt have already been discovered, or again when his guilt is already more or less proven. On the other hand, it is never lawful to make a false declaration. As regards what he may do lawfully, a man can employ either lawful means, and such as are adapted to the end in view, which belongs to prudence. Or he can use unlawful means, unsuitable to the proposed end, and this belongs to craftiness, which is exercised by fraud and guile, as shown above in question 55, Articles 3 and following. His conduct in the former case is praiseworthy, in the latter sinful. Accordingly, it is lawful for the accused to defend himself by withholding the truth that he is not bound to avow, by suitable means, for instance, by not answering such questions as he is not bound to answer. This is not to defend himself with calumnies, but to escape prudently. But it is unlawful for him either to utter a falsehood, or to withhold a truth that he is bound to avow, or to employ guile or fraud, because fraud and guile have the force of a lie, and so to use them would be to defend oneself with calumnies. Reply to Objection 1. Human laws leave many things unpunished, which according to the divine judgment are sins, as, for example, simple fornication. Because human law does not exact perfect virtue from man, for such virtue belongs to few, and cannot be found in so great a number of people as human law has to direct. That a man is sometimes unwilling to commit a sin in order to escape the death of the body, the danger of which threatens the accused who is on trial for his life, is an act of perfect virtue, since "death is the most fearful of all temporal things," according to Ethics 3:6. Wherefore, if the accused, who is on trial for his life, bribes his adversary, he sins indeed by inducing him to do what is unlawful, yet the civil law does not punish this sin, and in this sense it is said to be lawful. Reply to Objection 2. If the accuser is guilty of collusion with the accused, and the latter is guilty, he incurs punishment, and so it is evident that he sins. Wherefore, since it is a sin to induce a man to sin, or to take part in a sin in any way, for the Apostle says in Romans 1:32 that "they are worthy of death that consent to those who sin," it is evident that the accused also sins if he is guilty of collusion with his adversary. Nevertheless, according to human laws, no punishment is inflicted on him for the reason given above. Reply to Objection 3. The wise man hides himself not by slandering others, but by exercising prudence. Third article. Whether it is lawful for the accused to escape judgment by appealing. Objection 1. it would seem unlawful for the accused to escape judgment by appealing. The Apostle says in Romans 13:1, "Let every soul be subject to the higher powers." Now the accused, by appealing, refuses to be a subject to a higher power, notably the judge. Therefore he commits a sin. Objection 2. Further, ordinary authority is more binding than that which we choose for ourselves. Now, according to the Decretals, it is unlawful to appeal from the judges chosen by common consent. Much less, therefore, is it lawful to appeal from ordinary judges. Objection 3. Further, whatever is lawful once is always lawful. But it is not lawful to appeal after the 10th day, nor a third time on the same point, according to the canons. Therefore, it would seem that an appeal is unlawful in itself. On the contrary, Paul appealed to Caesar. Confer Acts chapter 25. I answer that there are two motives for which a man appeals. First, through confidence in the justice of his cause, seeing that he is unjustly oppressed by the judge, and then it is lawful for him to appeal, because this is a prudent means of escape. Hence it is laid down in the Decretals, "All those who are opposed are free, if they so wish, to appeal to the judgment of the priests, and no man may stand in their way." Secondly, a man appeals in order to cause a delay, lest a just sentence be pronounced against him. This is to defend oneself calumniously, and is unlawful as stated above in Article 2. For he inflicts an injury both on the judge, whom he hinders in the exercise of his office, and on his adversary, whose justice he disturbs as far as he is able. Hence it is laid down, "Without doubt, a man should be punished if his appeal be declared unjust." Reply to Objection 1. A man should submit to the lower authority insofar as the latter observes the order of the higher authority. If the lower authority departs from the order of the higher, we ought not to submit to it. For instance, if the proconsul order one thing and the emperor another, according to a gloss on Romans 13:2. Now, when a judge oppresses anyone unjustly, in this respect he departs from the order of the higher authority, whereby he is obliged to judge justly. Hence it is lawful for a man who is oppressed unjustly to have recourse to the authority of the higher power, by appealing either before or after sentence has been pronounced. And since it is to be presumed that there is no rectitude where true faith is lacking, it is unlawful for a Catholic to appeal to an unbelieving judge, according to the decretal Catholicus. "The Catholic who appeals to the decision of a judge of another faith shall be excommunicated, whether his case be just or unjust." Hence the Apostle also rebuked those who went to law before unbelievers, in 1 Corinthians 6:6. Reply to Objection 2. It is due to a man's own fault or neglect that, of his own accord, he submits to the judgment of one in whose justice he has no confidence. Moreover, it would seem to point to levity of mind for a man not to abide by what he has once approved of. Hence it is with reason that the law refuses us the faculty of appealing from the decision of judges of our own choice, who have no power save by virtue of the consent of the litigants. On the other hand, the authority of an ordinary judge depends not on the consent of those who are subject to his judgment, but on the authority of the king or prince who appointed him. Hence, as a remedy against his unjust oppression, the law allows one to have recourse to appeal, so that even if the judge be at the same time ordinary and chosen by the litigants, it is lawful to appeal from his decision, since seemingly his ordinary authority occasioned his being chosen as arbitrator. Nor is it to be imputed as a fault to the man who consented to his being arbitrator, without adverting to the fact that he was appointed ordinary judge by the prince. Reply to Obj. 3. The equity of the law so guards the interests of the one party that the other is not oppressed. Thus it allows 10 days for appeal to be made, this being considered sufficient time for deliberating on the expediency of an appeal. If, on the other hand, there were no fixed time limit for appealing, the certainty of judgment would ever be in suspense, so that the other party would suffer an injury. The reason why it is not allowed to appeal a third time on the same point is that it is not probable that the judges would fail to judge justly so many times. Fourth Article. Whether a man who is condemned to death may lawfully defend himself if he can. Objection 1. It would seem that a man who is condemned to death may lawfully defend himself if he can. For it is always lawful to do that to which nature inclines us, as being of natural right, so to speak. Now, to resist corruption is an inclination of nature, not only in men and animals, but also in things devoid of sense. Therefore, if he can do so, the accused, after condemnation, may lawfully resist being put to death. Objection 2 further. Just as a man, by resistance, escapes the death to which he has been condemned, so does he by flight. Now, it is lawful seemingly to escape death by flight, according to Ecclesiasticus 9:18, "Keep thee far from the man that hath power to kill, and not to quicken." Therefore, it is also lawful for the accused to resist. Objection 3 further. It is written in Proverbs 24:11, "Deliver them that are led to death, and those that are drawn to death forbear not to deliver." Now a man is under greater obligation to himself than to another. Therefore, it is lawful for a condemned man to defend himself from being put to death. On the contrary, the Apostle says in Romans 13, verse 2, "He that resisteth the power resisteth the ordinance of God, and they that resist purchase to themselves damnation." Now, a condemned man, by defending himself, resists the power in the point of its being ordained by God, for the punishment of evildoers and for the praise of the good. Confer 1 Peter 2:14. Therefore, he sins in defending himself. I answer that a man may be condemned to death in 2 ways. First, justly, and then it is not lawful for the condemned to defend himself, because it is lawful for the judge to combat his resistance by force, so that on his part the fight is unjust, and consequently without any doubt he sins. Secondly, a man is condemned unjustly, and such a sentence is like the violence of robbers, according to Ezekiel 22:21. "Her princes in the midst of her are like wolves, ravening the prey to shed blood." Wherefore, even as it is lawful to resist robbers, so is it lawful, in a like case, to resist wicked princes, except perhaps in order to avoid scandal, when some grave disturbance might be feared to arise. Reply to Objection 1. Reason was given to man that he might ensue those things to which his nature inclines, not in all cases, but in accordance with the order of reason. Hence, not all self-defense is lawful, but only such as is accomplished with due moderation. Reply to Obj. 2. When a man is condemned to death, he has not to kill himself, but to suffer death. Wherefore he is not bound to do anything from which death would result, such as to stay in the place whence he would be led to execution. But he may not resist those who lead him to death, in order that he may not suffer what is just for him to suffer. Even so, if a man were condemned to die of hunger, he does not sin if he partakes of food brought to him secretly, because to refrain from taking it would be to kill himself. Reply to Obj. 3. This saying of the wise man does not direct that one should deliver a man from death in opposition to the order of justice. Wherefore, neither should a man deliver himself from death by resisting against justice. End of question 69. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 70 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 70. Of injustice with regard to the person of the witness, in 4 articles. We must now consider injustice with regard to the person of the witness. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether a man is bound to give evidence. Second, whether the evidence of 2 or 3 witnesses suffices. Third, whether a man's evidence may be rejected without any fault on his part. Fourth, whether it is a mortal sin to bear false witness. First article, whether a man is bound to give evidence. Objection 1. It would seem that a man is not bound to give evidence. Augustine says in his Questions on Genesis 1:26 that when Abraham said of his wife, in Genesis chapter 20, verse 2, "She is my sister," he wished the truth to be concealed and not a lie be told. Now, by hiding the truth, a man abstains from giving evidence. Therefore, a man is not bound to give evidence. Objection 2. Further, no man is bound to act deceitfully. Now it is written in Proverbs 11:13, "He that walketh deceitfully revealeth secrets, but he that is faithful concealeth the thing committed to him by his friend." Therefore, a man is not always bound to give evidence, especially on matters committed to him as a secret by a friend. Objection 3. Further, clerics and priests, more than others, are bound to those things that are necessary for salvation. Yet clerics and priests are forbidden to give evidence when a man is on trial for his life. Therefore, it is not necessary for salvation to give evidence. On the contrary, Augustine says, "Both he who conceals the truth and he who tells a lie are guilty. The former, because he is unwilling to do good, the latter, because he desires to hurt." I answer that we must make a distinction in the matter of giving evidence, because sometimes a certain man's evidence is necessary, and sometimes not. If the necessary evidence is that of a man subject to a superior whom, in matters pertaining to justice, he is bound to obey, Without doubt, he is bound to give evidence on those points which are required of him in accordance with the order of justice, for instance, on manifest things or when ill report has preceded. If, however, he is required to give evidence on other points, for instance, secret matters, and those of which no ill report has preceded, he is not bound to give evidence. On the other hand, if his evidence be required by authority of a superior whom he is bound to obey, we must make a distinction. Because if his evidence is required in order to deliver a man from an unjust death or any other penalty, or from false defamation or some loss, in such cases he is bound to give evidence. Even if his evidence is not demanded, he is bound to do what he can to declare the truth to someone who may profit thereby. For it is written in Psalm 81, verse 4, "Rescue the poor, and deliver the needy from the hand of the sinner," and in Proverbs 24:11, "Deliver them that are led to death," and in Romans 1, verse 32, "They are worthy of death, not only they that do them, but they also that consent to them that do them," on which words a gloss says, "To be silent when one can disprove is to consent." In matters pertaining to a man's condemnation, one is not bound to give evidence, except when one is constrained by a superior in accordance with the order of justice, since if the truth of such a matter be concealed, no particular injury is inflicted on anyone. Or, if some danger threatens the accuser, it matters not, since he risked the danger of his own accord, whereas it is different with the accused who incurs the danger against his will. Reply to Obj. 1. Augustine is speaking of concealment of the truth in a case when a man is not compelled by his superior's authority to declare the truth, and when such concealment is not specially injurious to any person. Reply to Obj. 2. A man should by no means give evidence on matters secretly committed to him in confession, because he knows such things not as man but as God's minister, and the sacrament is more binding than any human precept. But as regards matters committed to man in some other way under secrecy, we must make a distinction. Sometimes they are of such a nature that one is bound to make them known as soon as they come to our knowledge, for instance, if they conduce to the spiritual or corporal corruption of the community, or to some grave personal injury. In short, any like matter that a man is bound to make known either by giving evidence or by denouncing it. Against such a duty, a man cannot be obliged to act on the plea that the matter is committed to him under secrecy, for he would break the faith he owes to another. On the other hand, sometimes they are such as one is not bound to make known, so that one may be under obligation not to do so on account of their being committed to one under secrecy. In such a case, one is by no means bound to make them known, even if the superior should command, because to keep faith is of natural right, and a man cannot be commanded to do what is contrary to natural right. Reply to Obj. 3. It is unbecoming for ministers of the altar to slay a man or to cooperate in his slaying, as stated above, in question 64, Article 4. Hence, according to the order of justice, they cannot be compelled to give evidence when a man is on trial for his life. Second Article. Whether the evidence of 2 or 3 persons suffices. Objection 1. It would seem that the evidence of 2 or 3 persons is not sufficient. For judgment requires certitude. Now, certitude of the truth is not obtained by the assertions of 2 or 3 witnesses, For we read that Naboth was unjustly condemned on the evidence of 2 witnesses in 3 Kings 21. Therefore, the evidence of 2 or 3 witnesses does not suffice. Objection 2 further, in order for evidence to be credible, it must agree. But frequently the evidence of 2 or 3 disagrees in some point. Therefore, it is of no use for proving the truth in court. Objection 3 further, it is laid down in the Decretals. A bishop shall not be condemned save on the evidence of 72 witnesses, nor a cardinal priest of the Roman Church unless there be 64 witnesses, nor a cardinal deacon of the Roman Church unless there be 27 witnesses, nor a subdeacon, an acolyte, an exorcist, a reader, or a doorkeeper without 7 witnesses. Now the sin of one who is of higher dignity is more grievous, and consequently should be treated more severely. Therefore, neither is the evidence of 2 or 3 witnesses sufficient for the condemnation of other persons. On the contrary, it is written in Deuteronomy 17:6, "By the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses shall he die that is to be slain." And further on, in Deuteronomy 19:15, "In the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses every word shall stand." I answer that, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 1:3, we must not expect to find certitude equally in every matter. For in human acts, on which judgments are passed and evidence required, it is impossible to have demonstrative certitude, because they are about things contingent and variable. Hence the certitude of probability suffices, such as may reach the truth in the greater number of cases, although it fail in the minority. Now it is probable that the assertion of several witnesses contains the truth rather than the assertion of one, and since the accused is the only one who denies, while several witnesses affirm the same as the prosecutor, it is reasonably established, both by divine and by human law, that the assertion of several witnesses should be upheld. Now all multitude is comprised of 3 elements: the beginning, the middle, and the end. Wherefore, according to the Philosopher in On the Heavens 1:1, we reckon all and whole to consist of 3 parts. Now we have a triple voucher when 2 agree with the prosecutor, hence 2 witnesses are required, or, for the sake of greater certitude, 3, which is the perfect number. Wherefore it is written in Ecclesiastes 4:12, "A threefold cord is not easily broken." And Augustine, commenting on John 8:17, "The testimony of 2 men is true," says in his Tract 36 that "there is here a mystery by which we are given to understand that Trinity wherein is perpetual stability of truth." Reply to Obj. 1. No matter how great a number of witnesses may be determined, the evidence might sometimes be unjust, since it is written in Exodus 23:2, "Thou shalt not follow the multitude to do evil." And yet the fact that in so many it is not possible to have certitude without fear of error is no reason why we should reject the certitude which can probably be had through 2 or 3 witnesses, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 2. If the witnesses disagree in certain principal circumstances which change the substance of the fact, for instance in time, place, or persons, which are chiefly in question, their evidence is of no weight, because if they disagree in such things, each one would seem to be giving distinct evidence and to be speaking of different facts. For instance, one say that a certain thing happened at such and such a time or place, while another says it happened at another time or place. They seem not to be speaking of the same event. The evidence is not weakened if one witness says that he does not remember, while the other attests to a determinate time and place. And if on such points as these the witness for prosecution and defense disagree altogether, and if they be equal in number on either side and of equal standing, the accused should have the benefit of the doubt, because the judge ought to be more inclined to acquit than to condemn, except perhaps in favorable suits, such as pleading for liberty and the like. If, however, the witnesses for the same side disagree, the judge ought to use his own discretion in discerning which side to favor, by considering either the number of witnesses, or their standing, or the favorableness of the suit, or the nature of the business and of the evidence. Much more ought the evidence of one witness to be rejected if he contradict himself when questioned about what he has seen and about what he knows. Not, however, if he contradicts himself when questioned about matters of opinion and report, since he may be moved to answer differently according to the different things he has seen and heard. On the other hand, if there be discrepancy of evidence in circumstances not touching the substance of the fact, for instance, whether the weather were cloudy or fine, whether the house were painted or not, or such like matters, such discrepancy does not weaken the evidence, because men are not wont to take much notice of such things, wherefore they easily forget them. Indeed, a discrepancy of this kind renders the evidence more credible, as Chrysostom states in his first homily on Matthew, because if the witnesses agreed in every point, even in the minutest of details, they would seem to have conspired together to say the same thing. But this must be left to the prudent discernment of the judge. Reply to Obj. 3. This passage refers specially to the bishops, priests, deacons, and clerics of the Roman Church on account of its dignity, and this for 3 reasons. First, because in that church those men ought to be promoted, whose sanctity makes their evidence of more weight than that of many witnesses. Secondly, because those who have to judge other men often have many opponents on account of their justice, wherefore those who give evidence against them should not be believed indiscriminately, unless they be very numerous. Thirdly, because the condemnation of any one of them would detract in public opinion from the dignity and authority of that church, a result which would be more fraught with danger than if one were to tolerate a sinner in that same church, unless he were very notorious and manifest, so that a grave scandal would arise if he were tolerated. Third article: whether a man's evidence can be rejected without any fault of his. Objection 1. It would seem that a man's evidence ought not to be rejected except on account of some fault. For it is inflicted as a penalty on some that their evidence is inadmissible, as in the case of those who are branded with infamy. Now a penalty must not be inflicted save for a fault. Therefore, it would seem that no man's evidence ought to be rejected save on account of a fault. Objection 2. Further, God is to be presumed of everyone, unless the contrary appear. Now it pertains to a man's goodness that he should give true evidence. Since, therefore, there can be no proof of the contrary, unless there be some fault of his, it would seem that no man's evidence should be rejected save for some fault. Objection 3. Further, no man is rendered unfit for things necessary for salvation, except by some sin. But it is necessary for salvation to give true evidence, as stated above in Article 1. Therefore, no man should be excluded from giving evidence save for some fault. On the contrary, Gregory says, "As to the bishop who is said to have been accused by his servants, you are to know that they should by no means have been heard," which words are embodied in the Decretals. I answer that, as stated above in Article 2, the authority of evidence is not infallible but probable, and consequently the evidence for one side is weakened by whatever strengthens the probability of the other. Now, the reliability of a person's evidence is weakened, sometimes indeed on account of some fault of his, as in the case of unbelievers and persons of evil repute, as well as those who are guilty of a public crime, and who are not allowed even to accuse. Sometimes, without any fault on his part, and this owing either to a defect in the reason, as in the case of children, imbeciles, and women, or to personal feeling, as in the case of enemies or persons united by family or household ties, or again owing to some external condition, as in the case of poor people, slaves, and those who are under authority, concerning whom it is to be presumed that they might easily be induced to give evidence against the truth. Thus it is manifest that a person's evidence may be rejected either with or without some fault of his. Reply to Obj. 1. If a person is disqualified from giving evidence, this is done as a precaution against false evidence rather than as a punishment. Hence the argument does not prove. Reply to Obj. 2. Good is to be presumed of everyone unless the contrary appear, provided this does not threaten injury to another, because, in that case, one ought to be careful not to believe everyone readily, according to 1 John 4:1, "Believe not every spirit." Reply to Obj. 3. To give evidence is necessary for salvation, provided the witness be competent, and the order of justice observed. Hence nothing hinders certain persons being excused from giving evidence, if they be considered unfit according to the law. Fourth Article. Whether it is always a mortal sin to give false evidence. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not always a mortal sin to give false evidence. For a person may happen to give false evidence through ignorance of fact. Now such ignorance excuses from mortal sin. Therefore, the giving of false evidence is not always a mortal sin. Objection 2. Further, a lie that benefits someone and hurts no man is officious, and this is not a mortal sin. Now sometimes a lie of this kind occurs in false evidence, as when a person gives false evidence in order to save a man from death, or from an unjust sentence which threatens him through other false witnesses, or a perverse judge. Therefore, in such cases it is not a mortal sin to give false evidence. Objection 3. Further, a witness is required to take an oath in order that he may fear to commit a mortal sin of perjury. But this would not be necessary if it were already a mortal sin to give false evidence. Therefore, the giving of false evidence is not always a mortal sin. On the contrary, it is written in Proverbs 19:5, "A false witness shall not be unpunished." I answer that false evidence has a threefold deformity. The first is owing to perjury, since witnesses are admitted only on oath, and on this count it is always a mortal sin. Secondly, owing to the violation of justice, and on this account it is a mortal sin generically, even as any kind of injustice. Hence the prohibition of false evidence by the precept of the Decalogue is expressed in this form when it is said, in Exodus 20:16, "Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor." For one does nothing against a man by preventing him from doing someone an injury, but only by taking away his justice. Thirdly, owing to the falsehood itself, by reason of which every lie is a sin. On this account, the giving of false evidence is not always a mortal sin. Reply to Obj. 1. In giving evidence, a man ought not to affirm as certain, as though he knew it, that about which he is not certain, and he should confess his doubt in doubtful terms, and that which he is certain about in terms of certainty. Owing, however, to the frailty of the human memory, a man sometimes thinks he is certain about something that is not true, and then if, after thinking over the matter with due care, he deems himself certain about that false thing, he does not sin mortally if he asserts it, because the evidence which he gives is not directly and intentionally, but accidentally contrary to what he intends. Reply to Obj. 2. An unjust judgment is not a judgment, wherefore the false evidence given in an unjust judgment, in order to prevent injustice, is not a mortal sin by virtue of the judgment, but only by reason of the oath violated. Reply to Obj. 3. Men abhor chiefly those sins that are against God as being most grievous, and among them is perjury, whereas they do not abhor so much sins against their neighbor. Consequently, for the greater certitude of evidence, the witness is required to take an oath. End of question 70. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 71 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 71. Of injustice in judgment on the part of counsel, in 4 articles. We must now consider the injustice which takes place in judgment on the part of counsel, and under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether an advocate is bound to defend the suits of the poor. Second, whether certain persons should be prohibited from exercising the office of advocate. Third, whether an advocate sins by defending an unjust cause. Fourth, whether he sins if he accept a fee for defending a suit. First article. Whether an advocate is bound to defend the suits of the poor. Objection 1. It would seem that an advocate is bound to defend the suits of the poor. For it is written in Exodus 23:5, "If thou see the donkey of him that hateth thee underneath his burden, thou shalt not pass by, but shall lift him up with him." Now no less a danger threatens the poor man whose suit is being unjustly prejudiced, than if his donkey were to lie underneath its burden. Therefore, an advocate is bound to defend the suits of the poor. Objection 2. Further, Gregory says in homily, his 9th homily on the Gospel, "Let him that hath understanding beware lest he withhold his knowledge. Let him that hath abundance of wealth watch lest he slacken his merciful bounty. Let him who is a servant to art share his skill with his neighbor, let him who has an opportunity of speaking with the wealthy plead the cause of the poor. For the slightest gift you have received will be reputed a talent. Now, every man is bound, not to hide, but faithfully to dispense the talent committed to him, as evidenced by the punishment inflicted on the servant who hid his talent. Matthew 25:30. Therefore, an advocate is bound to plead for the poor. Objection 3. Further, the precept about performing works of mercy, being affirmative, is binding according to time and place, and this is chiefly in cases of need. Now it seems to be a case of need when the suit of a poor man is being prejudiced. Therefore, it seems that in such a case, an advocate is bound to defend the poor man's suit. On the contrary, he that lacks food is no less in need than he that lacks an advocate. Yet he that is able to give food is not always bound to feed the needy. Therefore, neither is an advocate always bound to defend the suits of the poor. I answer that, since defense of the poor man's suit belongs to the works of mercy, the answer to this inquiry is the same as the one given above with regard to the other works of mercy. Question 32, Articles 5 and 9. Now, no man is sufficient to bestow a work of mercy on all those who need it. Wherefore, as Augustine says, On Christian Doctrine 128, since one cannot do good to all, we ought to consider those chiefly who by reason of place, time, or any other circumstance, by a kind of chance are more closely united to us. He says, by reason of place, because one is not bound to search throughout the world for the needy, that one may succor them. And it suffices to do works of mercy to those one meets with. Hence it is written in Exodus 23:4, "If thou meet thy enemy's donkey going astray, bring it back to him." He says also, by reason of time, because one is not bound to provide for the future needs of others, and it suffices to succor present needs. Hence it is written in 1 John 3:17, "He that shall see his brother in need, and shall put up his bowels from him, how doth the charity of God abide in him?" Lastly, he says, or any other circumstance, because one ought to show kindness to those especially who are, by any tie whatever, united to us, according to 1 Timothy 5:8. "If any man have not care of his own, and especially of those of his house, he hath denied the faith and is worse than an infidel." It may happen, however, that these circumstances concur, and then we have to consider whether this particular man stands in such a need that it is not easy to see how he can be succored otherwise, and then one is bound to bestow the work of mercy on him. If, however, it is easy to see how he can be otherwise succored, either by himself or by some other person still more closely united to him, or in a better position to help him, one is not bound so strictly to help the one in need that it would be a sin not to do so, although it would be praiseworthy to do so where one is not bound to. Therefore, an advocate is not always bound to defend the suits of the poor, but only when the aforesaid circumstances concur, else he would have to put aside all other business and occupy himself entirely in defending the suits of poor people. The same applies to a physician with regard to attendance on the sick. Reply to Obj. 1. So long as the donkey lies under the burden, there is no means of help in this case, unless those who are passing along come to the man's aid, and therefore they are bound to help. But they would not be so bound if help were possible from another quarter. Reply to Obj. 2. A man is bound to make good use of the talent bestowed on him according to the opportunities afforded by time, place, and other circumstances, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 3. Not every need is such that it is one's duty to remedy it, but only such as we have stated above. Second article. Whether it is fitting that the law should debar certain persons from the office of advocate. Objection 1. It would seem unfitting for the law to debar certain persons from the office of advocate. For no man should be debarred from doing works of mercy. Now it belongs to the work of mercy to defend a man's suit, as stated above in Article 1. Therefore, no man should be debarred from this office. Objection 2. Further, contrary causes have not, seemingly, the same effect. Now, to be busy with divine things and to be busy about sin are contrary to one another. Therefore, it is unfitting that some should be debarred from this office of advocate on account of religion, as monks and clerics, while others are debarred on account of sin, as persons of ill repute and heretics. Objection 3. Further, a man should love his neighbor as himself. Now, it is a duty of love for an advocate to plead a person's cause. Therefore, it is unfitting that certain persons should be debarred from pleading the cause of others, while they are allowed to advocate their own cause. On the contrary, according to the canon Infames of the Decretals, many persons are debarred from the office of advocate. I answer that, in two ways a person is debarred from performing a certain act. First, because it is impossible to him. Secondly, because it is unbecoming to him. But whereas the man to whom a certain act is impossible is absolutely debarred from performing it, he to whom an act is unbecoming is not debarred altogether, since necessity may do away with its unbecomingness. Accordingly, some are debarred from the office of advocate because it is impossible to them through lack of sense, either interior, as in the case of madmen and minors, or exterior, as in the case of the deaf and dumb. For an advocate needs to have both interior skill so that he may be able to prove the justice of the cause he defends, and also speech and hearing, that he may speak and hear what is said to him. Consequently, those who are defective in these points are altogether debarred from being advocates either in their own or in another's cause. The becomingness of exercising this office is removed in two ways. First, through a man being engaged in higher things. Wherefore it is unfitting that monks or priests should be advocates in any cause whatever, or that clerics should plead in a secular court, because such persons are engaged in divine things. Secondly, on account of some personal defect, either of body, for instance a blind man, whose attendance in a court of justice would be unbecoming, or of soul, for it ill becomes one who has disdained to be just himself to plead for justice of another. Wherefore it is unbecoming that persons of ill repute, unbelievers, and those who have been convicted of grievous crimes should be advocates. Nevertheless, this unbecomingness is outweighed by necessity, and for this reason such persons can plead either their own cause or that of persons closely connected with them. Moreover, clerics can be advocates in the cause of their own church, and monks in the cause of their own monastery, if the abbot direct them to do so. Reply to Obj. 1. Certain persons are sometimes debarred by unbecomingness, and others by inability from performing works of mercy, for not all the works of mercy are becoming to all persons. Thus, it ill becomes a fool to give counsel, or the ignorant to teach. Reply to Obj. 2. Just as virtue is destroyed by too much and too little, so does a person become incompetent by more and less. For this reason, some, like religious and clerics, are debarred from pleading in causes because they are above such and such an office, and others because they are less than competent to exercise it, such as persons of ill repute and unbelievers. Reply to Obj. 3. The necessity of pleading the causes of others is not so pressing as the necessity of pleading one's own cause, because others are able to help themselves otherwise. Hence the comparison fails. Third article: whether an advocate sins by defending an unjust cause. Objection 1. It would seem that an advocate does not sin by defending an unjust cause. For just as a physician proves his skill by healing a desperate disease, so does an advocate prove his skill if he can defend an unjust cause. Now a physician is praised if he heals a desperate malady. Therefore, an advocate also commits no sin, but ought to be praised if he defends an unjust cause. Objection 2. Further, it is always lawful to desist from committing a sin. Yet an advocate is punished if he throws up his brief. Therefore, an advocate does not sin by defending an unjust cause when once he has undertaken its defense. Objection 3. Further, it would seem to be a greater sin for an advocate to use unjust means in defense of a just cause, for example, by producing false witnesses or alleging false laws, than to defend an unjust cause, since the former is a sin against the form, the latter against the matter of justice. Yet it is seemingly lawful for an advocate to make use of such underhand means, even as it is lawful for a soldier to lay ambushes in a battle. Therefore, it would seem that an advocate does not sin by defending an unjust cause. On the contrary, it is said, "Thou helpest the ungodly, and therefore thou didst deserve the wrath of the Lord." Now an advocate, by defending an unjust cause, helps the ungodly. Therefore he sins and deserves the wrath of the Lord. I answer that it is unlawful to cooperate in an evil deed, by counseling, helping, or in any way consenting, because to counsel or assist an action is, in a way, to do it, and the Apostle says in Romans 1:32 that "they are worthy of death, not only they that do a sin, but they also that consent to them that do it." Hence it was stated above, in question 62, Article 7, that all such are bound to restitution. Now it is evident that an advocate provides both assistance and counsel to the party for whom he pleads. Wherefore, if knowingly he defends an unjust cause, without doubt he sins grievously, and is bound to restitution of the loss unjustly incurred by the other party by reason of the assistance he has provided. If, however, he defends an unjust cause unknowingly, thinking it just, he is to be excused according to the measure in which ignorance is excusable. Reply to Objection 1. The physician injures no man by undertaking to heal a desperate malady, whereas the advocate who accepts service in an unjust cause unjustly injures the party against whom he pleads unjustly. Hence the comparison fails. For though he may seem to deserve praise for showing skill in his art, nevertheless he sins by reason of injustice in his will, since he abuses his art for an evil end. Reply to Objection 2. If an advocate believes from the outset that the cause is just, and discovers afterwards while the case is proceeding that it is unjust, he ought not to throw up his brief in such a way as to help the other side, or so as to reveal the secrets of his client to the other party. But he can and must give up the case, or induce his client to give way, or make some compromise without prejudice to the opposing party. Reply to Obj. 3. As stated above in question 40, Article 3, it is lawful for a soldier or a general to lay ambushes in a just war, by prudently concealing what he has a mind to do, but not by means of fraudulent falsehoods, since we should keep faith even with a foe, as Tully says. Hence, it is lawful for an advocate, in defending his case, prudently to conceal whatever might hinder its happy issue, but it is unlawful for him to employ any kind of falsehood. Fourth Article. Whether it is lawful for an advocate to take a fee for pleading. Objection 1. It would seem unlawful for an advocate to take a fee for pleading. Works of mercy should not be done with a view to human remuneration, according to Luke 14:12. When thou makest a dinner or a supper, call not thy friends, nor thy neighbors who are rich, lest perhaps they also invite thee again, and a recompense be made to thee. Now, it is a work of mercy to plead another's cause, as stated above in Article 1. Therefore, it is not lawful for an advocate to take payment in money for pleading. Objection 2. Further, spiritual things are not to be bartered with temporal things. But pleading a person's cause seems to be a spiritual good, since it consists in using one's knowledge of law. Therefore, it is not lawful for an advocate to take a fee for pleading. Objection 3. Further, just as the person of the advocate concurs towards the pronouncement of the verdict, so do the persons of the judge and of the witnesses. Now, according to Augustine, in his letter 153 to the Macedonian, the judge should not sell a just sentence, nor the witness true evidence. Therefore, neither can an advocate sell a just pleading. On the contrary, Augustine says in the same letter 153 to the Macedonian that an advocate may lawfully sell his pleading, and a lawyer his advice. I answer that a man may justly receive payment for granting what he is not bound to grant. Now it is evident that an advocate is not always bound to consent to plead, or to give advice in other people's causes. Wherefore, if he sell his pleading or advice, he does not act against justice. The same applies to the physician who attends on a sick person to heal him, and to all like persons, provided, however, they take a moderate fee, with due consideration for persons, for the matter in hand, for the labor entailed, and for the custom of the country. If, however, they wickedly extort an immoderate fee, they sin against justice. Hence Augustine says, in his letter 153 to the Macedonian, that it is customary to demand from them restitution of what they have extorted by a wicked excess, but not what has been given to them in accordance with a commendable custom. Reply to Obj. 1. Man is not bound to do gratuitously whatever he can do from motives of mercy. Else no man could lawfully sell anything, since anything may be given from motives of mercy. But when a man does give a thing out of mercy, he should seek not a human but a divine reward. In like manner, an advocate, when he mercifully pleads the cause of a poor man, should have in view not a human but a divine meed. In like manner, an advocate, when he mercifully pleads the cause of a poor man, should have in view not a human but a divine meed, and yet he is not always bound to give his services gratuitously. Reply to Obj. 2. Though knowledge of law is something spiritual, the use of that knowledge is accomplished by the work of the body. Hence it is lawful to take money in payment of that use, else no craftsman would be allowed to make profit by his art. Reply to Obj. 3. The judge and witnesses are common to either party, since the judge is bound to pronounce a just verdict, and the witness to give true evidence. Now justice and truth do not incline to one side rather than to the other, and consequently judges receive out of the public funds a fixed pay for their labor, and witnesses receive their expenses, not as payment for giving evidence but as a fee for their labor, either from both parties or from the party by whom they are adduced, because no man serveth as a soldier at any time at his own charge, according to 1 Corinthians 9:7. On the other hand, an advocate defends one party only, and so he may lawfully accept fee from the party he assists. End of question 71. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 72 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 72. Of reviling, in 4 articles. We must now consider injuries inflicted by words uttered extrajudicially. We shall consider 1. Reviling, 2. Backbiting, 3. Tale-bearing, 4. Derision, 5. Cursing. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, what is reviling? Second, whether every reviling is a mortal sin. Third, whether one ought to check revilers. Fourth, of the origin of reviling. First article, whether reviling consists in words. Objection 1. It would seem that reviling does not consist in words. Reviling implies some injury inflicted on one's neighbor, since it is a kind of injustice. But words seem to inflict no injury on one's neighbor, either in his person or in his belongings. Therefore, reviling does not consist in words. Objection 2. Further, reviling seems to imply dishonor. But a man can be dishonored or slighted by deeds more than by words. Therefore, it seems that reviling consists not in words, but in deeds. Objection 3. Further, a dishonor inflicted by words is called a railing or a taunt, but reviling seems to differ from railing or a taunt. Therefore, reviling does not consist in words. On the contrary, nothing save words is perceived by the hearing. Now reviling is perceived by the hearing, according to Jeremiah 20:10. I heard reviling on every side. Therefore, reviling consists in words. I answer that reviling denotes the dishonoring of a person, and this happens in 2 ways. For since honor results from excellence, one person dishonors another First, by depriving him of the excellence for which he is honored. This is done by sins of deed, whereof we have spoken above in question 64 and following. Secondly, when a man publishes something against another's honor, thus bringing it to the knowledge of the latter and of other men. This is reviling properly so called, and is done by some kind of signs. Now, according to Augustine, in On Christian Doctrine 2:3, compared with words, all other signs are very few, for words have obtained the chief place among men for the purpose of expressing whatever the mind conceives. Hence reviling, properly speaking, consists in words. Wherefore Isidore says in his Etymologies 10 that a reviler, contumeliosus, is hasty and bursts out, tumet, in injurious words. Since, however, things are also signified by deeds, which on this account have the same significance as words, it follows that reviling in a wider sense extends also to deeds. Wherefore a gloss on Romans 1:30, contumelius, proud, says, "The contumelious are those who by word or deed revile and shame others." Reply to Obj. 1. Our words, if we consider them in their essence, that is, as audible sounds, injure no man, except perhaps by jarring of the ear, as when a person speaks too loud. But considered as signs conveying something to the knowledge of others, they may do many kinds of harm. Such is the harm done to a man to the detriment of his honor, or of the respect due to him from others. Hence the reviling is greater if one man reproach another in the presence of many, and yet there may still be reviling if he reproach him by himself, in so far as the speaker acts unjustly against the respect due to the hearer. Reply to Obj. 2. One man slights another by deeds, in so far as such deeds cause or signify that which is against that other man's honor. In the former case, it is not a matter of reviling, but of some other kind of injustice, of which we have spoken above in questions 64, 65, and 66, where, as in the latter case, there is reviling in so far as deeds have the significant force of words. Reply to Obj. 3. Railing and taunts consist in words, even as reviling, because by all of them a man's faults are exposed to the detriment of his honor. Such faults are of three kinds. First, there is the fault of guilt, which is exposed by reviling words. Secondly, there is the fault of both guilt and punishment, which is exposed by taunts, convitium, because vice is commonly spoken of in connection with not only the soul, but also the body. Hence, if one man says spitefully to another that he is blind, he taunts but does not revile him. Whereas if one man calls another a thief, he not only taunts but also reviles him. Thirdly, a man reproaches another for his inferiority or indigence, so as to lessen the honor due to him for any kind of excellence. This is done by upbraiding words, and properly speaking occurs when one spitefully reminds a man that one has succored him when he was in need. Hence it is written in Ecclesiasticus 20:15, "He will give a few things and upbraid much." Nevertheless, these terms are sometimes employed one for the other. Second article. Whether reviling or railing is a mortal sin. Objection 1. It would seem that reviling or railing is not a mortal sin. For no mortal sin is an act of virtue. No railing is an act of virtue, notably of wittiness, eutropelia, to which it pertains to rail well, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 4:8. Therefore, railing or reviling is not a mortal sin. Obj. 2 further, mortal sin is not to be found in perfect men, and yet these sometimes give utterance to railing or reviling. Thus the Apostle says in Galatians 3:1, "O senseless Galatians," and our Lord said in Luke 24:25, "O foolish and slow of heart to believe." Therefore, railing or reviling is not a mortal sin. Obj. 3 further, although that which is a venial sin by reason of its genus may become mortal, that which is mortal by reason of its genus cannot become venial, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 88, articles 4 and 6. Hence, if by reason of its genus it were a mortal sin to give utterance to railing or reviling, it would follow that it is always a mortal sin. But this is apparently untrue, as may be seen in the case of one who utters a reviling word indeliberately or through slight anger. Therefore, reviling or railing is not a mortal sin by reason of its genus. On the contrary, nothing but mortal sin deserves the eternal punishment of hell. Now railing or reviling deserves the punishment of hell, according to Matthew 5:22. "Whosoever shall say to his brother, Thou fool, shall be in danger of hellfire." Therefore, railing or reviling is a mortal sin. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, words are injurious to other persons, not as sounds, but as signs, and this signification depends on the speaker's inward intention. Hence, in sins of word, it seems that we ought to consider with what intention the words are uttered. Since then railing or reviling essentially denotes a dishonoring, if the intention of the utterer is to dishonor the other man, this is properly and essentially to give utterance to railing or reviling, and this is a mortal sin no less than theft or robbery, since a man loves his honor no less than his possessions. If, on the other hand, a man says to another a railing or reviling word, yet with the intention not of dishonoring him, but rather perhaps of correcting him or with some like purpose, he utters a railing or reviling not formally and essentially, but accidentally and materially, insofar to wit as he says that which might be a railing or reviling. Hence, this may be sometimes a venial sin, and sometimes without any sin at all. Nevertheless, there is need of discretion in such matters, and one should use such words with moderation, because the railing might be so grave that being uttered inconsiderately, it might dishonor the person against whom it is uttered. In such a case, a man might commit a mortal sin, even though he did not intend to dishonor the other man. Just as were a man incautiously to injure grievously another by striking him in fun, he would not be without blame. Reply to Obj. 1. It belongs to wittiness to utter some slight mockery, but not with intent to dishonor or pain the person who is the object of the mockery, but rather with intent to please and amuse. And this may be without sin, if the two circumstances be observed. On the other hand, if a man does not shrink from inflicting pain on the object of his witty mockery, so long as he makes others laugh, this is sinful, as stated in the passage quoted. Reply to Obj. 2. Just as it is lawful to strike a person, or damnify him in his belongings for the purpose of correction, so too for the purpose of correction may one say a mocking word to a person whom one has to correct. It is thus that our Lord called the disciples foolish, and the Apostle called the Galatians senseless. Yet, as Augustine says in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount, 2:19, "Seldom, and only when it is very necessary should we have recourse to invectives, and then so as to urge God's service, not our own. Reply to Obj. 3. Since the sin of railing or reviling depends on the intention of the utterer, it may happen to be a venial sin if it be a slight railing that does not inflict much dishonor on a man, and be uttered through lightness of heart or some slight anger, without the fixed purpose of dishonoring him, for instance, when one intends by such a word to give but little pain. Third article. Whether one ought to suffer oneself to be reviled. Objection 1. It would seem that one ought not to suffer oneself to be reviled, for he that suffers himself to be reviled encourages the reviler. But one ought not to do this. Therefore, one ought not to suffer oneself to be reviled, but rather reply to the reviler. Objection 2 further. One ought to love oneself more than another. Now one ought not to suffer another to be reviled, wherefore it is written in Proverbs 26:10, "He that putteth a fool to silence appeaseth anger." Therefore, neither should one suffer oneself to be reviled. Objection 3 further. A man is not allowed to revenge himself, for it is said, "Vengeance belongeth to me, I will repay," as quoted in Hebrews 10:30. Now by submitting to be reviled, a man revenges himself, according to Chrysostom, in his 22nd homily on the letter to the Romans. "If thou wilt be revenged, be silent. Thou hast dealt him a fatal blow." Therefore, one ought not by silence to submit to reviling words, but rather answer back. On the contrary, it is written in Psalm 37, verse 13, "They that sought evils to me spoke vain things." And afterwards he says, "But I as a deaf man heard not, and as a dumb man not opening his mouth." I answer that, just as we need patience in things done against us, so do we need it in those said against us. Now the precepts of patience in those things done against us refer to the preparedness of the mind, according to Augustine's exposition on our Lord's precept, "If one strike thee on thy right cheek, turn to him also the other." That is to say, a man ought to be prepared to do so if necessary. But he is not always bound to do this actually, since not even did our Lord do so, for when he received a blow, he said, "Why strikest thou me?" John 18:23. Consequently, the same applies to the reviling words that are said against us. For we are bound to hold our minds prepared to submit to be reviled, if it should be expedient. Nevertheless, it sometimes behooves us to withstand against being reviled, and this chiefly for two reasons. First, for the good of the reviler, namely, that his daring may be checked, and that he may not repeat the attempt, according to Proverbs 26:5. "Answer a fool according to his folly, lest he imagine himself to be wise." Secondly, for the good of many who would be prevented from progressing in virtue on account of our being reviled. Hence Gregory says, in his 9th homily on Ezekiel, "Those who are so placed that their life should be an example to others, ought, if possible, to silence their detractors, lest their preaching be not heard by those who could have heard it, and they continue their evil conduct through contempt of a good life." Reply to Obj. 1. The daring of the railing reviler should be checked with moderation, that is, as a duty of charity, and not through lust for one's own honor. Hence it is written in Proverbs 26:4, "Answer not a fool according to his folly, lest thou be like him." Reply to Obj. 2. When one man prevents another from being reviled, there is not the danger of lust for one's own honor, as there is when a man defends himself from being reviled. Indeed, rather would it seem to proceed from a sense of charity. Reply to Obj. 3. It would be an act of revenge to keep silence with the intention of provoking the reviler to anger, but it would be praiseworthy to be silent in order to give place to anger. Hence it is written in Ecclesiasticus 8:4, "Strive not with a man that is full of tongue, and heap not wood upon his fire." Fourth article. Whether reviling arises from anger. Objection 1. It would seem that reviling does not arise from anger. For it is written in Proverbs 11:2, "Where pride is, there shall also be reviling." But anger is a vice distinct from pride. Therefore, reviling does not arise from anger. Objection 2. Further, it is written in Proverbs 20:3, "All fools are meddling with revilings." Now folly is a vice opposed to wisdom, as stated above in question 46, Article 1, whereas anger is opposed to meekness. Therefore, reviling does not arise from anger. Objection 3. Further, no sin is diminished by its cause. But the sin of reviling is diminished if one gives vent to it through anger, for it is a more grievous sin to revile out of hatred than out of anger. Therefore, reviling does not arise from anger. On the contrary, Gregory says in his commentary on Job 31:45 that anger gives rise to revilings. I answer that, while one sin may arise from various causes, it is nevertheless said to have its source chiefly in that one from which it is wont to arise most frequently, through being closely connected with its end. Now reviling is closely connected with anger's end, which is revenge. Since the easiest way for the angry man to take revenge on another is to revile him. Therefore, reviling arises chiefly from anger. Reply to Objection 1. Reviling is not directed to the end of pride, which is excellency. Hence reviling does not arise directly from pride. Nevertheless, pride disposes a man to revile, insofar as those who think themselves to excel are more prone to despise others and inflict injuries on them, because they are more easily angered, through deeming it an affront to themselves whenever anything is done against their will. Reply to Objection 2. According to the Philosopher in Ethics 7:6, anger listens imperfectly to reason. Wherefore an angry man suffers a defect of reason, and in this he is like the foolish man. Hence reviling arises from folly on account of the latter's kinship with anger. Reply to Objection 3. According to the Philosopher in Rhetoric 2:4, an angry man seeks an open offense, but he who hates does not worry about this. Hence reviling, which denotes a manifest injury, belongs to anger rather than to hatred. End of question 72. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 73 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, The Virtue of Justice, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 73. Of backbiting, or detraction, in 4 articles. We must now consider backbiting, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, what is backbiting? Second, whether it is a mortal sin. Third, of its comparison with other sins. Fourth, whether it is a sin to listen to backbiting. First article. Whether backbiting is suitably defined as the blackening of another's character by secret words. Objection 1. It would seem that backbiting is not as defined by some, the blackening of another's good name by words uttered in secret. For secretly and openly are circumstances that do not constitute the species of a sin, because it is accidental to a sin that it be known by many or by few. Now that which does not constitute the species of a sin does not belong to its essence, and should not be included in its definition. Therefore, it does not belong to the essence of backbiting that it should be done by secret words. Objection 2 further. The notion of a good name implies something known to the public. If therefore a person's good name is blackened by backbiting, this cannot be done by secret words, but by words uttered openly. Objection 3 further. To detract is to subtract or diminish something already existing. But sometimes a man's good name is blackened even without subtracting from the truth. For instance, when one reveals the crimes which a man has in truth committed. Therefore, not every blackening of a good name is backbiting. On the contrary, it is written in Ecclesiastes 10:11, "If a serpent bite in silence, he is nothing better than backbiteth." I answer that, just as one man injures another by deed in 2 ways, openly, as by robbery, or by doing him any kind of violence, and secretly, as by theft, or by a crafty blow, so again one man injures another by words in 2 ways. In one way openly, and this is done by reviling him, as stated above, in question 72, Article 1, and in another way secretly, and this is done by backbiting. Now from the fact that one man openly utters words against another man, he would appear to think little of him, so that for this reason he dishonors him, so that reviling is detrimental to the honor of the person reviled. On the other hand, he that speaks against another secretly seems to respect rather than slight him, so that he injures directly not his honor but his good name, in so far as by uttering such words secretly, he, for his own part, causes his hearers to have a bad opinion of the person against whom he speaks. For the backbiter apparently intends and aims at being believed. It is therefore evident that backbiting differs from reviling in 2 points. First, in the way in which the words are uttered, the reviler speaking openly against someone, and the backbiter secretly. Secondly, as to the end in view, that is, as regards the injury inflicted, the reviler injuring a man's honor, the backbiter injuring his good name. Reply to Objection 1. In involuntary commutations, to which are reduced all injuries inflicted on our neighbor, whether by word or by deed, the kind of sin is differentiated by the circumstances secretly and openly, because involuntariness itself is diversified by violence and by ignorance, as stated above in question 65, Article 4, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 6, Articles 5 and 8. Reply to Objection 2. The words of a backbiter are said to be secret, not altogether, but in relation to the person of whom they are said, because they are uttered in his absence and without his knowledge. On the other hand, the reviler speaks against a man to his face. Wherefore, if a man speaks ill of another in the presence of several, it is case of backbiting if he is absent, but of reviling if he alone be present. Although if a man speak ill of an absent person to one man alone, he destroys his good name not altogether, but partly. Reply to Obj. 3. A man is said to backbite, detrahire, another, not because he detracts from the truth, but because he lessens his good name. This is done sometimes directly, sometimes indirectly. Directly in 4 ways. First, by saying that which is false about him. Secondly, by stating his sin to be greater than it is. Thirdly, by revealing something unknown about him. Fourthly, by ascribing his good deeds to a bad intention. Indirectly, this is done either by gainsaying his good, or by maliciously concealing it, or by diminishing it. Second article. Whether backbiting is a mortal sin. Objection 1. It would seem that backbiting is not a mortal sin. For no act of virtue is a mortal sin. Now, to reveal an unknown sin which pertains to backbiting, as stated above in Article 1/3 Reply, is an act of the virtue of charity, whereby a man denounces his brother's sin in order that he may amend. Or else it is an act of justice, whereby a man accuses his brother. Therefore, backbiting is not a mortal sin. Objection 2 further. A gloss on Proverbs 24:21, have nothing to do with detractors, says, "The whole human race is in peril from this vice." But no mortal sin is to be found in the whole of mankind, since many refrain from mortal sin, whereas they are venial sins that are found in all. Therefore, backbiting is a venial sin. Objection 3 further. Augustine, in a homily on the fire of purgatory, reckons it a slight sin to speak ill without hesitation or forethought. But this pertains to backbiting. Therefore, backbiting is a venial sin. On the contrary, it is written in Romans 1:30, "Backbiters hateful to God," which epithet, according to a gloss, is inserted, "lest it be deemed a slight sin because it consists in words." I answer that, as stated above in question 72, Article 2, sins of word should be judged chiefly from the intention of the speaker. Now, backbiting, by its very nature, aims at blackening a man's good name. Wherefore, properly speaking, to backbite is to speak ill of an absent person in order to blacken his good name. Now, it is a very grave matter to blacken a man's good name, because of all temporal things a man's good name seems the most precious. For lack of it, he is hindered from doing many things well. For this reason it is written in Ecclesiasticus 41:15, "Take care of a good name, for this shall continue with thee more than 1,000 treasures precious and great." Therefore, backbiting, properly speaking, is a mortal sin. Nevertheless, it happens sometimes that a man utters words, whereby someone's good name is tarnished, and yet he does not intend this, but something else. This is not backbiting strictly and formally speaking, but only materially and accidentally, as it were. And if such defamatory words be uttered for the sake of some necessary good, and with attention to the due circumstances, it is not a sin, and cannot be called backbiting. But if they be uttered out of lightness of heart, or for some unnecessary motive, it is not a mortal sin, unless perchance the spoken word be of such a grave nature as to cause a notable injury to a man's good name, especially in matters pertaining to his moral character, because from the very nature of the words this would be a mortal sin. And one is bound to restore a man his good name, no less than any other thing one has taken from him, in the manner stated above, in question 62, Article 2, when we were treating of restitution. Reply to Obj. 1. As stated above, it is not backbiting to reveal a man's hidden sin in order that he may mend, whether one denounce it or accuse him for the good of public justice. Reply to Obj. 2. This gloss does not assert that backbiting is to be found throughout the whole of mankind, but almost, both because the number of fools is infinite, Ecclesiastes 1:15, and few are they that walk in the way of salvation, cf. Matthew 7:14, and because there are few or none at all who do not at times speak from lightness of heart, so as to injure someone's good name at least slightly, for it is written in James 3:2, "If any man offend not in word, the same is a perfect man." Reply to Obj. 3. Augustine is referring to the case when a man utters a slight evil about someone, not intending to injure him, but through lightness of heart or a slip of the tongue. Third article. Whether backbiting is the gravest of all sins committed against one's neighbor. Objection 1. It would seem that backbiting is the gravest of all sins committed against one's neighbor, because a gloss on Psalm 108 verse 4, "Instead of making me a return of love, they detracted me," a gloss says, "Those who detract Christ in his members and slay the souls of future believers are more guilty than those who killed the flesh that was soon to rise again." From this, it seems to follow that backbiting is by so much a graver sin than murder, as it is a graver matter to kill the soul than to kill the body. Now murder is the gravest of the other sins that are committed against one's neighbor. Therefore, backbiting is absolutely the gravest of all. Objection 2 further. Backbiting is apparently a graver sin than reviling, because a man can withstand reviling, but not a secret backbiting. Now backbiting is seemingly a graver sin than adultery, because adultery unites two persons in one flesh, whereas reviling severs utterly those who were united. Therefore, backbiting is more grievous than adultery, and yet of all other sins a man commits against his neighbor, adultery is most grave. Objection 3 further. Reviling arises from anger, while backbiting arises from envy, according to Gregory in his commentary on Job 31:45. But envy is a greater sin than anger. Therefore, backbiting is a graver sin than reviling, and so the same conclusion follows as before. Objection 4. Further, the gravity of a sin is measured by the gravity of the defect that it causes. Now backbiting causes a most grievous defect, notably blindness of mind. For Gregory says, "What else do backbiters but blow on the dust, and stir up the dirt into their eyes, so that the more they breathe of detraction, the less they see of the truth?" Therefore, backbiting is the most grievous sin committed against one's neighbor. On the contrary, it is more grievous to sin by deed than by word. But backbiting is a sin of word, while adultery, murder, and theft are sins of deed. Therefore, backbiting is not graver than the other sins committed against one's neighbor. I answer that the essential gravity of sins committed against one's neighbor must be weighed by the injury they inflict on him, since it is thence that they derive their sinful nature. Now, the greater the good taken away, the greater the injury. And while man's good is threefold, namely, the good of his soul, the good of his body, and the good of external things, the good of the soul, which is the greatest of all, cannot be taken from him by another, save as an occasional cause, for instance by an evil persuasion, which does not induce necessity. On the other hand, the two latter goods, notably of the body and of external things, can be taken away by violence. Since, however, the goods of the body excel the goods of external things, those sins which injure a man's body are more grievous than those which injure his external things. Consequently, among other sins committed against one's neighbor, murder is the most grievous, since it deprives a man of the life which he already possesses. After this comes adultery, which is contrary to the right order of human generation, whereby man enters upon life. In the last place come external goods, among which a man's good name takes precedence of wealth, because it is more akin to spiritual goods, wherefore it is written in Proverbs 22:1, "A good name is better than great riches." Therefore, backbiting, according to its genus, is a more grievous sin than theft, but is less grievous than murder or adultery. Nevertheless, the order may differ by reason of aggravating or extenuating circumstances. The accidental gravity of a sin is to be considered in relation to the sinner, who sins more grievously if he sins deliberately than if he sins through weakness or carelessness. In this respect, sins of word have a certain levity, insofar as they are apt to occur through a slip of the tongue and without much forethought. Reply to Obj. 1. Those who detract Christ by hindering the faith of his members disparage his Godhead, which is the foundation of our faith. Wherefore, this is not simple backbiting, but blasphemy. Reply to Obj. 2. Reviling is a more grievous sin than backbiting, inasmuch as it implies greater contempt of one's neighbor, even as robbery is a graver sin than theft, as stated above in question 66, Article 9. Yet reviling is not a more grievous sin than adultery. For the gravity of adultery is measured, not from its being a union of bodies, but from being a disorder in human generation. Moreover, the reviler is not the sufficient cause of unfriendliness in another man, but is only the occasional cause of division among those who were united, insofar to wit, as by declaring the evils of another, he for his own part severs that man from the friendship of other men, though they are not forced by his words to do so. Accordingly, a backbiter is a murderer occasionally, since by his words he gives another man an occasion for hating or despising his neighbor. For this reason it is stated in the Epistle of Clement that backbiters are murderers, that is, occasionally, because he that hateth his brother is a murderer, as stated in 1 John 3:15. Reply to Obj. 3. Anger seeks openly to be avenged, as the Philosopher states in Rhetoric 2:2. Wherefore backbiting, which takes place in secret, is not the daughter of anger, as reviling is, but rather of envy, which strives by any means to lessen one's neighbor's glory. Nor does it follow from this that backbiting is more grievous than reviling, since a lesser vice can give rise to a greater sin, just as anger gives birth to murder and blasphemy. For the origin of a sin depends on its inclination to an end, that is, on the thing to which the sin turns, whereas the gravity of a sin depends on what it turns away from. Reply to Obj. 4. Since "a man rejoiceth in the sentence of his mouth," according to Proverbs 15:23, it follows that a backbiter more and more loves and believes what he says, and consequently more and more hates his neighbor, and thus his knowledge of the truth becomes less and less. This effect, however, may also result from other sins pertaining to hate of one's neighbor. Fourth article. Whether it is a grave sin for the listener to suffer the backbiter. Objection 1. It would seem that the listener who suffers a backbiter does not sin grievously. For a man is not under greater obligations to others than to himself. But it is praiseworthy for a man to suffer his own backbiters, for Gregory says in his 9th homily on Ezekiel, "Just as we ought not to incite the tongue of backbiters, lest they perish, so ought we to suffer them with equanimity when they have been incited by their own wickedness, in order that our merit may be the greater." Therefore, a man does not sin if he does not withstand those who backbite others. Objection 2. Further, it is written in Ecclesiasticus 4:30, "In no wise speak against the truth." Now sometimes a person tells the truth while backbiting, as stated above in Article 1, third reply. Therefore it seems that one is not always bound to withstand a backbiter. Objection 3. Further, no man should hinder what is profitable to others. Now backbiting is often profitable to those who are backbitten, for Pope Pius says, "Not unfrequently backbiting is directed against good persons, with the result that those who have been unduly exalted through the flattery of their kindred or the favor of others are humbled by backbiting." Therefore, one ought not to withstand backbiters. On the contrary, Jerome says, "Take care not to have an itching tongue, nor tingling ears, that is, neither detract others, nor listen to backbiters." I answer that, according to the Apostle in Romans 1:32, "They are worthy of death, not only they that commit sins, but they also that consent to them that do them." Now this happens in two ways. First, directly, when, to wit, one man induces another to sin, or when the sin is pleasing to him. Secondly, indirectly, that is, if he does not withstand him when he might do so, and this happens sometimes not because the sin is pleasing to him, but on account of some human fear. Accordingly, we must say that if a man listens to backbiting without resisting it, he seems to consent to the backbiter, so that he becomes a participator in his sin. And if he induces him to backbite, or at least if the detraction be pleasing to him on account of his hatred of the person detracted, he sins no less than the detractor, and sometimes more. Wherefore Bernard says, "It is difficult to say which is the more to be condemned, the backbiter, or he that listens to backbiting." If, however, the sin is not pleasing to him, and he fails to withstand the backbiter through fear, negligence, or even shame, he sins indeed, but much less than the backbiter, and as a rule venially. Sometimes, too, this may be a mortal sin, either because it is his official duty to correct the backbiter, or by reason of some consequent danger, or on account of the radical reason for which human fear may sometimes be a mortal sin, as stated above in question 19, Article 3. Reply to Objection 1. No man hears himself backbitten, because when a man is spoken evil of in his hearing, it is not backbiting, properly speaking, but reviling, as stated above, in Article 1, Second Reply. Yet it is possible for the detractions uttered against a person to come to his knowledge through others telling him, and then it is left to his discretion whether he will suffer their detriment to his good name, unless this endanger the good of others, as stated above, in question 72, Article 3. Wherefore his patience may deserve commendation forasmuch as he suffers patiently being detracted himself. But it is not left to his discretion to permit an injury to be done to another's good name. Hence he is accounted guilty if he fails to resist when he can, for the same reason whereby a man is bound to raise another man's donkey lying underneath his burden, as commanded in Deuteronomy 21:4. Reply to Obj. 2. One ought not always to withstand a backbiter by endeavoring to convince him of falsehood, especially if one knows that he is speaking the truth. Rather ought one to reprove him with words, for he that sins in backbiting his brother, or at least by our pained demeanor, show him that we are displeased with his backbiting, because, according to Proverbs 25:23, "The north wind driveth away rain, as doth a sad countenance a backbiting tongue." Reply to Obj. 3. The profit one derives from being backbitten is due not to the intention of the backbiter, but to the ordinance of God who produces good out of every evil. Hence we should none the less withstand backbiters, just as those who rob or oppress others, even though the oppressed and the robbed may gain merit by patience. End of question 73. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C.